Above the west dragon gate of the Water Dragon Palace, a 100-meter-wide scene appeared in the void. From this scene, one could see many figures hiding in a place without moving. Wang Xian came to the front of the scene and squinted his eyes to scan it. 313 figures. There's a gap between the information I got from the Netherclaw. He stood at the front and mumbled, Dragon King, if you want to avoid my detection, either your opponent is a level 6 Universe Knight or he has a powerful acquired Supreme Treasure. Tianxin stood at the side and said to Wang Xian, It's impossible to have a level 6 combat strength, but it's highly possible to have a acquired Supreme Treasure. Wang Xian thought of the ghost dragon that attacked him previously. That ghost dragon had the combat strength of a level 5 Universe Knight. However, it was still able to sneak attack him even though he was already on alert. It must have a powerful hidden Supreme Treasure. Wow, brother Wang Xian, this master is so powerful. He was actually able to detect the people from the demonic dragon lineage. Shui Linglong, who was standing at the side, looked at the scene in front of her in astonishment. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. He looked at Shui Linglong and asked, Linglong, may I ask how many acquired treasures do your Water Dragon Palace have? Acquired treasures? Our Water Dragon Palace has 5 or 6 of them. I have one too. Shui Linglong squinted her eyes and said. With a move of her palm, a ring appeared in her hand. 5 or 6. That's a lot. Wang Xian looked at the acquired true treasures in her hand and was speechless. Acquired true treasures were exceptionally precious. It was already considered pretty good for a Universe Knight at level 6 or 7 to have one acquired true treasure. At his peak, the Sky Sea Dragon King had the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 9. He only had one acquired true treasure. Water Dragon Palace had 5 or 6 acquired true treasures, which should have been obtained from Water Dragon Palace. It could be guessed that the Devil Dragon lineage's Fire Dragon Palace probably had as many acquired true treasures as they did. It was very likely that Ghost Dragon had acquired true treasures. Ao Yao, get ready to attack. Be careful. They might have a Universe Knight at level 5 and have acquired true treasures. Wang Xian looked at the 200 thorn dragon species and ordered. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao replied immediately. Arrow Dragon species, Charm Dragon species, you guys will be at the front to provide support. If any Thorn Dragon species are besieged or defeated, help them out. Wang Xian continued to instruct the Arrow Dragon and Charm Dragon. It's the Dragon King. Mao Zedong and the rest responded immediately. Sky Array, you will be at the back to provide support. Wang Xian instructed the Sky Array again. The Sky Array nodded and looked at Ao Yao and the rest. Lock onto their position and prepare for assassination. Ao Yao's eyes were sparkling with excitement as she ordered her subordinates. This time, they were fighting the Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon, who were both powerful dragon species. Among the group of dragon species, none of them were weaker than Universe Knights. Similarly, they were the best at assassination. This was a huge challenge for the Thorned Dragon species. Yes, the bodies of the Thorned Dragon species flashed with light and darkness. They glanced at where Dark Claw Ghost Dragon was, and in the next moment, they disappeared into the void space. Ah, why did they disappear all of a sudden? I can't even sense their existence. Shui Linglong, who was at the side, exclaimed in surprise. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Although the Thorn Dragon species assassination ability wasn't the best in the universe, it was definitely one of the top 3. With Shui Linglong's strength, she wouldn't be able to detect the Thorn Dragon species unless she tried her best to sense it. Oh right, they call Brother Wang Xian the Dragon King. Are you the Dragon King from the Dragon Palace? Following that, Shui Linglong looked at him and asked again. There were not many divine dragons in the universe. Naturally, the rise of the Dragon Palace would attract the attention of the other divine dragons. Shui Linglong also knew that her parents had made a guess just now, but they did not ask about it directly. Yes, I came to encircle Lu Xingkong to settle some matters. I happened to bump into you guys, so I came here out of curiosity. Wang Xian didn't hide anything and nodded his head. Really? Then, Brother Wang Xian, your Dragon Palace is so strong. Are those subordinates of yours also powerful dragons? Shui Linglong asked curiously. Not bad. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Hee hee. I really didn't expect that the Fire Dragon Palace and the Demonic Dragons would join forces. The Dragon Palace, you guys will help our Water Dragon Palace. Hee hee. Let's teach them a good lesson. Shui Linglong clenched her fists and smiled. Don't worry. Let's teach them a good lesson. Wang Xian nodded and looked at the scene in front of him. Shui Linglong was also staring at the scene with her eyes wide open. She was born in the Water Dragon Palace and was a purebred divine dragon. She was doted on by thousands of people. Even though she had the strength of a level 4 universe knight, she was still very simple-minded. In the void space around the Water Dragon Palace, the 2 core legions of the Devil Dragon lineage were hiding around. The Fire Dragon Palace had formed an alliance with the Devil Dragon lineage and was prepared to destroy the Water Dragon Palace. They hid here to weaken the power of the Water Dragon Palace and to lock them down. In fact, they had already achieved a lot. At the beginning, the Water Dragon Palace didn't know that they had already assassinated over 100,000 disciples. There were many universe knights among them. Even at the end, they didn't really reveal themselves. As the Devil Dragon bloodline, they were most proud of their assassins. Ghost Dragon and Dark Claw, 2 terrifying assassination dragons. They hid in the void even those stronger than them couldn't sense them. The moment they made a move, they would be killed. They were confident that they could assassinate any warrior of the same level. Now, they knew that the Water Dragon Palace knew of their existence, but they were not afraid at all. Before the Water Dragon Palace wanted to surround and kill them, they had already sensed and left quickly. Moreover, with their leader's strength, he was not afraid even when facing the top-tier powerhouses of the Water Dragon Palace. All the ghost dragons of the Hell's Claw hid in the void crack, their cold eyes alert the surroundings. They were waiting for their prey. They were guarding their surroundings. Just hiding in the darkness will be illuminated by the light. Swimming in the light and darkness is the true assassination. All the Netherclaw ghost dragons did not notice that they had been exposed to the powerful formation. What was even more unexpected was that there were already figures rapidly approaching them. Wang. In the cloudless starry sky, everything seemed calm. The wind whistled, and nothing unusual happened. Puff, puff, puff. However, what was weird was that drops of blood suddenly flowed out from one place in the void. Blood flowed out of the void weirdly. There was more than one place in the void. This scene caused one's scalp to go numb. Roar, roar, roar. Who is ambushing us? All of a sudden, an incomparably furious voice sounded out of nowhere. Following that, an incomparably terrifying claw tore through the void as a pair of ice-cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Someone ambushed us. Is it someone from the Hidden Water Division? Another incomparably savage, boneless, liquid-like terrifying existence also appeared in the void. His blood-red eyes stared in a certain direction as his face was filled with killing intent. Those who dare to sneak attack us, kill them. All ghost dragons, be careful. The leader of ghost dragons and the leader of ghost dragons had extremely fierce expressions as they warned loudly. Buzz! The next moment, ghost dragons waved their claws, and a terrifying beam of darkness attacked the void in front of them. Retreat! Ao Yao sensed the attack of the leader of ghost dragons and gave the order to retreat. Buzz! In the void, figures quickly retreated toward the Water Dragon Palace. Kill them! The ghost dragon leader roared and ordered his subordinates in the void. Roar! 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 Roars were heard as figures came out of the void crack. However, when the ghost dragon leader saw the figures, he paused. Why are there only over 200 of them? Where are the other members? All Hell's Claw, come out! All Hell's Claw, come out! When the leader of the Ghost Dragon Hell's Claw saw that there were only over 200 members of the Ghost Dragon Hell's Claw, his expression drastically changed as he sternly roared. However, there was no response. This caused the expression of the leader of the Ghost Dragon Hell's Claw to slightly change. The other Ghost Dragon Hellclaw's pupils constricted as fear appeared in their eyes. Roar, roar, roar! Kill them! A ferocious expression appeared on their faces as their bodies flashed and attacked all the thorny dragons. Terrifying dark energy directly attacked in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, The thorny dragons had already flown towards the water dragon palace at their fastest speed. Even those who were quite far away had returned to the dragon palace the moment the leader of Ghost Dragon Hellclaw discovered them. "Follow me and kill." The leader of Ghost Dragon and Hellclaw's eyes were filled with bloodlust and anger as they directly ordered. Their Hellclaw and Ghost Dragon were the core legions of the Devil Dragon lineage. They were the most powerful dragon species in the entire Devil Dragon lineage apart from the Devil Dragon King. The combined number of the two legions was only around 400 people. This time, there were only around 300 people. But now, there were less than 100 subordinates. Although 100 people wasn't a lot, this was a quarter of their Netherclaw Ghost Dragon. This was a quarter of the strength of their Devil Dragon's most elite legions. If more than 100 members were killed, it would be a great loss to their entire Devil Dragon lineage. After all, this was a powerful high-grade dragon species, and the number was limited. Roar, roar, roar. Kill them. They actually dared to assassinate us. Kill them. The group of ghost dragons and Netherclaw roared with sinister faces. As the demonic dragon lineage, as the powerful assassins of the divine dragon lineage, but today they were actually quietly assassinated more than 100 of their comrades. As powerful assassins, they were actually assassinated. This made them feel indignant and humiliated. At the same time, they were a little terrified. What kind of enemy could actually assassinate them? At the same time, at the front of the Water Dragon Palace, Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. They only assassinated about 100 Netherclaw ghost dragons. Yet they are attacking in such a crazy manner? He muttered, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Let them see our strength. Tian Chen's gaze swept past a certain Zison and the others, and he said coldly, "All right." The group of Archdragon and Charmed Dragon species slightly narrowed their eyes. The leader of the Charmed Dragon species held the black spider lilies, and a faint, strange aura surged out of his body. She had already evolved into a succubus, and now that she was in control of the black spider lily, she would be even more terrifying. Here they come. Leave the 2-night level 5 Ghost Dragon Hellclaw leaders to me, and the rest to you. Try to kill as many as you can. At this time, a group of thorned dragon species flew over. Sky Array saw the ghost dragon chasing after them, and his eyes narrowed. Buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz! The leader of the succubus waved his arm, and the black spider lily in his hand instantly launched an attack. The other succubus followed closely behind, and a strange sound covered them. One by one, energy condensed into extremely charming eyes appeared in the void, and the ghost dragon with dark claw attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the arrow dragon species at the side launched a terrifying arrow at them. Ambush? Humph! Seeing the attack, the leader of the ghost dragon and the Hellclaw had a cold look in his eyes. After a while, they waved their claws and attacked forward. They dared to chase after them because of their confidence in their own strength and their understanding of the Water Dragon Palace. With their strength and the treasures in their hands, they could easily retreat. Boom! The moment they made their move, the surrounding spell formations began to move as well. The spell formations that had been set up beforehand began to cover them. Huh? What? When did the Water Dragon Palace have magi? When they saw the sudden attack, their expressions changed slightly. Retreat! Netherclaw and the Ghost Dragon leader felt that something was amiss and made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, they roared with unsightly expressions. They had originally planned to kill some of the fellows who had ambushed them. Now they could only give up. Can you leave just because you want to? A cold expression appeared in the eyes of the Sky Array as he waved his arm once again. Boom, boom. In an instant, all the formations around them exploded. At this moment, the strange attacks of the Charm Dragon and the Arrow Dragon had also arrived. Dodge! The Ghost Dragons and Dark Claw saw these attacks and immediately dodged to the side, preparing to leave. Wang. However, the strange thing was that when their gazes swept across the strange pupils, their eyes revealed a dazed look. Some of the Dark Claw and Ghost Dragons, who were only level 1 or 2 knights, revealed a dazed look. Pooh! Pooh! However, just as they were in a daze, arrows pierced through their bodies. Damn it! What kind of strange attack is this? Everyone retreat. Retreat! 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 The ghost dragon and the leader of the Hell's Claw used all their strength to deal with the formation of the sky array. When they sensed the situation around them, their expressions changed drastically. The attacks of the group of people in front of them were somewhat strange. It was so strange that they did not receive any attacks, but they had strange symptoms. In just a moment of stupor, dozens of ghost dragons and Hell's Claw were killed. This made the two leaders furious. Roar! Roar! They roared, and the Netherclaw leader's body shook, and a pitch-black claw appeared in front of him. The claw lightly slashed forward, forming a terrifying river of darkness. The formation of the sky array landed on it, but it was easily blocked. Roar! 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 A sinister mask with a dark ghost face floated in front of the ghost dragon leader, and the mask was filled with blood-red patterns. The blood-red patterns condensed into a bloody face and covered the front. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the charm dragon and the arrow dragon attacked the ghost dragon and the Netherclaw again. However, this time, the strange blood-red mask broke the formation of the sky array. The arrows and the charm dragon's strange attacks were easily blocked. This caused the expression of the sky array to change slightly. Retreat! Let's go! Just you wait. We will make you pay 100 times the price for what happened today. The leader of the ghost dragon roared with a gloomy face. He waved his dragon claw and a dark shadow enveloped the area. He led all his subordinates and left quickly. Naive and the rest frowned slightly when they saw the other party leaving. The other party's strength had exceeded their expectations. Wow, Brother Wang Xian, your subordinates are so powerful. They actually killed so many ghost dragons and Netherclaw. However, Shui Linglong, who was standing at the side, watched this scene with a face full of shock. As the princess of the Water Dragon Palace, she was very familiar with the fire clouds, dragonhawks, Netherclaw, and ghost dragons of the demonic dragon lineage. These were the high-level dragon species of the two forces. High-level dragon species had powerful talents and life-saving methods. It was very difficult to kill them. It was no exaggeration to say that it was extremely difficult for a level 5 Universe Knight to kill a level 3 Universe Knight with Dark Claw, because they had powerful talents and life-saving methods. However, just now, more than 100 Netherclaw and ghost dragons had fallen in front of her eyes. He was stunned. Since when were high-grade dragons so easy to kill? They were existences that were second only to purebred divine dragons. As expected of a high-grade dragon, even though I already knew their location, I only managed to assassinate more than 100 of them. When Wang Xian saw this result, he shook his head slightly. Of course, he also knew that this was mainly because the strength of the prickly dragon was weaker than the other party. However, one could also tell from the side that the ghost dragon's Netherclaw was powerful. Especially after they took out their acquired treasures, they could easily break through the defense of the heaven formation. Dragon King, the combined strength of the Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon is much stronger than ours. Our success rate this time is not high. At this moment, Ao Yao Yao flew over and reported with a frown. It's already not bad. Wang Xian said with a smile. The Ghost Dragon and Netherclaw were the strongest legions of the demonic dragon lineage. However, the Thorn Dragon was only one of several legions in the Dragon Palace. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it should not be too much of a problem to fight against the demonic dragon lineage alone. In terms of direct combat strength, the Dragon Palace still had the Berserk Dragon, Imperial Dragon, Starwood Dragon, Heaven Thunder, Earth Fire Dragon, Phoenix, and so on. These were all peak dragon species. At present, there were no weak dragon species in the Dragon Palace. This is already very powerful. When high-level dragon species were at the peak of the divine dragon lineage, they were also very powerful. Our Water Dragon Palace has less than 300 high-level dragon species. Shui Linglong continued to say from the side. Just as Shui Linglong said, when the divine dragon lineage was at its peak, high-level dragon species were also very powerful. At that time, the most elite troop of a powerful dragon palace was also the high-grade dragon troop. The core troop of high-grade dragons was similar to the Netherclaw Ghost Dragon. It was already considered good enough for a powerful dragon palace to have a few hundred of them. Boom! 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 Just as they were talking, a terrifying battle broke out in the sky above the east gate of the Water Dragon Palace. Wuxia looked over and his eyes were sparkling. Netherclaw Ghost Dragon, come and support us. The furious roar was heard, causing Wuxia and the rest to smile slightly. Damn it! Devil Dragon lineage? Where are your people? In less than 10 seconds, an angry voice was heard. Hee hee. Netherclaw Ghost Dragon has suffered such a great loss. He must have fled in pain. When Shui Linglong heard that, an excited look appeared on her face. Let's go and take a look, Wuxia said to Shui Linglong. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the east gate of the Water Dragon Palace. When he flew over, he saw that the battle had ended. A group of experts from the Fire Dragon Palace were walking into the distance. How dare you be so arrogant in our place? Useless people from the Fire Dragon Palace. Don't run away. Some of the experts from the Water Dragon Palace roared with anger and disdain. Roar! 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 Their angry roars resounded throughout the sky. The experts from the Fire Dragon Palace quickly disappeared. Humph! Below them, the faces of the Water Dragon King, Water Dragon Queen, and the rest revealed a ghastly expression. Father, Mother. When Shui Linglong saw this, she came to the side of the Water Dragon King and the rest with a smile on her face. Water Dragon Queen touched her daughter's face. Her face was filled with smiles. Mother, you don't know. Brother Wuxia's subordinates are very powerful. They killed more than 100 ghostly dragon claws. Shui Linglong said excitedly. More than 100 ghostly dragon claws. Her words made the Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen slightly shocked. They looked at Wuxia in astonishment. Yes, Brother Wuxia is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He's very powerful. Shui Linglong continued. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The bodies of the Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen paused for a moment. They looked at each other in surprise but also as expected. They had made the same guess just now. Thank you, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, for making a move this time. Otherwise, with our strength, we wouldn't dare to fight them head-on. The Water Dragon King cupped his hands at Wuxia and thanked him. You're welcome. I also want to experience the strength of the other divine dragons, Wuxia said with a smile. His words surprised the Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen. They knew that the Dragon King in front of them was also ambitious. Haha, let's go. Dragon King, you saved my daughter and helped us so much. In the future, the Water Dragon Palace will be the best friend of the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Palace needs any help in the future, the Water Dragon Palace will definitely not decline. The Water Dragon King laughed and gestured with his hand. Wuxia nodded with a smile and walked in together. Roar! 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 However, in the distant dark world of the Demon Dragon, angry roars could be heard. Demon Dragon King, what is the meaning of this? Our Fire Cloud Dragon Eagle was attacked by the Water Dragon Palace and asked for help. Why didn't your people help? In the dark world of the Demon Dragon, the Fire Dragon King came in with his huge body and roared with a cold face. Fire Dragon King, shut up. More than 100 of our ghost dragons died, and we are still asking for help. The Demon Dragon King stared at the Fire Dragon Lord and roared angrily. Didn't you say that you've found out the strength of the Water Dragon Palace? How can they attack us when they're attacking you? Can the West Water Division and the Hidden Water Division of the Dragon Palace do it? The Demon Dragon King was also furious. When he found out that more than 100 ghost dragons and the ghost dragons had died, he looked extremely embarrassed. These were the high-grade dragon species of their demon dragon lineage. Even if one died, his heart would ache, not to mention more than 100. The Ghost Dragon and Dark Claw were the core experts of their demon dragon lineage in the future. They were the important trump cards that they would use to enter the heaven-opening desolate continent in the future. How is this possible? The abilities of the Ghost Dragon and Dark Claw will be attacked and assassinated? The Fire Dragon King's expression changed slightly. His face was filled with disbelief. The Demon Dragon King's expression didn't change as he stared at the Fire Dragon Lord. According to the information we received, a powerful array master appeared in the Water Dragon Palace, a powerful archer, an assassin, and a strange dragon. According to their senses, the other party is a very powerful dragon. After pondering for dozens of seconds, the Demon Dragon King said coldly, "How is this possible? I know the background of the Water Dragon Palace very well." The Fire Dragon Lord frowned, and then a figure appeared in his mind, and his face changed slightly. Only that guy, no one else. He thought of the young man who ruined his plan, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The Water Dragon Palace must have found a helper, but we are not sure which force this helper belongs to, the Fire Dragon Lord said with a gloomy face. With or without a helper, the current strength of the Water Dragon Palace is not something we can destroy, the Demon Dragon King said with an embarrassed look. This time, not only did they fail to get any benefits, but they also suffered heavy losses. I am not resigned. I prepared for tens of thousands of years and was about to succeed, but someone interfered. The Fire Dragon Lord roared ferociously. In order to destroy the Water Dragon Palace, he had prepared for a long time, but at the critical moment he was destroyed one after another. Unless you can find another helper. But one more helper means more resources. The Demon Dragon King's face was dark as he stared at the Fire Dragon Lord. The current divine dragon lineage, the lineage that called themselves the Ancestral Dragon, had already stepped into the heaven-opening primal continent, and they had already reached the level of a high-level race in the universe. The Ancestral Dragon was the most powerful force of the Dragon God bloodline, and they had many purebred dragons. Other than the Ancestral Dragon, there was also the Holy Dragon Clan. However, the Holy Dragon Clan had also entered the heaven-opening primal continent, and they had become the subordinates of the Angel of Light. Other than these two experts of the Dragon God bloodline, there were the Fire Dragon Palace, Water Dragon Palace, Demon Dragon bloodline, Red Gold War Dragon, and Wind and Thunder Dragon bloodline. They didn't know much about the Dragon Palace. Do you think the helpers of the Water Dragon Palace are from the Dragon Palace? Thinking of the Dragon Palace, the Fire Dragon Lord narrowed his eyes and guessed. The Dragon Palace? According to the information we got, the Dragon Palace is not very strong. They are not qualified to fight against us. The Devil Dragon King was slightly stunned and replied, "Not necessarily. The improvement of our divine dragon lineage is not something that other races can compare with. It is said that the Dragon Palace also has a pure-blooded divine dragon." The Fire Dragon Lord shook his head, his eyes shining. "Then what should we do now?" The Demon Dragon King asked faintly. "Change the target, the Wind and Thunder divine dragon lineage." The Fire Dragon Lord gritted his teeth and said, "The Wind and Thunder divine dragon lineage was relatively weak among the current divine dragon lineage. It would be easier to destroy them." "Fire Dragon Lord, are you about to break through?" The Devil Dragon King stared at the Fire Dragon Lord and narrowed his eyes, a hint of wariness flashing through his eyes. "What? Are you afraid?" "If our divine dragon lineage wants to improve quickly, the best way is to destroy the other divine dragon lineages. The Ancestral Dragon lineage had to subdue and suppress the other divine dragon lineages to obtain their current strength. The resources of the other divine dragons are an opportunity for us. Who knows? They might help us break through." The Fire Dragon Lord said faintly. "Ha, all right, let's destroy the Wind and Thunder. Their strength is not as strong as the Water Dragon Palace. As long as you can break through their Dragon Palace, we will be able to destroy them very quickly," the Devil Dragon King said with a laugh. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems this time," the Fire Dragon Lord said sinisterly as his figure slowly disappeared. "To destroy the other divine dragon branches in such a hurry, it seems that your Fire Dragon Lord has reached the opportunity to break through. Let's see who can break through first." He smiled sinisterly as his figure slowly disappeared into the Demon Dragon Dark World. In the depths of the dark world of the Demon Dragon, an extremely huge blood-red pupil flashed with a hint of luster. Ha, Dragon King. Thank you for your help this time. The Fire Dragon Palace and the lineage of the Demon Dragon probably won't dare to act arrogantly around us anymore. At the same time, in the Water Dragon Palace, The Water Dragon King said respectfully to Wang Xian with a face full of laughter. This time, Wang Xian and the rest had made a move. The demonic dragon lineage had suffered heavy losses. They should know that their Water Dragon Palace had a powerful helper. Under such circumstances, they didn't dare to make a move against the Water Dragon Palace. They might even give up. It's just a small favor. You don't have to be so polite, Water Dragon King. Wang Xian shook his head and said with a smile, "Haha, this isn't a small favor. My daughter's life was saved by you. The Dragon King is the benefactor of our Water Dragon Palace." The Water Dragon Queen shook her head and waved her hand to the side. More than 10 members of the Water Dragon Palace carried over boxes and placed them in front of them. "Dragon King, please accept this small token of my appreciation." The Water Dragon Queen smiled and gestured. "Then I won't reject it. I'll accept it." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before smiling. He waved his arm and kept the boxes. "Haha, let's toast to the Dragon King. In the future, if the Dragon Palace has any problems, the Water Dragon Palace will definitely do our best to help." The Water Dragon King laughed out loud. "Thank you for your help, Dragon King." The surrounding experts from the Water Dragon Palace thanked him. No need, no need," Wang Xian said politely. Thank you for saving my life this time, Dragon King. Let me toast to you, too." Shui Linglong sat beside him and said with a smile. Wang Xian smiled. After that, Shui Linglong brought him around the Water Dragon Palace for 2 days. To Wang Xian's disappointment, the Fire Dragon Palace and the Demonic Dragon Clan seemed to have given up on dealing with the Water Dragon Palace. There was no war. "I'm going back." On the 3rd day, Wang Xian didn't plan to stay here any longer. He bid farewell to Shui Linglong. Brother Wang Xian, are you going back?" Shui Linglong looked at him and said with a reluctant expression. "Yes. There are still some matters to be dealt with in the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian nodded. He couldn't stay here forever. Then can I go to the Dragon Palace to take a look? I haven't been to other Dragon Palaces before. How about Brother Wang Xian?" Shui Linglong grabbed his arm and said coquettishly, This? That's fine too. Tell your parents." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. Don't worry. I'll follow you out. My parents will definitely agree." Shui Linglong smiled and said, Let's go, let's go." Wang Xian nodded his head helplessly and flew out with her. Buzz. He waved his arm and kept Shui Linglong into the mother nest. The next moment, he appeared in the Dragon Palace. "Wow! Is this your Dragon Palace, Brother Wang Xian?" After releasing Shui Linglong, she exclaimed excitedly. "I still have some matters to take care of first. I'll get someone to show you around." Wang Xian said to her. Yes. Brother Wang Xian, do your thing." Shui Linglong nodded obediently. Wang Xian called Ao Nu over and asked her to show Shui Linglong around. He came to the Dragon Palace. "Prime Minister Gui." "I'm here." Sitting on the dragon throne, Prime Minister Gui came over immediately. "How is the situation with the Horned Seal race?" Wang Xian asked him. The Dragon Palace should have made some preparations in the past few days. "Dragon King, we have raised the abilities of the 8-headed dragon to the level of a Universe Knight level 5. Now he has entered deep into the inner parts of the Horned Seal race. Now he is parasitizing an elder of the Horned Seal race. He is looking for an opportunity to parasitize the pinnacle powerhouses of the Horned Seal race." Prime Minister Gui immediately reported, "The other poisonous horned dragons have also parasitized the Horned Seal race and the Snake Princess race on a large scale. In another 5 to 6 days, we should be able to make our move." "Yes." Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard Prime Minister Gui's report. Eliminating the Horned Seal race would be a great boost to the Dragon Palace. "We must be fully prepared to completely exterminate the Horned Seal race and the Snake Lady race," Wang Xian said with a cold gaze. He would return the favor to any force that wanted to exterminate the Dragon Palace. "It's the Dragon King," Prime Minister Gui replied solemnly. "Xiao Xian, who is the little beauty who just arrived in the Dragon Palace?" At this moment, a voice rang out. Wang Xian looked over and saw Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the rest walking over. They were sizing him up from head to toe. This is the princess of the Water Dragon Palace. She is also from the Divine Dragon lineage. She is a purebred water divine dragon. Wang Xian saw their expressions and his face darkened slightly. He immediately explained, "Is that so? Have you not had a concubine for a long time? Is that why you are looking for one? Or are you saying that our Dragon Palace is going to enter into a marriage alliance with the Water Dragon Palace?" Guan Shuqin waited for him and mocked him. "How can that be? I just happened to go to the Water Dragon Palace and Shui Linglong wanted to follow me here, so I brought her here for a stroll." Wang Xian said hurriedly. Hee. Bringing a girl here is definitely not a good thing. The rest of the girls snorted and rolled their eyes at him. This made Wang Xian feel very wronged. Was he that kind of person? However, it had to be said that Shui Linglong was the most beautiful girl he had met in the past few years, especially since she was a purebred water god dragon. She had a special temperament. Wang Xian walked over and immediately tried to coax her. In the end, none of the girls believed his words. This made him feel very helpless. A few hours later, Wang Xian brought the group of girls and Shui Linglong to have a meal together. Shui Linglong took a look at Guan Shuqing and the rest. She didn't look too strange and kept calling them Big Sister. It made them feel uncomfortable to continue to put on a face and chat with her with a smile. This made Wang Xian sigh in relief. Perhaps Shui Linglong didn't have that intention. In the next few days, Shui Linglong strolled around the Dragon Palace. When she was in the Water Dragon Palace, she was a princess and had no one to accompany her. There were some people in the Dragon Palace who could get along well, especially with Hua Er, Kai Er, and the others. Wang Xian was rather relaxed when he saw this and kept an eye on the situation at the eight-headed Dragon Palace. On the third day, the Dragon Palace underwent a major migration. They were transferred from the Milky Way to the sea where the Heavenly Dragon tribe used to be. Now, when the forces in the Starry Sky heard that the Dragon Palace had come to their side, they hurriedly came over to pay their respects and offer their treasures. After all, the strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed was too shocking to them. This was especially so after the Dragon Palace had exterminated the experts of the three races. Dragon King. Something big has happened in the encirclement of Lu Xingkong. On the fourth day, Prime Minister Gue suddenly reported a piece of news that surprised Wang Xian. The current Dragon Palace had already reached the level of an intermediate race in the universe and was considered an invincible existence in Xinjiang and Xingkong. They had set their sights on the surrounding starry sky. Prime Minister Gue received a piece of news that shocked the surrounding starry sky. The Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon Clan had joined hands to destroy the Wind and Thunder Clan. As the peak race of the universe, the situation of the Divine Dragon Clan was still highly valued by the major races. In particular, the rapid rise of the Divine Dragon Clan shocked and terrified many races. The Wind and Thunder Dragon God lineage rose up hundreds of millions of years ago, and their power could only be considered average when compared to the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong. There were only 2 Universe Knight level 5 great beings, and they were not very strong. However, the Dragon God lineage surrounding Lu Xingkong all had a treasure that made all the powers jealous, the Dragon Palace. Because of the existence of the Dragon Palace, even the powers that had the power to enter the mainland did not dare to offend them. Because they could not break through the defense of the Dragon Palace. If they could not break through it, it meant that they could not be destroyed. Once they could not destroy the other party, the retaliation that they would suffer would be something that no other faction could withstand. It was also because of this that the status of the divine dragons in the surrounding Lu Xingkong was not low. However, today a piece of shocking news spread out. The divine dragons of wind and thunder were destroyed by the Fire Dragon Palace and the demonic dragons. This was a major event for many factions. Ever since the Water Dragon Palace had returned, Wang Xian had also instructed Prime Minister Gue to pay attention to the other divine dragons. What he didn't expect was that the demonic dragons and the Fire Dragon Palace had destroyed another faction of the divine dragons so quickly. Why did they have to destroy the other divine dragons so urgently? Is there such a huge grudge? Wang Xian read the news and muttered to himself. His eyes were sparkling. Dragon King, there's news from Ba Qi. They said that they can make a move now. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue saw the information on the AI and reported to Wang Xian immediately. Can we do it now? Wang Xian sat in the Dragon Palace and looked at Prime Minister Gui's report. A smile appeared on his face. There is already a Universe Knight level 5 being parasitized by the Ba Qi. According to the information from the Ba Qi, there is another Universe Knight level 5 being hidden by the Horned Seal race. There are a total of 7 of them. He is confident that he can kill 2 Universe Knights of the same level the moment the war breaks out. Prime Minister Gui said with a smile. That means there are still 4 Universe Knight level 5 beings, Tian Chung, Xiaolan, and Ao Jin. It will be easy for them to deal with the other 4. To be on the safe side, I will go too. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, with the current strength of the Dragon Palace, even if he did not make a move, it would be enough to wipe out the Horned Seal race and the Snake Lady race. However, he was prepared to make a move just in case. Going straight to the other party's nest, there was still a trace of risk. As an incomparably powerful mid-level race in the universe, they had a deep foundation and they might have treasures that could fight against knights at level 6. However, the Dragon Palace had a strong advantage, and that was the 8 points. The 8 points had already latched onto a pinnacle great being of the Horned 11 clan, and they knew all the trump cards of the Horned 11 clan. With the help of the Ba Qi, everything would be much simpler. Order all members to prepare. Wang Xian stood up and said in a deep voice, It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, in the Dragon Field of the Dragon Palace, all the leaders and Universe Knight level members of the Dragon Palace were standing there and waiting. Other than the Universe Knights of the Dragon Palace, there were only over 10,000 Dragon Wizards. This was the team that the Dragon Palace sent out this time. The ordinary members of the other combat divisions didn't allow them to participate. That was because there was absolutely no need. As long as there were over 10,000 Dragon Wizards, their strength would all be at Void God Emperor level 9. However, with the support of acquired spiritual treasures, over 10,000 Dragon Wizards could fight against a few hundred Universe Knight level 1 great beings, and even level 2 great beings could fight against them. And now, after several consecutive improvements, the number of Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace had reached nearly 4,000. Such a number was not weak even among the middle-level races in the universe. After all, the number of Universe Knights in the Water Dragon Palace was only around 5,000 to 6,000. Let's go, we'll rush over directly. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all his subordinates and revealed a satisfied expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their bodies moved and they flew to the sky above the Dragon Palace in an instant. Woo-woo. A low and muffled sound was heard. 2 gigantic creatures were suspended in the air. Xiao Lan's current size had already reached 500 to 600 kilometers. His strength had also broken through to the level of a Universe Knight level 5. On the other hand, Xiao Zhai was 1 level weaker, a Universe Knight level 4. At this time, Little Blue's aura was abnormally terrifying. If Little Blue's aura was targeted at the members of the Dragon Palace, even Ao Jin and the others would probably feel suppressed. The pinnacle inheritance of the universe, the ancient god-feeding Kuan master, the divine dragon phoenix and other peak bloodlines as food, Kuan. Below the same level, even pure-blooded divine dragons were no match for Kuan. Only the mutated divine dragons could contend against the Kuan. Now, Xiaolan and the small house might be the only 2 Kuan in the universe. Let's go! Wang Xian's body moved and leaped onto Xiaolan's body. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace immediately flew onto Xiaolan's small house. Let's go! The target is the Horned Seal race. Wang Xian patted Xiaolan's body and ordered faintly. Xiaolan possessed his own intelligence. His intelligence was very, very high. Woo-woo! Upon hearing the order, Xiaolan let out a low growl and opened her mouth. A black hole instantly appeared in front of her. Xiaolan swayed her body and entered the black hole directly. Behind her, the small house followed her into the black hole. In the next moment, their figures disappeared instantly. Woo-woo! When they reappeared, they had already arrived at another piece of void space. Xiaolan let out a low growl. Another black hole appeared and they entered the space again. Xiaolan's method of traveling was extremely terrifying. Even Wang Xian with the inner originator Holy Wings couldn't compare to her. After just 5 hours, they arrived at the area surrounding the starry sky. Once they arrived at the starry sky, they would often see spaceships, ships, and other flying vehicles shuttling through the void. Fuck. What is this thing? It's so terrifying? Hiss, a space beast. This is a space beast? What grade of space beast is this? How can it be so terrifying? A terrifying black hole appeared out of thin air. Beside it, on a ship that looked like a dragon boat, everyone's pupils slightly contracted when they saw the black hole. However, when they saw the terrifying little blue fly out from the black hole, they were shocked. Space beasts were not rare to the people who surrounded the starry sky, but this was the first time they had seen such a huge space beast. It was 500 to 600 kilometers in size, and it was like a meteorite in the starry sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Hiss, what kind of space beast is this? What level is it? This is too terrifying. Is this the space beast from the heaven-opening primal continent? On the dragon boat, everyone looked at the huge beast in shock. But in the next moment, Little Blue's small house quickly disappeared from their sight. Its speed was too terrifying. Oh? What a powerful space beast. What kind of beast is this? Xiao Lan quickly shuttled through the surrounding starry skies. When they passed through a planet, two elders were floating in the starry skies beside them. Their eyes were shining. Let's go. Call the experts of our clan and follow these two space beasts. Let's see if there's a chance to subdue and suppress them. One of the elders said with a burning gaze. They were also extremely envious of such a huge and terrifying space beast. If they could subdue and suppress them, how domineering would their clan ride such a huge beast in the future? Their bodies moved and immediately followed closely behind. Dragon King. Someone is following behind us. At the same time, on Little Blue's body, Prime Minister Turtle's gaze swept to the back and said solemnly. Two figures followed behind them. Both of them had the strength of a level 5 universe knight. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He glanced around and ignored them. Xiaolan's body was too huge and her aura was terrifying. It was obvious that the two figures behind them did not sense their presence. However, Wang Xian and the rest ignored them. A black hole appeared in front of them and Xiaolan's figure immediately disappeared. They have entered the black hole and I can't sense them. Seeing Xiaolan's small house disappearing into the black hole, it made people's pupils contract slightly and a solemn expression appeared on their faces. As for the black hole, they did not dare to charge into it recklessly. Let's look for it. They should be heading forward to cross the void. The two were somewhat unwilling and quickly flew forward. Woo-woo! Within the surrounding starry skies, a low growl sounded and the little blue house quickly flew towards the horned seal race. Many people saw the little blue house flying through the starry skies and their faces were filled with shock. Very quickly, within the surrounding starry skies, a piece of news spread through the universe AI. Two incomparably huge space beasts appeared in the western region. Some powers had ideas about these two space beasts, and they quickly flew over. The weaker space beasts all had the power to fight above their level, and it was almost impossible to kill a space beast of the same level. The stronger space beasts were even able to directly fight dozens of beings of the same level. Their enormous bodies and terrifying talents made countless races envious. Many races wanted to suppress and subdue a universe space beast for cultivation. Among them, the most famous race in the surrounding starry skies was the ancient sea race, a race that had over 100 space beasts. The void beasts they had were called the desolate hum beasts. Once, they used the desolate hum beasts as the vanguard, and all their clansmen used energy to support them. They directly charged into the lair of an intermediate power in the universe, directly tearing that intermediate race apart. The space beasts were extremely attractive to many races. Not long ago, even the princess of the Water Dragon Palace personally led a group of experts to subdue the 10 ferocious dragon-headed beast. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the Fire Dragon Palace, and the 10-headed dragon beast was obtained by the Fire Dragon Palace. This could also be seen how attractive a space beast was to a group of races. When some experts of the forces received this news, they naturally wanted to investigate and see if they could subdue it. Dragon King, we're here. The nest of the horned seal race is ahead. However, just as some forces in the surrounding Lu Xingkong were coveting Xiao Lan's little house, Prime Minister Gue, who was on Xiao Lan's body, reported to Wang Xian. Are the 8-point race ready? Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and asked with a smile. They are ready. The news that the 8-point race and Xiaolan's little house have appeared in the surrounding Lu Xingkong has gathered many experts from the Horned Seal race and the Snake Princess race. Once we appear, the experts from the Horned Seal race and the Snake Queen race will arrive very soon. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. All right. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked ahead. In the surrounding void space, there were many planets. There were many experts and flying crafts shuttling through the starry skies. They had already arrived at the interior of the space domain of the Horned Seal race. The surrounding planets were all planets where the Horned Seal race's people lived. These two space beasts actually appeared within the territory of our Horned Seal race. Immediately report to the lords. Quick, quick, report to the lords within the race. If they go crazy, we won't be able to hold them off. The experts on the surrounding planets looked at the small blue house that was rapidly flying past in shock as they spoke. At the same time, on the core planet of the Horned Seal race, countless experts were gathered here. According to the news from the front, those two space beasts are flying in our territory. If they don't change their direction, it's very likely that they will reach our side. On a huge platform that towered into the clouds on the planet, an old man looked at his subordinate's report and said, "Do you know what the space beast is?" A warrior from the Horned Seal race asked. Not yet, it's huge, at least 500 to 600 kilometers. There are people in the AI guessing that it's a terrifying being that flew out from the mountain and sea meridians of the primal continent. The old man shook his head. If one of the two space beasts has the power of a level 5 knight and the other has the power of a level 4 knight, I think we can give it a try. In the center, an old man holding a crescent moon weapon said, looking at the middle-aged man, "Leader, what do you think?" "I think we can give it a try. With the strength of the 7 of us, we still have a chance." The leader's eyes gleamed as he said. The attraction of the space beasts was too great. Hearing his words, the old man holding the crescent moon weapon curled his lips. He ordered, "Let everyone prepare first. Call the Snake Princess clan over. Their abilities can also help a little. If we can succeed this time, it will be a big improvement for us." "Yes, Patriarch." The surrounding elders immediately responded. "Should we prepare the Forbidden Eye?" A dignified old man beside him hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no need. If we use the Eye of Taboo, even if we can suppress it, we won't be able to subdue it." The old man holding the crescent weapon raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "True." The old man nodded and the group stood on the high platform in the sky and looked ahead quietly. Soon, the knights of the Snake G race flew over. "Do you have the confidence to suppress that space beast?" The leading snake lady flew over and said solemnly. "Based on the specific situation, if that space beast's power is too strong, we don't have to act rashly." The Horned Seal race leader said. The surrounding people nodded slightly. Woo-woo. However, at this time, a low roar sounded. Two huge beings appeared in their line of sight. What space beasts are these? How can they be so huge? When the two space beasts appeared in their sight, the gaze of the Snake Lady race members froze. Too huge. This power, it should be a level 5 knight. However, a normal level 5 knight can forget about fighting that space beast. The leader of the Horned Seal race immediately analyzed. They are flying towards us? What are these two space beasts doing? At this moment, they suddenly realized that the two enormous space beasts were flying straight towards them, causing the expressions of everyone from the Horned Seal race to change slightly. A Universe Knight level 5 space beast, we can try to suppress it. The eyes of the old man holding the crescent weapon gleamed as he spoke. The rest of the people nodded slightly, their eyes burning with passion. Here, the Horned Seal race had the geographical advantage while the two space beasts were still flying over recklessly. This was a huge opportunity for them. Perhaps they could suppress it. Hee hee. Get ready, let's do it. Wang Xian, who was on Xiaolan's body, saw more than 3,000 Universe Knights from the Horned Seal race and the Snake Princess race gathered together. His eyes were cold. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo. Hearing the order, Xiaolan's small house's gray pupils glowed. They suddenly opened their huge mouths, and a black hole suddenly appeared. The black hole expanded at a terrifying speed as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Kuan's domain. Kuan's domain. Kuan's domain was an ability that Xiaolan had possessed a long time ago. It was an extremely terrifying ability. He was able to pull the entire region into his domain. Within his domain, he possessed terrifying power. When Xiaolan's Kuan's domain was activated, it immediately enveloped the entire planet of the Horned Seal race. He created an independent space in this space. Oh? What ability is this? This space beast actually launched an attack on us? It pulled us into this strange domain. No, it should be that these two space beasts sensed a threat. Prepare for battle. Suppress these two space beasts. Once they are suppressed, our Horned Seal race will be able to receive a huge upgrade. The great beings of the Horned 11 race didn't panic when they saw that they were suddenly enveloped in the strange space. The space beasts in front of them were around level 5 knights, and with their strength they could fight them. They dare to charge at us, courting death kill. The leader of the Horned 11 race roared with a terrifying killing intent. Kill! The other 3,000 or so experts of the Horned Seal race and the Snake Princess race immediately gripped their weapons tightly and charged towards Little Blue's small house. The old man holding the Crescent Moon weapon emitted a golden light. At this moment, everyone from the Horned Seal race stared at the approaching space beast and prepared to attack. Poo poo poo. Poo poo poo. However, just as the chief of the Horned Seal race was about to give the order to attack, a series of attacks suddenly sounded out. The chief of the Horned Seal race only felt a terrifying weapon directly cutting off his body, rapidly dissipating the life force in his body. At the side of the Horned Seal race, a supreme elder of the Horned Seal race was directly pierced through by a pitch-black arm. At the back, people of the Horned Seal race suddenly attacked their companions. The sudden scene shocked everyone of the Horned Seal race. Kill! However, at this moment, the figures of the Dragon Palace experts on Xiaolan's body flew out and attacked them one after another. What? The sudden change made all the people of the Horned Seal race look shocked. Patriarch! There are people on the Space Beast. They are here to attack us. Be careful, Supreme Elder. What are you going to do? In an instant, the entire Horned Seal race was in chaos and everyone looked terrified. The Supreme Elder with the Crescent Moon weapon suddenly attacked the Patriarch and a Supreme Elder. Just now, when everyone was ready to attack, who would have thought that their Supreme Elder would suddenly attack their own people? They were completely unprepared. Even their clan leader didn't have any reaction and was directly cut into two pieces. The one who attacked was their Supreme Elder. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. Moreover, what made their faces even uglier was that there were a large number of experts on the space behemoth. This made them instantly guess that this was a conspiracy against their Horned Seal race. Old Luo, what are you doing? A Supreme Elder stared at the old man with the Crescent Moon weapon in disbelief and shouted sternly. Kiki, die! At this moment, the Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race with the Crescent Moon weapon let out a sinister smile and attacked from behind again. He is no longer the Supreme Elder of our Horned Seal race. Attack! The Universe Knight level 5 great being of the Horned Seal race who was standing at the side had a drastic change in expression as he shouted sternly. Horned Seal race, Snake Queen race, give me your life. The group of experts from the Horned Seal race wanted to attack Ba Qi, who was parasitizing the Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race. However, Wuxia and the rest had already rushed over at this moment. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of terrifying energy shot toward them, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Who are you? Why are you plotting against our Horned Seal race? A knight level 5 warrior stared ahead, sweeping his gaze across the clan leader and the others, his heart beating violently, his expression unsightly as he roared. Woo woo woo. Howl howl howl. Waiting for his response were the roars of the Dragon Palace warriors, along with Little Blue's. The moment the warriors rushed over, Little Blue's body disappeared, appearing directly behind the Horned Imperial race. This was Little Blue's territory, and within this territory, his speed could be raised to a terrifying level. Jia kill? A chief flew back. Behind him, all of them were weaker than him. In an instant, he cut a bloody path and flew in front of Little Blue. A group of over 300 poisonous horned dragons floated behind him, smiling. In just a split second, they had killed 700 to 800 Universe Knights of the Horned Seal race. Especially Bachi, who had killed 2 Universe Knights at level 5. Most importantly, the leader of the Horned Seal race had been killed. 5 elements millstone, suppress. Divine Dragon Array, rise? Roar, roar, roar. Wang Xian revealed a smile in his eyes. He waved the 5 elements millstone and turned it into a terrifying millstone crushing forward. Damn it, block them, block them. They are from the Dragon Palace, they are from the Dragon Palace. More than 3,000 Universe Knights from the Snake G race of the Horned Seal race saw this scene and were shocked. They shouted sternly. The remaining 4 Universe Knights, level 5 experts, had extremely gloomy expressions. They immediately moved to block the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 level 5 Universe Knights faced the attacks of Wang Xian's Heaven Formation and AO Jin. Crack, crack, crack. However, under the confrontation of their energy, they were horrified to realize that they were at a complete disadvantage. Oh no, the opponent's attack power is stronger than ours. Damn it, we've been tricked. A level 5 Universe Knight shouted with a gloomy expression. They had been tricked. This space beast was a huge beast from the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had come to destroy them. Most importantly, there was actually a great being from the Dragon Palace pretending to be their supreme elder. As a result, the clan leader and the others were instantly killed and they didn't take out their clan treasure. Woo-woo! At this time, from behind, Little Blue let out a low voice and charged towards them. Attack him! Seeing the space beast flying toward them from behind, the Universe Knights from the 2 races immediately roared. Their bodies shook, and waves of vast law energy attacked Little Blue. All kinds of metal swords and spears seemed to tear through space and landed on Little Blue's body in a flash. However, to their horror, their attacks landed on the body of the space beast without leaving any traces. This space beast is terrifying. Over 1,000 Universe Knights attacked Little Blue, but to their horror, their attacks didn't leave any marks on Little Blue's body. This made all of their faces change. Among the 1,000 Universe Knights, there was a level 4 Universe Knight. Such an attack couldn't break through the beast's defense, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. Hong. Little Blue's body was emitting gray energy, and its huge body crashed toward them. In Kuan region, Little Blue's speed was very terrifying. Pung. Its huge body was 500 to 600 kilometers long, and it was so fast that the 1,000 Universe Knights didn't have time to dodge it. All the Universe Knights felt that they were hit by an extremely vast meteorite and a vast and unstoppable force rushed toward their bodies. Bang! 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 The terrifying sound of collision rang out, and the bodies of the Universe Knights flew backward like dust. Their bodies were completely deformed and the life force in their bodies seemed to have disappeared in an instant. In an instant, over 1,000 Universe Knights were killed by Little Blue's attack. What? Hiss, be careful of this giant beast. Its attack is very terrifying. A Universe Knight level 5 great being looked behind him, and his face revealed a look of shock as he reminded him loudly. Mind your own business first. Right at this moment, a voice appeared beside his ear. This made the eyes of this Universe Knight level 5 great being of the Horned Seal race narrow, and his face revealed a look of shock. Pung. A terrifying dragon claw appeared in front of him and grabbed his body. Get lost! The body of the Horned Seal race trembled, and golden scales covered his entire body, emitting a terrifying golden light. Ka-ka-ka! However, the terrifying dragon claw clenched hard, and blood flowed out from his scales. This caused the Universe Knight of the Horned Seal race to be filled with shock. Third brother! An enraged voice came from the side, and a powerful Horned Seal race warrior attacked Wang Xian with his terrifying long tail. Roar! At this moment, a golden dragon tail came up and collided with the long tail. Hong! A terrifying collision sound was heard. The expression of the great being who was supporting them changed drastically. Today is the day your Horned Seal race and the Snake Lady race will be destroyed. If you want to destroy our Dragon Palace, today is the price you will pay. A cold voice came out of the mouths of the leaders of the Dragon Palace. More than 3,000 Universe Knights from Dragon Palace rushed into the group of warriors from the Snake Lady race. Woo-woo! Little House shook his huge body and charged straight into the group of warriors from the Snake Lady race, full of unbridled fear. With Little House's defense without a level 5 Universe Knight attacking, no one could seriously injure him. Not good, we are not their match. Break this space, run. All disciples of the Horned Seal race, run. Seeing the space beast, the Dragon Palace warrior rushed over, and the remaining 3 level 5 knights roared. Run. From the beginning, when someone controlled their bodies to launch a surprise attack, they were already in chaos. Now that more than 1,000 Universe Knights had been killed, they were clear that they couldn't win this battle. Now they could only run. The Universe Knights of the Horned Seal race moved and immediately flew towards the edge of the Kuan region. Woo-woo! However, within Little Blue's domain, how could someone of the same level be faster than him? He swayed his huge body and headed straight for a Universe Knight level 5 great being. Damn it! When the Horned Seal race level 5 knight saw that he was being targeted by the space beast, his expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and shook his body. Roar! Roar! His entire body transformed into a combat body of about 3,000 meters. His entire body was covered in golden scales, and he had a terrifying horn. His long golden tail spun around his entire body, and his single horn emitted a brilliant light as he charged towards Xiaolan. Bang! The incomparably sharp single horn was placed on Xiaolan's body, and it directly charged into his body. Compared to Xiaolan's body, the body of the Horned Seal race's expert was like that of a mosquito or an elephant. However, his attacks were also extremely terrifying, and his entire body directly drilled into Xiaolan's body. Roar, 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 no, 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 don't. However, very quickly, a scene that made him feel terrified happened. After drilling into the body of the space behemoth, he was terrified to discover that the place that he had torn apart was actually rapidly fusing together. A terrifying force was pressing towards him. In the void, Little Blue's body slowly floated there. Gray energy spread out in all directions. No! Finally, a desperate scream came from Little Blue's body. What? That beast and Dragon Palace Dragon King are both extremely terrifying. Hearing the scream, the expressions of all the knights of the Horned Seal race and Snake Lady race paled. Especially the Snake Lady race, they were already much weaker than the Horned Seal race. Facing such a situation, they could only be slaughtered. Don't even think about leaving. All of you can stay here. Activate the formation. The Sky Formation shouted coldly as terrifying formations were formed one after another. Aogene transformed into a golden dragon and wreaked havoc in the Kuan region. He was invincible. The Dragon Palace was in a crushing stance as it charged at all the experts of the two races. Wang Xian's gaze locked onto a level 5 Universe Knight and rushed over immediately. With his terrifying speed and the help of the 5 elements grinding mill, that level 5 Universe Knight was killed in less than a minute. At the side, the Sky Formation also killed the last level 5 Universe Knight. From then on, all level 5 Universe Knight powerhouses of the Horned Seal race were killed. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and scanned his surroundings with a smile on his face. The following battle was much simpler. As he scanned his surroundings, one by one, the Universe Knights were killed. Dragon King, leave it to us. As the Grand Elder of the Horned Seal race, I will gather all the resources of the Horned Seal race. Ba Qi flew over and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Sure. This way we can gather more resources. Most of the Universe Knights of the Horned Seal race and the Snake Queen race had been exterminated. Now it was time to collect the spoils of war. Meanwhile, the Ba Qi could continue to parasitize on the Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race to obtain more resources. For example, they could gather all the resources from the other planets of the Horned Seal race. This way, their harvest would be even greater. This time, the Dragon Palace will be able to obtain a significant improvement. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and was full of smiles. What happened? What happened in the sky above our race? Why did the sky above suddenly turn into nothingness? What happened? In the sky above the main planet of the race, the change in the sky caused a huge change to all the disciples on the planet. The space beast that suddenly flew towards them suddenly appeared in the nothingness. Many disciples were shocked. However, at this time, the void disappeared and dozens of figures appeared. They were the venerables of the Horned Seal race. Where are clan leader and the others? What about the space beast? The disciples of the Horned Seal race looked over, their faces full of surprise. So, at this time, the dozens of figures in the sky didn't give any orders and flew toward the hall of the Horned Seal race. Following that, an order was passed down throughout the entire Horned Seal race, gathering all the resources. At the same time, among the dozens of people from the Horned Seal race, a figure that did not belong to the Horned Seal race was hidden among them. All the disciples of the Horned Seal race were unaware of all these changes. At this moment, in the starry sky not far away from the Horned Seal race, Wuxia and the rest were already preparing to rush back. As Xiaolan's little house could not return to the Dragon Palace in an instant, they continued flying back. Dragon King, we have obtained over 3,000 corpses of Universe Knights this time. Among them, there are 6 at the level of a level 5 Universe Knight and 13 at the level 4. Prime Minister Gue, who was on Xiaolan's body, said with a smile. Out of the 3,000 corpses, there were a total of 7 at the level 5 Universe Knight level. However, there was 1 at the level of 8-headed spirit. These corpses were sufficient for the Dragon Palace to receive a huge upgrade. Other than these corpses, the sky array was currently located at the 8th level. Next, they began to search for a group of universe god kingdoms. Just based on the corpses and the resources of the god kingdoms, the Dragon Palace could increase the number of universe knights by nearly 5,000. Other than that, there were also a large number of resources from the Horned Seal race and the Snake Lady race. I wonder if these resources are enough to increase my strength. Wang Xian stood at the side, his eyes shining. If he could increase his strength this time, it wouldn't be as simple as increasing 1 level. Instead, it would directly increase his combat strength from a level 5 Universe Knight to a level 7 Universe Knight. Those 2 space beasts are back. Little Blue was flying in the starry sky. The 2 old men were shocked when they felt the aura in front of them. They thought they had lost the 2 space beasts, but they didn't expect them to come back. They looked at each other excitedly. How long will it take for the experts of our clan to arrive? An old man asked with a burning gaze. At most 10 minutes. This time our clan elder is here too. Ha ha ha, with our clan elder's help. Suppressing these 2 space beasts shouldn't be too much of a problem. The other old man looked at the universe AI and laughed loudly. Looks like our luck isn't bad. We'll hold them off until the clan elder and the others arrive. As they spoke, their eyes gleamed. With a wave of their arms, a net of light appeared in front of them. The 2 of them looked at the 2 space beasts that had appeared in their line of sight, their eyes filled with excitement. Their Holy Prose clan was considered an extremely powerful existence in the surrounding starry skies. Suppressing the strongest Universe Knight level 5 space beast wasn't a problem at all. Once they subdued it, it would be a huge improvement for their Holy Prose clan. After all, such a huge and terrifying space beast had an abnormally terrifying strength. Be careful. Use the holy net of light to trap it. The 2 of them reminded each other, and an incomparably huge net of light headed straight for Xiaolan. At this moment, Wang Xian and the rest, who were on Xiaolan's body, were slightly stunned when they saw the huge net of light heading towards them. A cold look appeared in their eyes. Get lost. Prime Minister Gue looked over and his body moved. He hovered above Xiaolan's body and warned the 2 elders in front of him. The 2 warriors of the Saint Wen clan who were attacking Little Blue were stunned, their eyes shining. There's a human on that space beast. That creature is only a level 3 Universe Knight. An old man from the Saint Wen clan narrowed his eyes, his expression unsightly. They had been following the space beast for a long time. They had seen the opportunity to subdue it, but they had not expected there to be a human on it. Was the space beast subdued and suppressed to begin with, or was there something else going on? Test their strength. If they are strong, apologize and leave. Don't expose your identity. The 2 elders from the Sacred Prose clan were slightly unwilling, and one of them said in a low voice, "All right." The 2 nodded, but their movements did not stop. The net of light continued to attack them. At the same time, their figures were completely covered by the light. Their faces could not be seen clearly. If the other party was very strong, they would leave immediately. If there was only one creature floating in the air, they could consider their next move. You're courting death. Seeing that they were still attacking them, Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. Woo woo, woo woo. Xiaolan's eyes were filled with fury. She opened her mouth and let out a low roar. The next moment, an extremely huge black hole appeared in front of him. His body entered the black hole directly. He wants to escape. It seems that his opponent isn't very strong. Attack! When the two elders from the Shengguan clan saw this scene, their eyes glowed as they shouted excitedly, Wang! However, in the next moment, a black hole appeared beneath them, and an incomparably large mouth began to devour them. What? Be careful! Seeing the black hole appear beneath them in the blink of an eye and seeing the incomparably large mouth, their expressions changed slightly. Their bodies moved, wanting to dodge to the side. However, at this moment, a terrifying suction force appeared, causing their pupils to constrict slightly. Wings of light, break free from the shackles. The two of them roared at the same time, and a pair of wings of light appeared behind them. They fled to the side. You want to escape? You're courting death. Walala. However, at this moment, chains attacked them. The chains instantly wrapped around their bodies. Oh no, there's an expert. At this moment, the two elders from the Holy Pros clan revealed expressions of fear. A bad premonition enveloped their hearts. Walala. Their bodies were completely wrapped around and they directly fell towards the terrifying space beast. You're courting death. On Xiaolan's body, chains penetrated the bodies of the two universe knights of the Holy Pros clan, severely injuring them. You, let us go. We didn't mean to offend you. We didn't mean to offend you at all. Let us go. The two experts of the Holy Pros clan were shocked and their faces were full of cold sweat. They shouted in horror. You brought this on yourself. Wang Xian extended his palm and a surge of energy surged into their bodies. Prime Minister Gui had already given them a warning. If they dared to continue attacking, they would not be able to hold back. Buzz. Soul Catcher. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a strange luster, causing the two of them to tremble slightly. Summon your universe god country. He shouted in a low voice and ordered. Yes. Yes. The two of them answered in confusion and two god countries slowly appeared. Ha, these two guys are really good people, sending resources from billions of miles away. At the side, Ao Crab laughed loudly, and his face revealed an excited expression. Two Universe Knight level 5 god countries were enough for him to make a breakthrough. The two corpses could also increase the combat strength of two level 5 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace. Holy Pros clan. At this moment, Wang Xian opened his eyes, which were shining. The Holy Pros clan was the power of these two level 5 Universe Knights. One of them was quite famous in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. Their clan elder had a level 6 Universe Knight power. In the surrounding Lu Xingkong, a power with a level 6 Universe Knight was considered quite powerful. A power with a level 7 Universe Knight could consider logging in. This Holy Pros clan wasn't weak. The two of them were also the core elders of the Holy Pros clan. Wang Xian didn't take them to heart, putting aside the fact that the other party didn't know who killed them, so what if they did? Soon, the Dragon Palace would receive a huge upgrade. By then, the Holy Pros clan wouldn't be afraid at all. If they rushed over to take revenge, the Dragon Palace would dare to destroy them. Dragon King. There's another big news from the Divine Dragon lineage in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. Before he could rush back to the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui suddenly walked over and said with a hint of shock on his face. Huh? What's wrong? Wang Xian looked at him with a face full of curiosity. According to the news from Lu Xingkong's Wisdom Brain Mountain, the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon lineage are now invading the Red Gold War Dragon lineage. Furthermore, it seems that the Red Gold War Dragon is no match for the two great divine dragons. They have already surrendered. Prime Minister Gui said with a slightly solemn expression. The invasion of the Divine Fire Palace and the Demonic Dragon lineage was a huge shock to the Divine Dragon lineage. To the entire surrounding starry sky, it was not a small matter. After destroying the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon lineage, and now defeating the Red Gold War Dragon lineage, the Fire Dragon Palace and the demonic dragon lineage are not simple at all. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Regardless of whether it was the bloodline of the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon or the bloodline of the Red Gold War Dragon, they both had a powerful dragon palace. With the protection of the powerful dragon palace, how could they be destroyed so easily? There was only one explanation. The Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon bloodline had a way to break through the powerful dragon palace. They might have wanted to destroy the Water Dragon Palace in the beginning because their appearance changed their target. Wang Xian guessed in his heart. As for the Fire Dragon Palace's demonic dragon lineage, what were they going to do when they defeated the two divine dragon lineages in such a crazy manner? Resources? The huge amount of resources allowed them to improve rapidly? That was the only explanation. Furthermore, after absorbing the two divine dragon lineages, the Fire Dragon Palace and the demonic dragon lineage must have obtained a huge improvement. Dragon King, they have destroyed the forces of the divine dragon lineage one after another. I'm afraid that they might target us. Prime Minister Gue said from the side. It's possible. However, we don't have to be anxious. Even if they make a move, it might be to deal with the Water Dragon Palace first. Wang Xian said faintly. Most importantly, the strongest known expert of the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon lineage was only a level 5 Universe Knight. With only the combat strength of a level 5 Universe Knight, even if they had acquired treasures, Wang Xian was not too worried. Prime Minister Gue nodded. The resources that the Dragon Palace had obtained this time were not much of a problem for the Sky Array to have the combat strength of a level 6 Universe Knight. Xiaolan continued to move through the void. Wang Xian took out the Universe AI and browsed through the information about the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon lineage. Roar, roar, roar. At least all of you are tactful. Submit to US and avoid death. At the same time, in a golden ocean, golden seawater was flowing. In the middle of the golden ocean, a stretch of darkness enveloped the center. In the entire darkness, the phantom image of the demon dragons would fly in from time to time. It was hard to see clearly. However, the darkness made everyone feel fear and fear. Under the golden ocean covered by the darkness, there was a huge golden dragon palace. The entire dragon palace was shining with golden light. However, at this moment, a huge fire dragon and the demon dragon were floating beside the dragon throne in the Dragon King's palace. In front of them, a group of red gold battle dragons were crouching down. In the middle, there was a huge dragon head that was dripping with blood. It was the head of the red gold battle dragon king, a descendant of the red gold battle dragons. Although the Red Gold Dragon King was not a purebred dragon, he was a peak-level dragon. But now the dragon head was cut off. Go. Bring all the resources in your Red Gold Battle Dragon Palace over. The Fire Dragon Lord's eyes flickered with excitement as he ordered a Red Gold War Dragon expert below. Yes, yes, it's your highness. The Red Gold War Dragon expert immediately replied and walked towards the back. Soon, large amounts of dragon bloodgrass and various resources were transported over. The Fire Dragon Lord's eyes stared at those resources filled with excitement. Ha ha, I want half of the resources, the rest belongs to you, Devil Dragon King. The Fire Dragon Lord shouted. He waved his arm to take half of the resources and immediately flew forward. The Fire Dragon Palace's high-level dragon species, Fire Cloud Dragon Eagle, followed him and flew toward the Scarlet Gold Battle Dragon. Hot ha, you guys guard the surroundings. The Fire Dragon Lord came to a place and waved his arm to set up a restriction. He stared at the resources in front of him and trembled slightly. Soon, I will become the king of the Lu Xingkong Divine Dragon Bloodline. The Fire Dragon Lord roared in a low voice, his eyes shining with a fiery light. The Fire Dragon Lord is so excited and anxious. It seems that he is going to break through. A faint voice sounded in the dark sky that covered the entire Red Gold War Dragon Palace. Yes, father, are you? The Demon Dragon King who was in the Dragon King's palace just now stood respectfully in front of a shadow. Roar! In the Dragon Palace of the Red Gold War Dragon, the current Red Gold War Dragons were all controlled by the Fire Dragon Palace and the Demon Dragons. The Dragon King of the Red Gold War Dragon was killed, and more than half of the core experts were killed or injured. The rest all submitted. If they didn't submit, they would die. On the AI of the universe that surrounded Lu Xingkong, everyone was shocked by the changes of the Dragon God bloodline. The wind-destroying Thunder Dragon bloodline suppressed the Red Gold War Dragon bloodline. There were only the Fire Dragon Palace, the Demon Dragon bloodline, and the Water Dragon Palace in Lu Xingkong. Many forces were paying attention to the situation of the Fire Dragon Palace and the Demon Dragon bloodline, making all kinds of guesses. However, 3 days later, a roar came from the Red Gold War Dragon Palace. The roar was filled with a powerful pressure that covered the entire Red Gold War Dragon Palace. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted as they looked at the source of the roar in shock. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! I, the Dragon Lord, will rule the bloodline of the Lu Xingkong Divine Dragon. Everyone must submit to me. Then, a voice filled with wild excitement sounded. It was filled with unbridled fear. His words caused the hearts of all the quasi-dragons in the Golden Red War Dragon Palace to tremble slightly. What is this Fire Dragon Lord doing? Some experts from the Devil Dragon branch narrowed their eyes and muttered, "Boom, boom, boom." At this moment, a vast and mighty power swept over, causing the faces of everyone from the Devil Dragon branch to slightly change. Hong! The 60,000-meter-tall Fire Dragon Emperor flew over. He swayed his huge body and emitted endless dragon power. Devil Dragon Emperor, quickly come over and submit to me. Today, your Devil Dragon bloodline regards me as their king, and I will lead you to the sky-splitting primal continent. He raised his head and looked up, his eyes filled with excitement as he roared arrogantly. What? Hiss! Fire Dragon Master has made a breakthrough. He now has the combat power of a Universe Knight at level 6. Around them, the Yulong's eyes were filled with shock. All the great beings of the Devil Dragon lineage looked slightly embarrassed. However, the great beings of Fire Dragon Palace moved and immediately came to the surroundings of Fire Dragon Master. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Their king had actually broken through. Once the Fire Dragon Lord broke through, with the Fire Dragon Lord's strength, he could completely suppress the Devil Dragon lineage. At that time, they would be able to set foot on the heaven-opening primal continent. Ha ha ha! Fire Dragon Lord, you are still so arrogant. You have just broken through, and you are already impatient to suppress our Devil Dragon lineage. At the entrance, the Devil Dragon Dark World enveloped the entire Dragon Palace of the Red Gold War Dragon. The head of the Devil Dragon King slowly stuck out and looked down at the Fire Dragon Lord. Ha! The Fire Dragon Lord saw the mocking look on the Devil Dragon King's face and his gaze slightly focused. Then do you want me to suppress you, or do you want to obediently surrender? His gaze was ice-cold as he stared at the Devil Dragon King in the sky. I think it's better for your Fire Dragon Palace to submit to our Devil Dragon lineage. The Devil Dragon King roared coldly. Wang! Just as he finished speaking, an incomparably huge black dragon claw directly pressed towards the Fire Dragon Lord. Eh? The Fire Dragon Lord's expression changed slightly when he saw that the Devil Dragon King actually dared to attack him. Roar, roar! You're courting death. He raised his head and a terrifying dragon flame flew towards the dragon claw. Boom! The dragon flame and the Devil Dragon claw collided, emitting a terrifying sound. What? However, in the next moment, the Fire Dragon Lord's pupils contracted slightly. That terrifying dragon claw easily extinguished the flames and clawed towards him. Furthermore, the dragon claw exploded with an even more terrifying power of darkness. This is impossible. Devil Dragon King, how can you be so powerful? Fire Dragon Master felt the power of this terrifying Devil Dragon claw, and his expression changed drastically. He roared sternly, I don't have the power. Devil Dragon King smiled lightly. Beside him, an even larger dragon head emerged from the darkness. His cold eyes stared at Fire Dragon Master. You're not bad. The true treasure in your hand broke 2 dragon palaces in a row and submitted to our Devil Dragon bloodline. The even larger dragon head said faintly, Who are you? Who are you? Fire Dragon Master saw the terrifying existence that emerged from Devil Dragon Dark World and roared in shock. Me? I'll be your king in the future. The huge devil head said calmly, and its invincible dragon claws covered him. Not good. The Fire Dragon Lord's expression did not change. He wanted to escape immediately. Buzz. But at this moment, he felt his surroundings turn dark, and he was completely trapped in a dark space. It's over. When he sensed the situation around him, his eyes revealed a trace of fear and despair. He was enveloped by the dark world of the demon dragon. The dark world of the demon dragon was a domain created by the powerful demon dragon king that was similar to the dragon palace. Its effect was similar to the dragon palace. Once he entered, he would be easily suppressed. Previously, when he entered the dark world of the demon dragon, he entered it completely as a clone. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a low roar was heard. He saw the demon dragon king swaying its huge body. Beside him, there was an even bigger demon dragon. This caused his pupils to shrink and his expression to change drastically. Brother Wang Xian, I'm going back to the water dragon palace. At the same time, in the dragon palace located in the starry sky of the galaxy, Wang Xian and the rest had returned from their expedition. When he had just arrived at the dragon palace, Shui Linglong walked over and said goodbye to him. Didn't you say that you wanted to stay here for a little longer? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked him. No thanks, Brother Wang Xian. Father and Mother asked me to return as soon as possible. In addition, the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon and the Red Gold War Dragon have been destroyed. Father and Mother are a little worried. Shui Linglong shook her head. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. Shui Linglong waved her hand and her figure slowly disappeared. After destroying the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon, the Red Gold War Dragon, will they attack the Water Dragon Palace next? Wang Xian mumbled. The shilling has increased the strength of all the members. He instructed Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. As long as the strength of the Dragon Palace was stronger, they would be able to deal with the upcoming dangers. Time passed day by day. 2 days later, another piece of news that shocked many factions came from the surrounding Lu Xingkong. The Fire Dragon Palace had submitted to the lineage of the Demon Dragon. The moment this news was released, it caused quite a shock. The Fire Dragon Palace had suddenly submitted to the lineage of the Demon Dragon? What was going on? The two divine dragon lineages had just annihilated and suppressed the two factions. Now, there was an internal conflict in the blink of an eye. The lineage of the demon dragon had obtained victory. This shocked everyone. Wang Xian looked at the news and narrowed his eyes slightly. The Fire Dragon Palace has actually submitted to the demonic dragon lineage. There is only one possibility. The demonic dragon lineage has suppressed the Fire Dragon Palace. There is a level 6 universe knight in the demonic dragon lineage. He muttered. The Fire Dragon surrendered and the Devil Dragon was the main force. The moment this news was released, it caused a huge sensation. Not only Wang Xian could guess, the other forces could also guess some problems. There was only one possibility for the Devil Dragon lineage to be able to make the Fire Dragon Palace surrender. The strength of the Devil Dragon lineage far surpassed the Fire Dragon Palace. The Fire Dragon Palace was not weak in the surrounding Lu Xingkong, could even be said to be relatively strong. The moment Fire Dragon Master could break through to the level 6 Knight level, 80% of them would be able to set foot on the heaven-opening primal continent. This was because the dragon bloodline had the advantage of the Dragon Palace. It had terrifying power. Normal people with bloodlines and physiques would not be able to fight against it. After the Wind Thunder Dragon was destroyed, the Red Gold War Dragon submitted, the Fire Dragon Palace submitted, and the Devil Dragon bloodline controlled 3 dragon palaces at once. They controlled a large amount of resources. This was a huge increase in the strength of the lineage of the Devil Dragon. Is the lineage of the Devil Dragon going to unify the Lu Xingkong Divine Dragon lineage? With their strength, they should be able to land on the heaven-opening desolate continent now, right? The strength of the lineage of the Devil Dragon can definitely land on the heaven-opening desolate continent now. However, they might continue to attack the Water Dragon Palace and subdue the other divine dragon lineages. Other than the Water Dragon Palace, there seems to be another Dragon Palace. It's said that the Dragon Palace's strength isn't weak either. The Demon Dragon lineage controls the method to open the other Dragon Palaces. If it were me, I would say that they would definitely subdue the other Dragon God lineages and wait for their strength to accumulate to a terrifying level before landing on the heaven-opening primal continent. On the universe's AI, the disciples of countless forces and races were discussing. Now that the lineage of the devil dragon had progressed step by step, the other forces could almost guess their next move. The Fire Dragon Palace had submitted, which made all the strong disciples of the Water Dragon Palace panic. Dragon King, all the resources have been obtained. In the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was looking at the information on the universal AI. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui came forward to report. Oh! He raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. Have the 8-point sky array returned? They will be back soon. News from the sky array has arrived. Most of the divine kingdoms have been found. They are now located in front of our Dragon Palace. I am sending people to collect the treasures in the divine kingdoms. Prime Minister Gui said. Very good. Wang Xian stood up immediately with a burning look in his eyes. More than 3,000 universe god kingdoms, as well as all the resources of the Horn Seal race and the Snake Princess race, were enough to increase his strength. It could also increase the Dragon Palace's strength tremendously. Buzz. At this moment his universe intelligence brain trembled. Oh! Wang Xian looked over and saw the message from Shui Linglong. When he saw the contents, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The message from Shui Linglong was not a casual chat. Instead, she was discussing the current issue of the divine dragon lineage on behalf of her parents. The main purpose was to form an alliance with the Dragon Palace. An alliance and a statement on the cosmic brain. This alliance was mainly for self-protection. This was because the Water Dragon Palace and many other races had guessed that the demonic dragon lineage would be going against them or even the Dragon Palace. If the two major powers made a statement and formed an alliance at this time, it might cause the demonic dragon lineage to be afraid. Sure. Wang Xian looked at the message and agreed without much hesitation. The fire dragon wanted to exterminate him. He had also sent people to assassinate the high-level dragon of the demonic dragon lineage. This enmity had already been formed. Joining forces with the Water Dragon Palace would be beneficial to the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui used the name of our Dragon Palace to announce on the AI. Join forces with the Water Dragon Palace to advance and retreat together. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head slightly. I will go to the Kingdom of God in front to take a look. As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and he flew straight ahead. The Kingdom of God of a bunch of universe knights must contain many treasures and resources. Father, Brother Wang Xian has agreed. He will immediately get someone to announce their alliance with us on the AI. In the Water Dragon Palace, Shui Linglong smiled when she saw Wang Xian's reply. Okay. The Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen nodded slightly. I hope the Fire Dragon Palace and the demonic dragon lineage can be wary of our collaboration. Otherwise, our Water Dragon Palace will still be in danger. There must be a level 6 powerhouse in the demonic dragon lineage. The Water Dragon Queen sighed and prayed. I'm just curious. How did they open the Wind and Thunder Divine Dragon and Red Gold Battle Dragon Palace? What treasures are they holding? The Water Dragon King said with an ugly expression. The Dragon Palace was their greatest trump card. Now that the other party was able to break through their Dragon Palace, it was undoubtedly their trump card. Water Dragon Queen shook her head and frowned. She took out her AI. I'll send the statement on the universe AI. The Dragon Palace isn't weak, they should be wary. Also, we have to be prepared. We can't rely on our Water Dragon Palace at the crucial moment. Okay. Water Dragon King nodded. The Fire Dragon Palace of the Devil Dragon lineage caused such a huge commotion, the entire surrounding races were paying attention. When the Dragon Palace and the Water Dragon Palace made their announcement, it immediately attracted the attention of all the races. The Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace have joined hands. They are obviously afraid of the Devil Dragon lineage. The Devil Dragon lineage has exterminated 2 races. Even the Water Dragon Palace is afraid. If the 2 forces join hands, I wonder what the Devil Dragon lineage will do? The entire galaxy was watching the battle of the Dragon God. Join forces? Dragon Palace. In the Devil Dragon Dark World, the Devil Dragon King sat on the dragon throne and listened to his subordinates report. His eyes were filled with coldness. The Dragon Palace had killed more than 100 ghost dragon experts. He still remembered this grudge. He moved his dragon claws slightly and a pair of bright dragon horns appeared in his hand. However, at this moment, this pair of magical dragon horns had lost its luster. Fire Dragon Lord? Do you only have this pair of dragon horns? He looked down and asked the Fire Dragon Lord who was sitting on the right. Demon Dragon King, I only have this pair of dragon horns. Breaking through the 2 dragon palaces has consumed all of my energy. The Fire Dragon King immediately stood up and bowed as he said with an embarrassed expression. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an old monster hiding in the Devil Dragon bloodline, he wouldn't have been suppressed and wouldn't have submitted to a guy who was even weaker than him. Oh? So this thing is useless. The Devil Dragon King raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. Basically useless. Now, if the Devil Dragon King wants to suppress or destroy the Water Dragon Palace, he can suppress them with the 4 dragon palaces. The Fire Dragon Lord lowered his head and replied. Suppress the 4 dragon palaces? He announced that the Water Dragon Palace has 10 days. If they don't surrender within 10 days, we will suppress them. The Demon Dragon King ordered faintly. Yes. Below, the Ghost Dragon leader immediately replied. One by one, the Demon Dragon King narrowed his eyes and disappeared. The bloodline of the Demon Dragon has issued a statement. They have warned the Water Dragon Palace to suppress them if they don't surrender within 10 days. Hiss, the bloodline of the Demon Dragon is too powerful now. If they ask the Water Dragon Palace to surrender, will the Water Dragon Palace agree to it? The Water Dragon Palace is stronger than the bloodline of the Red Gold War Dragon and the Wind Thunder Divine Dragon. Will the Water Dragon Palace agree to it? The Water Dragon Palace might be suppressed if they don't agree. After all, the Red Gold War Dragon and the Fire Dragon Palace have both submitted to the Demon Dragon. The Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace will not submit if they join forces. It's obvious that the Demon Dragon is the strongest now. I guess the Demon Dragon is going to unify the Divine Dragon bloodline around Lu Shinkong. The statement of the Demon Dragon bloodline caused a huge uproar. They directly made the Water Dragon Palace surrender. This was too strong. The countless races in the surrounding starry sky discussed. They don't put us in their eyes at all. Do they really think we're easy to bully? The experts of the Water Dragon Palace were filled with anger when they heard the news. The expressions of the Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen were extremely ugly. The current demonic dragon lineage had forced them into a desperate situation. Their strength is not something we can contend against. If they can open up our Water Dragon Palace, we will not be their match. The Water Dragon Queen said with a solemn expression. Everyone in the Dragon King Palace looked extremely ugly when they heard this. Just as the Water Dragon Queen had said, the strength displayed by the demonic dragon lineage was not something they could contend against. Mother, we can ask Brother Wang Xian and the people from the Dragon Palace for help. With the help of the Dragon Palace, we shouldn't be afraid of them. Shui Linglong stood at the side and said angrily. The Dragon Palace? The Water Dragon Queen and the Water Dragon King looked at each other. The Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace had announced their alliance. However, this alliance was initiated by the Water Dragon Palace. Now that the Water Dragon Palace had encountered such a situation, they were embarrassed to look for the Dragon Palace again. Moreover, this was a war of life and death. Would the Dragon Palace agree to them? The two of them were not sure. Their relationship with the Dragon Palace was not as good as they had imagined. Even their daughter had only known the Dragon King for a short time. Would the Dragon Palace agree to help them in a war that could kill hundreds or thousands of knights? Who? Water Dragon Emperor, Dragon Queen. Why don't we ask for help from the Dragon Palace? Otherwise, we can only give up on the Water Dragon Palace. An old woman's expression changed as she spoke from below. There's only one way now. We just don't know if we can hold them off with the Dragon Palace. An old man beside him said with a changed expression. Let's try. Leader Shuiyin, take Linglong with you. The Water Dragon Queen pondered for a moment and said. As she spoke, she waved her arm. And a water dragon pearl that contained terrifying energy and a bracelet that looked like a water pearl flew toward Leader Shuiyin. These two acquired supreme treasures will be our gifts. the Water Dragon Queen said lightly. The expressions of the leaders of the Water Dragon Palace changed slightly when they saw these two acquired treasures. Yes. Chief Shui Yin sighed helplessly, nodded, and looked at Shui Linglong. Princess, let's go. Okay. Shui Linglong nodded, and the two immediately flew out. The atmosphere in the Water Dragon Palace was unusually heavy. He doesn't put the Water Dragon Palace and our Dragon Palace in his eyes at all. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling when he saw the news. Their Water Dragon Palace and the demonic dragon lineage had just announced their alliance. Yet the other party had made such an announcement. It was obvious that they didn't put them in his eyes. Perhaps they thought that they could destroy the Dragon Palace easily. Is the Water Dragon Palace acting this way? He revealed a curious expression and shook his head. He moved and entered the divine kingdoms of the Universe Knights and began to collect treasures. As a Universe Knight, their divine kingdoms contained all their treasures. There were all kinds of elixirs and godly herbs. Wang Xian collected all the elixirs and godly herbs one by one. What is this? After searching for more than half an hour, Wang Xian suddenly found a mystical treasure in the treasure vault of a Universe Knight's divine kingdom. It was an oil lamp. It looked very simple and unadorned. The oil lamp did not seem to have any outstanding features. In fact, it was already extinguished. However, this oil lamp gave him a very mystical feeling. The material of the oil lamp looked extraordinary. There were ancient oil colors carved on it. There were shields, city walls, and giants. This lamp seems to be extinguished. There is no energy left in it. Wang Xian mumbled. He felt that this treasure was extraordinary and immediately kept it. After checking the resources in his hands, a smile appeared on his face. He moved his body and immediately flew into the Dragon King's palace. The resources in his hands were sufficient for him to improve. Roar, roar. With a low roar, he transformed into the body of a divine dragon. Wang Xian's dragon claws moved slightly, and a large amount of resources entered his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from Wang Xian's body. When Wang Xian was improving, there were also many members of the Dragon Palace who were breaking through in the dragon transformation pool. In the various cosmos god countries, the devouring dragons began to devour. Time passed by slowly. Hong. A day later, in the Dragon King Palace, an extremely vast energy spread to the surroundings. Ding, congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have broken through to the 9th change of the Divine Dragon Realm, the realm of a level 1 Universe Knight. Ding, congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have comprehended the law form, 8 Dragon Pillars. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Man-Dragon Unity. Level, Universe Knight Level 1, Divine Dragon Transformation, 9th Form. Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Ability, Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. Ability, Soul Capture, Spirit Attachment. Law Divine Ability, Dragon Eye Lock, 5 Elements Dragon Claw, Yin-Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon, 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Aspect, 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 Miles, Yin-Yang 2 Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Bowl, Divine Dragon Swinging Tail. Law Aspect, 8 Dragon Pillars. Control Law, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light, Dark Wind. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace owned. Acquired. Dragon Palace members, 1134450. The system's voice rang out. Information flashed across Wang Xian's mind. He opened his dragon eyes and revealed an excited expression. The 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. He had now arrived at the final transformation. He had officially stepped into the realm of a Universe Knight. After the 9 transformations of the divine dragon were united, he would be in the realm of a universe master. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Xian swayed his body, and streams of terrifying energy rushed towards his surroundings. The entire dragon body was shining with 8 rays of light, and each of them emitted a powerful pressure. The combat strength of a universe knight at level 7. This time, the improvement allowed him to directly increase by 2 levels. From level 5 to level 7. He smiled as he felt the powerful strength in his body. With my current situation and the improvement of the Dragon Palace can definitely step into the heaven-splitting chaotic land, Wang Xian muttered. His improvement this time had also allowed the Dragon Palace to directly cross the surrounding starry skies and enter the heaven-splitting chaotic land. There was another terrifying aspect to Wang Xian's upgrade this time. That was that, in the future, the water tribe in the universe and the Yalong below the level of a universe knight would not be able to resist him at all. They would all be under his control. I should be invincible in the galaxy, right? He mumbled and smiled. With the offensive power of a universe knight at level 7 and the terrifying speed of the incipient sacred wings, his strength was considered invincible among level 7 existences. A universe knight at level 7 was already sufficient to lead his race into the heaven-opening primeval continent. After quietly feeling his own strength, Wang Xian transformed into his human form. With a move of his palm, the mystical oil lamp appeared in his palm. The more I look at it, the more mystical it feels. This material, even with my current strength, is unable to make any traces of it appear. Wang Xian mumbled. The oil lamp had been extinguished. Other than being sturdy and mystical, it had no other uses. He looked at the center of the oil lamp with a hesitant look in his eyes. There was a small hole in the middle of the oil lamp. It seemed to be the place where the wick was inserted. However, this place had already disappeared. There should be some special energy placed around it. There was nothing else in it now. He could sense that there was another space where the energy was stored. There were many things stored in there. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He moved his body and waved his arm. An endless piece of wood from the ancestral tree behind the dragon chair flew over. He took a small piece of wood and inserted it into the small hole of the oil lamp. Following that, he waved his arm and a large amount of vitality liquid flew over from the moon bay in the ancient pond and entered the oil lamp. Buzz. The next moment, the entire oil lamp emitted a luster. Fiery red flames appeared and burned slowly. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that he had a special connection with the ancient lamp. Buzz. With a thought, the entire oil lamp landed on his shoulder as if it was growing there. The fiery red light enveloped him and formed a protective shield around him. Looking at the entire protective shield, he raised his eyebrows slightly. With a thought, the 5 elements millstone flew out. Bang! The 5 elements millstone collided with the fiery red protective shield with a loud sound. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and ordered the 5 elements millstone to attack. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard. Wang Xian could feel that the vitality liquid in the oil lamp had decreased a little. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He made the 5 elements millstone unleash its strongest attack. Boom! A terrifying collision rang out. The fire shield still did not have the slightest fluctuation. Furthermore, under Wang Xian's sensing, the life force liquid in the oil lamp had decreased by less than 1%. Was it that sick? His eyes revealed an extremely astonished expression. A full-strength strike from the 5 elements grinding could kill a level 5 universe knight, yet it was blocked so easily. Most importantly, Wang Xian didn't do anything just now. In other words, as long as he carried this oil lamp and stood there without moving, he could withstand a level 5 universe knight's attack. Furthermore, the consumption of the life force fluid in the oil lamp was related to the attack he suffered. According to the life force liquid that Wang Xian placed earlier, he could withstand more than a dozen attacks from a level 7 universe knight if he stood still. Impressive. This oil lamp is definitely not simple. It feels even stronger than an acquired true treasure. Could it be a legendary innate treasure? He clicked his tongue and his eyes were shining. However, this could also be related to the wick and the energy. After all, the wick was an inexhaustible wood at the level of a universe knight. The energy was also the life liquid of the ancient moon bay of the universe night level. It's very strong. It's a treasure with a terrifying defense. Wang Xian mumbled. With a wave of his arm, he placed half of the life liquid in the moon bay into the oil lamp. With so much life liquid in it, who knew what level of attack it could withstand? He muttered to himself and suddenly had a thought. Enlai! He shouted directly and his voice was transmitted to Enlai. Dragon King! Soon, Enlai's figure appeared in the Dragon King's hall and bowed respectfully. Buzz! Wang Xian waved his arm and the oil lamp on his shoulder landed on Enlai's body. Eh? Dragon King, what is this? Enlai looked at the oil lamp that was emitting a flame cover and revealed a surprised expression. A defensive treasure. Didn't you say that you can connect to many devil spirit altars? You can directly teleport over and take away the devil spirit altars to increase your strength. Wang Xian said to him, Dragon King, do you mean that you want me to take this defensive treasure to absorb other devil spirit altars? Enlai's eyes lit up as he said with excitement. His current strength could be said to be the weakest in the Dragon Palace. With the strength of a level 3 Void God Emperor, this Universe Knight could kill him with just a glance. His improvement required the special energy on the Devil Spirit Altar, but this energy was very rare, which was why his strength had never increased. If he wanted to increase his strength, he had to teleport to the other Devil Spirit Altars. He had been there before, but he almost lost his life. Blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth in an instant. He did not dare to take the risk anymore. Now that he had the protection of the oil lamp, he did not have to worry too much. According to Wang Xian's estimation, the energy in the oil lamp should be enough to withstand a strike from a peak Universe Knight. As long as he could withstand it for an instant, Enlai would be able to escape instantly. Enlai's strange ability was of great use to the Dragon Palace. Even now, Wang Xian wasn't as fast as him on the journey. Okay, go. Be careful. If you encounter an existence on the level of a Universe Master, you probably won't be able to return. Wang Xian reminded him. A Universe Master could kill Enlai in an instant. The energy in the oil lamp wasn't enough to withstand an attack from a Universe Master. It's Dragon King, I'll be careful. Enlai shrunk his neck and said. He still cherished his life very much. If it was anyone else, they would have already taken the risk and entered other demon spirit altars to increase their strength. The universe ruler was one of the pinnacle existences in the universe. He shouldn't be so easy to meet. I hope Enlai can break through more. Wang Xian looked at the disappearing figure of Enlai and muttered. Enlai had stayed at the 3rd level of the Void God realm for too long. If Enlai could not break through, he would not be of much use in the future. With the protection of the oil lamp, there should not be too much of a problem. Boom! At this moment, a powerful force came from the dragon transformation pool. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a smile. The sky formation had broken through. This time, they had killed a total of 9 level 5 Universe Knights. With some resources, the strength of the sky formation had risen to the level of a level 6 Universe Knight. Once the sky formation broke through, it could fight against 3 level 6 Universe Knights. Therefore, it was more suitable for him to break through first than adding 10 level 5 Universe Knights to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian moved and arrived in front of the dragon transformation pool. This time, the sky array was not the only one who broke through. There were more than 3,000 Universe Knights. There was another group of members who were still improving. After this improvement, the number of Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace can reach more than 8,000. Wang Xian muttered. 8,000 Universe Knights was considered pretty good among the middle-level races in the universe. However, there was still a gap between them and a high-level race in the universe. To reach the level of a high-level race in the universe, there was a standard, which was the combat power of a Universe Knight. A Universe Knight could form an army. The pinnacle races in the universe were invincible because they had too many great beings. For example, the angel race could mass-produce battle angels at the level of Universe Knights. The number of their battle angel army could reach millions or even tens of millions. That was how terrifying and invincible they were. A battle angel army of tens of millions of Universe Knights, what kind of concept was that? It was dozens of times more than all the Universe Knights in the outer regions of the surrounding stars and skies combined. the foundation of a pinnacle race was unimaginable. They had all experienced one calamity after another in the universe, and one calamity was more than 30 billion years. Besides having a long foundation, the second reason was that they controlled a large amount of resources in the heaven-opening primal continent. The strength of the peak races that had benefited from the endless ages in the universe was unimaginable. From one point, one could see that just a little inheritance left by the Dragon King could create middle-level races and high-level races in the universe. One could imagine how powerful the peak races were. Of course, there were also some extremely powerful high-level races in the universe. The Dragon Palace was still far from reaching the peak. In the next few days, the members of the Dragon Palace began to have a large number of breakthroughs. Dragon King, the leader of the Water Secret Division of the Water Dragon Palace, and the Princess of the Water Dragon Palace have come to seek an audience. On this day, Wuxia, who was in the Dragon Palace, suddenly heard Prime Minister Gui's report and was stunned. Shui Linglong and the others from the Water Dragon Palace wanted to see him? There was no prior notice. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he guessed a problem. "Invite them in," Wuxia said. "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gui nodded. "Greetings, Dragon King." Soon, Shui Linglong, the leader of the Water Secret Division of the Water Dragon Palace, walked in. She cupped her hands and bowed. It was obvious that this was an official visit. "Please take a seat." Wuxia looked at Shui Linglong and the rest and gestured to them with a smile. "Brother Wuxia, we are here to visit under the name of the Water Dragon Palace. We have something important to ask the Dragon Palace for help." Shui Linglong sat down and said to Wuxia, "I know why you are here. I will send some subordinates to your place this time." Wuxia said immediately, "Oh, thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon Palace, for being willing to lend a helping hand. We, the Water Dragon Palace, are extremely grateful." When the leader of the Hidden Water tribe heard that, surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. He immediately stood up and thanked Wuxia. "This is a thank you gift from the Water Dragon Queen of the Water Dragon King to the Dragon King. Please accept it, Dragon King." As the leader of the Hidden Water tribe spoke, he waved his arm and the two acquired treasures flew towards Wuxia. "Eh?" Wuxia sensed the two acquired treasures and was slightly shocked. He hesitated for a moment before putting them away. "Our Dragon Palace will advance and retreat together with the Water Dragon Palace," Wuxia said with a smile. "Thank you, Dragon King." The leader of the Hidden Water tribe thanked him once again. At this moment, the universal intelligence on him trembled. "Eh?" The leader of the Hidden Water tribe took a glance and his pupils constricted slightly. "Dragon King, we have to rush back immediately. The demonic dragon lineage is going to send 4 dragon palaces to suppress our Water Dragon Palace." His expression suddenly changed as he spoke to Wuxia. "For dragon palaces are suppressing the Water Dragon Palace?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly as his eyes sparkled. They are going to seal us off now? Damn the demonic dragon lineage. Do they really think that we are easy to bully? Shui Linglong took out her artificial intelligence to take a look at the leader of the Shui Yin division. Her face was filled with anger. "Prime Minister Gui, get the Heaven Array to bring 2,000 elites of the Dragon Palace to the Water Dragon Palace." Wuxia immediately ordered Prime Minister Gui, who was beside him. "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. "Linglong, don't worry. I will send the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace over immediately. I will rush over as well." Wuxia looked at Shui Linglong and comforted her. "Thank you, Brother Wuxia." Shui Linglong thanked him. "Get Xiaolan to carry all of you. Speed up." Soon, Tiancheng led a group of powerhouses of the Dragon Palace over. Wuxia gave them an order. "It's the Dragon King." Tiancheng and the rest cupped their hands and flew up to the Dragon Palace immediately. Woo woo. Xiaolan, who was at the back, flew up to the sky and let out a low growl. "A space beast! What a powerful space beast!" The leader of the Shui Yin division was shocked when he saw Xiaolan's enormous body. He felt a strong threat from Xiaolan's body. "Go!" Wuxia came to Shui Linglong and patted her back. "Thank you, Brother Wuxia." Shui Linglong looked at him gratefully and flew towards Xiaolan. Wang Xian didn't follow her because Xiaolan and the rest would need 2 days to get there. By then, if he wanted to get there himself, he only needed to ask Tianqin and the rest to draw an altar. Enlai would be able to teleport him there instantly. Furthermore, Wang Xian might not have to do it himself in this battle. Sky Array's strength had already broken through to level 6 Universe Knight. He could definitely fight against them. With the situation of the Water Dragon Palace, it wouldn't be a problem with the support of the Dragon Palace. This Water Dragon Palace is really generous. They gifted me 2 acquired treasures directly. Wang Xian moved his palm and looked at the 2 acquired treasures in his hand. He smiled. Coincidentally, after these 2 acquired treasures were devoured by the 5 elements grinding, they would be able to receive another upgrade. However, this upgrade would probably only increase his combat strength to a level 6 Universe Knight. Buzz. Inside the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was controlling the 5 elements grinding mill to absorb the 2 acquired treasures of water attribute. He opened the AI and checked the current situation of the Water Dragon Palace. When he saw some videos and pictures on the AI, he raised his eyebrows slightly. In the videos and pictures, 3 huge dragon palaces were flying in the void. Each dragon palace was giving off a terrifying power. The Golden Dragon Palace was giving off golden light, and the Lightning Dragon Palace was giving off terrifying lightning. There was also a Fire Dragon Palace that was giving off terrifying flames. The 3 terrifying dragon palaces caused a huge commotion as they flew through the starry sky. These 3 dragon palaces had invincible defenses against all the forces surrounding the starry sky. No one could break through the defenses of the 3 dragon palaces. However, the 3 dragon palaces were flying toward the Water Dragon Palace. The 3 dragon palaces, together with the demon dragon dark world that was essentially the dragon palace, had 4 dragon palaces. If the 4 dragon palaces headed toward the Water Dragon Palace, they would completely suppress the Water Dragon Palace. They sent 4 dragon palaces before the 10-day limit of the demon dragon bloodline arrives. Are they going to destroy the Water Dragon Palace as soon as the limit is up? This is too terrifying. For dragon palaces, each of which is extremely terrifying. If 4 dragon palaces suppress the Water Dragon Palace, they might be able to break the defense of the Water Dragon Palace. It's highly possible. The power of the Devil Dragon bloodline is too terrifying right now. If they were to be placed on our side, other than the 2 level 7 Universe Knights, they would be invincible, right? The group of dragon palaces flew towards the location of the Water Dragon Palace, attracting the discussion of countless powerhouses. The strength displayed by the demonic dragon lineage was almost invincible in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. The 4 great dragon palaces are suppressing 1 Water Dragon Palace. Perhaps they can really break through the defense of the Water Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the information on the AI, his eyes shining. He looked at the pictures of the dragon palaces one by one, and his heart was burning with passion. This was a powerful dragon palace. If these dragon palaces were devoured by the devouring dragons, how terrifying would they be? However, it was too difficult to obtain this dragon palace. Unless all of them came out, Wang Xian would be able to kill all the people who controlled the dragon palace. Otherwise, they would basically be invincible when they entered the palace. However, there was another possibility. It was that Enlai's strength would be greatly enhanced. He would be able to reach the level of a Universe Knight at level 5 or 6. If he could reach such a level, even if the Fire Dragon Lord and the rest were in his Fire Dragon Palace, Enlai would be able to use his terrifying teleportation power to assassinate them. I wonder how is Enlai's current situation. Wang Xian mumbled as he waited for Enlai's return. The Fire Dragon Palace has already arrived at our Water Dragon continent. HMPH, they are just a bunch of damned bastards. They only know how to bully us. At the same time, Shui Linglong, who was on Xiao Lan's body, had been paying attention to the situation of the Water Dragon Palace. Her face was full of anger when she saw the news. According to their speed, the Demon Dragon branch has already arrived at the Water Dragon Palace before we can go back, Chief Shui Yin said with a dark face from the side. However, the experts sent by the Dragon Palace to support us this time are very strong. Maybe we can get through this crisis. He glanced at the members of the Dragon Palace around him, and he was full of gratitude toward the Dragon Palace. The 2,000 great beings of the Dragon Palace were all stronger than Universe Knights at level 1. And the space beast beneath them was even more terrifying under his senses. With his level 5 Knight combat power, unless he took out a acquired true treasure, he would have no choice but to run away if he encountered this space beast. Little Blue shuttled through the starry sky and quickly headed toward the Water Dragon Palace. A huge space beast once again attracted the attention of many people. 10 hours later, the news of a huge space beast flying around the starry sky spread in a small area on the AI. The Holy Prose clan was a famous and powerful clan in the starry sky. When they heard the news from their subordinates, they immediately gathered together. We've discovered the traces of that space beast once again. The last time 3rd Elder and 7th Elder died, it was related to that space beast. Moreover, there's something very fishy about it. Within a large hall of the Saint Prose sect, dozens of middle-aged elders were sitting inside. One of the elders looked at a space beast phantom in front of him and said in a deep voice, "According to the latest news, someone found someone on top of that space beast. In other words, that space beast was subdued and suppressed by a faction." A middle-aged man on the other side said indifferently, "The disciple we sent out to investigate already has a clear message that the space beast came from a place called the Starry River." At this time, an old man in the center looked at the latest report from his disciple and said, "Ever since the 2 Universe Knight level 5 great beings of the Holy Prose clan were killed, the Holy Prose clan had been investigating the cause of death of the 2 elders. This time, the appearance of the space beast once again attracted the attention of the entire Holy Prose clan. The Holy Prose clan had used almost all their power to investigate this space beast. Space of the galaxy? That galaxy should be where the Dragon Palace is, right? You said that the space beast is from the Dragon Palace." An old man holding a light staff frowned slightly and said, "There's an 80% chance, and according to the space beast's route, he's heading towards the Water Dragon Palace." The old man in the center confirmed. Water Dragon Palace? The surrounding people pondered. In terms of strength, they were stronger than the Water Dragon Palace. Besides, the Water Dragon Palace was in danger of being destroyed. The Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace had formed an alliance, so the possibility of the space beast being the Dragon Palace was very high. According to the news, the strongest warrior of the Dragon Palace is also a level 5 Universe Knight. If the space beast is really from the Dragon Palace and the 3rd Elder and the 7th Elder are dead, we will make the Dragon Palace pay the price in blood." The old man in the middle said coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. "Hee, now that the Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace are being suppressed by the Devil Dragon bloodline, if we can confirm it, I think we can report to the clan elder and ask him to lead us to completely destroy the Dragon Palace and avenge the 3rd Elder and the 7th Elder. Maybe we can even suppress the space beast." The elder holding the light staff had a sinister and cunning look in his eyes. Normally, with the terrifying defense of the Dragon Palace, they wouldn't rashly become enemies with them. But now it was different. Looking at the current situation, the Devil Dragon bloodline wanted to destroy the Water Dragon Palace and even the Dragon Palace. They could participate and gain some benefits. The higher-ups of the Holy Prose clan looked at each other and smiled faintly. Woo woo. The enormous Little Blue shuttled through the starry sky and quickly headed toward the Water Dragon Palace. As expected, they are heading toward the Water Dragon Palace. There are still many people above the space beast. We can confirm that they are ready to take action. An old man on a planet not far away said faintly, "We can send people directly to the Water Dragon Palace. If they fight with the Devil Dragon clan, we will take action. If there is no fight, we will act according to the situation." "Okay." The old men talked and disappeared immediately. Soon, a huge lotus flower emitting light flew out from the Holy Prose clan. The lotus flower was thousands of meters long and contained a terrifying power of light. Thousands of middle-aged elders stood on it and flew toward the Water Dragon Palace. Boom! 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 As the time limit of the Devil Dragon clan passed day by day, 3 dragon palaces had gathered around the Water Dragon Palace. Fire Dragon Palace, Red Gold War Dragon Palace, Wind Thunder Divine Dragon Palace. The 3 dragon palaces had surrounded the Water Dragon Palace in a triangular formation. "Dragon Lord, When will the Devil Dragon King and the Devil Dragon Emperor arrive? At this moment, a red gold war dragon in the Fire Dragon Palace asked the Fire Dragon Lord. They will arrive at the last moment. We will seal the Water Dragon Palace and prevent their experts from escaping. The Fire Dragon Lord said expressionlessly as he looked to the side. Order everyone to spread out in the surroundings. We must not let anyone from the Water Dragon Palace escape. Also, release the 10 heads of Longzhang and order him to patrol the surroundings. The Fire Dragon Lord continued to give orders. The Fire Dragon Lord had been completely subdued by the father of the Devil Dragon King of the Devil Dragon lineage, the Devil Dragon Emperor. He would obey the orders of the Devil Dragon Emperor. He naturally couldn't let them escape if he wanted to suppress the Water Dragon Palace. It was fine if the Water Dragon Palace submitted, but if they dared to resist, what awaited them was destruction. Yes. The members of the Fire Dragon Palace and the experts of the Scarlet Gold Battle Dragon immediately replied. Among the experts who submitted to the Devil Dragon lineage, the Fire Dragon Lord was the strongest. If the Devil Dragon Emperor didn't suddenly appear, the Fire Dragon Lord would have already become the king. Roar! Soon, a huge space beast with 10 heads flew out from behind Fire Dragon Palace. It was 60,000 meters long and had 10 ferocious heads. It was even bigger than when Shui Linglong and the others suppressed it. It was obviously a huge improvement. The power it gave off had reached level 5 night level. A Universe Night level 5 space beast was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The 10 ferocious-looking dragons roared and flew to the sky, their cold eyes staring at the Water Dragon Palace below. Do they really think that our Water Dragon Palace is easy to bully? They actually suppressed 3 dragon palaces around us, and that space beast, it was originally a giant beast of our Water Dragon Palace. In the Water Dragon Palace, the experts looked around angrily. The 3 dragon palaces surrounded them and a giant space beast flew above their heads. This made them feel extremely aggrieved. The Water Dragon Palace had never suffered such humiliation before. Water Dragon King, I request to go out and destroy their arrogance. The leader of the West Water Tribe asked the Water Dragon King with a face full of killing intent. Water Dragon King, the experts from the Devil Dragon lineage have not arrived yet. I think we can have a good fight with them. The old woman beside him also said with a ghastly expression. Wait for the people from the Dragon Palace to arrive before we make a move. This time, the Dragon Palace has sent many experts. Once they arrive, we will immediately let them know how powerful our Water Dragon Palace is. The Water Dragon King said with a cold face. Now that the Devil Dragon clan had bullied them to their home, no one could stand it. Once the reinforcements of the Dragon Palace arrived, they were ready to fight back immediately. Even if they couldn't kill too many people, they had to let them know their attitude, determination, and strength. The group of strong disciples of the Water Dragon Palace held their weapons tightly with murderous looks, ready to fight at any time. We're almost there. At the same time, Shui Linglong, who was on Little Blue's body, stared at the front and said coldly, Leader of the Sky Array, the front is about to reach the Water Dragon Palace. There are 3 dragon palaces surrounding us. We might be attacked when we get there. But when we get there, the Water Dragon Palace will attack them. Please help us. Leader Shui Yin walked to the side of the Sky Array and cupped his hands. Don't worry. The Sky Array nodded and stared at the area in front of them with sparkling eyes. Slowly, the continent of the Water Dragon Palace appeared in their sight. They could feel the powerful pressure coming from the 4 dragon palaces in front of them. Leader Shui Yin and the experts of the Dragon Palace are here. Prepare to attack those guys from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Red Gold War Dragon Palace. Within Water Dragon Palace, Water Dragon Emperor and the others received the news and immediately ordered. Yes. Attack, kill? Let them know how powerful our Water Dragon Palace is. In an instant, more than 4,000 Universe Knights who had been prepared rushed out under the leadership of the leaders of Water Dragon Palace. Madam, wait here. I'll attack too, Water Dragon Emperor said with killing intent, and he rushed out of Water Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha, Fire Dragon Master. I didn't expect you to be Demon Dragon's lackey. You, Fire Dragon Master, are just SOSO. Come and face your death. Water Dragon Emperor flew out and stared in the direction of Fire Dragon Palace, roaring coldly. Roar! Roar! He turned into a water god dragon, giving off a powerful aura. Water Dragon King, if you don't submit, you will be destroyed. You have to think carefully. In the Fire Dragon Palace, they heard the Water Dragon King's voice. The Fire Dragon Lord's eyes were cold and disdainful. He swayed his huge body and came out of the dragon gate of the Fire Dragon Palace, staring at the Water Dragon King coldly. You want to destroy us? No one can destroy the Water Dragon Palace. No one in the Water Dragon Palace is afraid of death. The Water Dragon King said coldly and opened his mouth. An extremely powerful water dragon pearl appeared above him. Hee, you're courting death. It's easy for me to destroy you. The Fire Dragon Lord stared at the Water Dragon King with ridicule and disdain. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a muffled roar sounded as if it came from a reason. Eh? Are the people from the Dragon Palace here to support you? That's good too. We were planning to destroy the Dragon Palace after we destroy you. Now that we've gathered together, it's just right. The Fire Dragon Lord looked at the source of the voice. When he saw Xiao Lan's enormous body and sensed the power coming from above, he smiled. All disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready for battle. On Little Blue's body, Sky Array looked ahead and ordered. In front of the Water Dragon Palace, Water Dragon Emperor led a group of warriors to confront the warriors of the Fire Dragon Palace and the Red Gold Battle Dragon. A war could break out at any time. Sky Array looked over, his eyes revealing a cold expression. Now that his power had broken through, he could even fight against a Universe Knight level 6 great being from the Devil Dragon bloodline. Kill! Kill them all! Water Dragon Palace looked not far away, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He locked his eyes on Fire Dragon Master, and with a move, the Water Dragon Pearl released a terrifying pressure and directly attacked Fire Dragon Master. Kill, kill, kill! The experts of the Water Dragon Palace roared and attacked the experts of the Fire Dragon Palace. I can kill you even without the Demon Dragon Emperor. The Fire Dragon Lord looked at the Water Dragon King with disdain. He moved and met the Water Dragon King. I'll give you 10 days to submit. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you today. Don't wait for 10 days? Roar, roar, roar. The Fire Dragon Lord roared, and his claws released terrifying flames as he directly met the Water Dragon King. Humph! The Water Dragon King's eyes were extremely cold as the Water Dragon Pearl entered his body one after another. Roar! An extremely terrifying water flow condensed into a water dragon and attacked the Fire Dragon Lord. Kill! The surrounding experts of the Water Dragon Palace roared with killing intent as they charged forward. Attack and support the Water Dragon Palace. The Sky Array immediately shouted from Little Blue's body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This time, the people who followed the Sky Array were all elites of the Dragon Palace. Mad Dragon, Arrow Dragon, Heavenly Lightning, Earth Fire Dragon, Phoenix, Charming Dragon, and so on. The 2,000 core experts of the Dragon Palace instantly flew toward the battlefield. Ha, we didn't kill you. How do you join us? I'll kill all of you today. The Fire Dragon Lord waved his dragon claw to block the Water Dragon King's attack. At the same time, he looked up at the experts of the Dragon Palace, his eyes full of mockery, as if he didn't care about the Water Dragon King at all. You're courting death. Seeing that the Fire Dragon Lord was distracted while fighting with him, the Water Dragon King's eyes were full of killing intent. Streams of water turned into terrifying dragon scales and attacked him directly. Die! When the Fire Dragon King sensed the Water Dragon King's attack, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. His body moved and he directly rushed towards the Water Dragon King. Boom, boom, boom. Fire Claw, cover the sky. The water dragon formed by the water streams was easily broken by the Fire Dragon King. He stretched out his dragon claw and roared. An incomparably huge Fire Dragon Claw directly attacked the Water Dragon King. What? Water Dragon Emperor saw that his attack was easily broken and felt the terrifying Fire Dragon Claw. His expression changed. Not good. This Fire Dragon Emperor's power is weird. He raised his Water Dragon Pearl and blocked the terrifying Fire Dragon Claw. Pung! However, The water dragon pearl that released a powerful water law was slapped down by the dragon claw, and the fire dragon claw continued to attack water dragon emperor. This fire dragon emperor's power is definitely not only at level 5 universe knights. Water dragon emperor roared, his eyes wide open in disbelief. How could fire dragon emperor's power be at level 6 universe knights? With such power, how could he still submit to the devil dragon lineage? Water dragon emperor's expression kept changing. The reason why Water Dragon Palace dared to attack was because the Devil Dragon lineage was not around. In their eyes, the Devil Dragon bloodline had given birth to a Universe Knight level 6 great being, but they had never expected Fire Dragon Master to have such power. Terrifying. Retreat, we have to retreat. Water Dragon Emperor roared in fear. They couldn't defend against a Universe Knight level 6 great being. Pung. The terrifying dragon claws attacked, and a large amount of water shields appeared in front of Water Dragon Emperor to defend himself. Sizzle. 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 However, black wounds still appeared on his body. These black wounds were burned by the flames, and they looked extremely terrifying. With one move, Water Dragon Emperor was heavily injured. Within his body, a water-type true treasure that looked like a clock was rotating, and it was quickly healing the injuries on his body. HM? Universe Knight level 6 battle power. In the sky, Sky Array flew down from Little Blue's body and sensed the battle on Fire Dragon Master's side. He was full of surprise. The power that Fire Dragon Master unleashed also shocked Sky Array. So, he waved his hand quickly and one array after another was formed. Roar, roar, roar. On one side, Vicious Dragon 10 Heads, who had been hovering above Water Dragon Palace, sensed the aura of Little Blue and the others. They all stared at Xiaolan, who was hundreds of times bigger than them, with shining eyes. Woo! Woo! Xiaolan also noticed the 10 heads of Hideous Dragon, a space beast, and his eyes slowly revealed an excited look. He growled and directly attacked the 10 heads of Hideous Dragon. Roar! 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 The 10 heads of Hideous Dragon let out a terrifying roar, and a huge mountain began to form on their bodies. The mountain peak directly attacked Xiaolan. Woo woo! The gray energy on Xiaolan's body trembled. It did not dodge at all and directly charged towards the mountain peak. The mountain peak was dozens of times bigger than Xiaolan, but the terrifying mountain peak quickly crumbled when it landed on Xiaolan's body. Xiaolan slowly opened his incomparably terrifying mouth, as if he wanted to devour the entire void. Roar, roar! The ferocious dragon 10 heads felt that Little Blue had easily defeated its attack, and a trace of fear and dread appeared in their eyes. One by one, incomparably large earthen yellow sharp horns attacked Little Blue's incomparably large mouth. However, those earthen yellow sharp horns entered Little Blue's bottomless mouth, not causing the slightest ripple. Little Blue continued to devour it. This caused the ferocious dragon 10 heads' eyes to be filled with panic. This space beast that looked like it had similar strength was too strange. Woo woo! The ferocious dragon 10 heads let out a low roar and immediately fled to the side. Wong wong wong! However, at this moment, terrifying black holes appeared in all directions around him. His body shook and he instantly disappeared into the black holes. However, in the next moment, the exit of the black holes appeared in Little Blue's mouth. Roar, roar, roar! When the 10 ferocious dragon heads came out from the black holes, their eyes were filled with fear as they roared. The law energy on their bodies boiled up and they desperately attacked their surroundings. Buzz! However, at this moment, Little Blue slowly closed his mouth and began to digest. The extremely powerful 10 ferocious dragon heads became Little Blue's food. In the same realm, invincible. Woo woo! Little Blue let out a low roar after devouring the 10 vicious dragon heads and quickly digested the space beast in her body. Kuan was a creature that fed on powerful bloodlines. After devouring the 10 vicious dragon heads, Little Blue could improve a lot. What? The 10 vicious dragon heads have been devoured? What level is this terrifying beast that can devour the 10 vicious dragon heads so quickly? The warriors from Fire Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace were all shocked by this scene. The 10 of them were a very powerful space beast. Back then, they were only Universe Knights at level 4. Water Dragon Palace had to send 3 to 4 Universe Knights with level 4 strength to suppress them. That was a purebred water god dragon, Shui Linglong. Now, the 10 ferocious dragons, who had already made a breakthrough, had been swallowed by the terrifying space beast in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Fire Dragon Master's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene, and his face revealed an unsightly expression. After Fire Dragon Palace had taken the space beast away from Water Dragon Palace, they had consumed a large amount of resources to allow it to make another breakthrough in its power. But now it was swallowed by a space beast. If you swallow my space beast, I'll suppress you. He growled and didn't attack Water Dragon Emperor anymore. Instead, he attacked Little Blue. Be careful. Fire Dragon Emperor has the power of a level 6 knight. Water Dragon Emperor saw him attack Little Blue and shouted, "What?" Water Dragon's words shocked all the warriors of the palace. Fire Dragon Master had the power of a level 6 knight. This was something they hadn't expected. With such power, how could he still submit to the Demon Dragon bloodline? Everyone enter the Water Dragon Palace immediately. Brothers of the Dragon Palace, enter the Water Dragon Palace. Water Dragon Emperor continued to roar loudly. A Universe Knight level 6 to them was already undefeatable. Ha ha, killing our Fire Dragon Palace's space beast, then today I'll subdue you, no one can stop me. Fire Dragon Emperor heard Water Dragon Emperor's exclamation. His face revealed a sinister expression. He didn't pay attention to the surrounding people. His gaze locked onto Little Blue. Little Blue's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. But with his current strength, he could still subdue him. After suppressing it, the losses of the 10 heads could be completely compensated. He could even obtain an even more powerful space beast. Humph! In the void at the side, Tiancheng stared at the Fire Dragon Lord, his eyes revealing a cold expression. His palm moved slightly, and array formations attacked him. Scram! The Fire Dragon Lord felt the attack of Tiancheng. His gaze turned cold and he waved his dragon claws. Ha! However, he quickly focused his eyes and looked shocked. Hong! The next moment, terrifying flames erupted from his body and his dragon claws met the array again. Pum! The terrifying sound of the collision made Fire Dragon Master look serious. A Universe Knight level 6 great being? I didn't expect your Dragon Palace to have such a great being. He roared in shock. Hee, you, Fire Dragon Master, can even have the power of a Universe Knight level 6, why can't our Dragon Palace have a Knight level 6 great being? Sky Array's eyes revealed a mocking expression, and one array after another attacked him. Get lost. A dragon dares to compete with me. Fire Dragon Master roared coldly, and his body moved, directly attacking Sky Array. Hee. The Sky Array smiled coldly, and the 5 elements energy behind him quickly revolved to form a powerful 5 elements millstone-like array. This array was a 5 elements array that he had created based on the 5 elements millstone. The terrifying millstone attacked Fire Dragon Master directly. Pong, pong, pong. The terrifying collisions stopped Fire Dragon Master from advancing further, and his face slowly darkened. There's actually a Universe Knight level 6 great being in Dragon Palace. The great beings of Water Dragon Palace were pleasantly surprised when they saw this scene. Fire Dragon Master's power made them feel fear and despair, but it was a surprise that Dragon Palace had a Universe Knight level 6 great being. With a level 6 great being, he could fight Fire Dragon Master. It seems that I have to be serious. The Fire Dragon Lord's eyes were filled with a dense killing intent. He raised his head and a Fire Dragon Pearl floated in the air. Roar! True Dragon's Fire! He roared, and his entire body was covered in terrifying flames. The flames covered an area of a few hundred kilometers. Under the cover of the flames, his body seemed to have reached a few hundred kilometers in size, comparable to Little Blue's body. In the sky, the Dragon Pearl was like the scarlet sun, exuding a temperature of extreme yang. One after another, phantoms slowly appeared. The entire sky seemed to be the domain of the Fire Dragon God. Boom! Tens of thousands of flames surged wildly toward the sky formation. Reversal of the 5 elements formation, water domain. Seeing this terrifying attack, the sky formation's pupils constricted slightly and it immediately shouted, "Walala!" The 5 elements millstone reversed and turned into seawater that descended from the sky and directly surged towards Fire Dragon Lord. Hong hong! A terrifying collision sound rang out. Ho ho! Fire Dragon Lord let out a wild roar and his body directly rushed forward. The seawater disappeared bit by bit under the flames. Ho ho! Sky Formation also let out a low roar. His entire body underwent a transformation. He had a dragon tail and a 9-colored light enveloped his body. It looked holy and strange. Mobilize, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Attack! He let out a low growl, and one array after another attacked in front of him. Attack! In front of him, Fire Dragon Master let out a furious roar, and the illusory images of the flaming godly dragons above him charged toward Sky Array. Hong, hong, hong. The sounds of collision rang out once again. However, this time the illusory images of the flaming godly dragons were quickly defeated. The Sky Array was now powerful enough to fight against 3 Universe Knights at level 6. Fire Dragon Master was a pure-blooded godly dragon, and he had a dragon pearl at the level of acquired true treasure. His power was far beyond that of an ordinary Universe Knight at level 6. However, Fire Dragon Master was only as powerful as 2 Universe Knights, and it would be difficult for him to fight against 3. Acquired true treasures were very powerful. If a Universe Knight was at level 1, level 2, or even level 3, he could fight against someone of a higher level. However, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be to fight against someone of a higher level with acquired true treasures. At this level, one would need to be at the level of a spirit treasure to fight against someone of a higher level with a treasure. Or one might have 4 or 5 acquired true treasures in their hands. Palm Wind, Palm Rain, Palm Lightning, 3 great formations, descend. The 3 corresponding light rays of the wind, water, and thunder element on the body of the heaven formation emitted light rays, and 1 formation after another covered Fire Dragon Master. What a strange fellow. He is definitely not an ordinary dragon. He might be a peak race of the divine dragon lineage. Fire Dragon Master looked extremely embarrassed when he saw the powerful formations. Roar, roar, roar. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be a peak race. Fire Dragon Master stared at the sky array floating in the air with a gloomy face. A flame pagoda slowly flew out of his mouth. The flame pagoda was emitting a deep red light. Even around the flames, it was extremely bright. Hee hee. Do you really think you're invincible when you're at the same level? Sky Array stared at Fire Dragon Master and said coldly, Pinnacle Dragon Seed. I can still suppress you. Fire Dragon Master's face darkened and flames surged into the pagoda in front of him. Hong. The pagoda expanded to over 1,000 kilometers in size and attacked Sky Array. Sky Array also had a serious look on his face as he set up an array to defend himself. Fire Dragon Master had already taken out 2 acquired true treasures, which was impossible for an ordinary Universe Knight level 6 great being. Only the dragon god lineage could be so wealthy and have 2 acquired true treasures. Facing Fire Dragon Master, who had taken out 2 acquired true treasures, the Sky Array had to deal with him with all its might. Kill! We have great beings from Dragon Palace to help us deal with Fire Dragon Master. As for the other disciples of Water Dragon Palace, kill them for me. Kill the bunch of fellows from Fire Dragon Palace. The Water Dragon King was severely injured and he had recovered more than half of his heavenly treasures. Roar! Kill! The experts of the Water Dragon Palace immediately rushed over. Kill! All the members of the Dragon Palace continued to attack the red gold war dragon of the Water Dragon Palace. Woo-woo! Little Blue swallowed the 10 ferocious dragon heads and roared. He stared at the sub-dragons below with a burning look in his eyes. High-level bloodlines were Kuan's favorite. The sub-dragons were extremely attractive to him. He attacked with a savage aura. Be careful. Be careful of the people of the Dragon Palace. The leaders of the Fire Cloud Corps and the Dragon Eagle Corps immediately roared. Boom! At this moment, they looked at Little Blue, who was attacking them with a serious expression. Little Blue directly swallowed the 10 heads of the ferocious dragon, making them feel terrified. Pooh! Pooh! At this time, a black and white shadow suddenly appeared around the Fire Dragon Palace and the Red Gold War Dragon. The sharp claws of the black and white shadow instantly pierced through the knights of the two dragon palaces. This time, there were also 200 Universe Knight-level great beings from the dragon-piercing species. Be careful of the strange assassins around. The expressions of the great beings from the two dragon palaces changed slightly when they saw more than 100 Universe Knights being assassinated. They scanned their surroundings warily and roared. There are more great beings from the Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace than us. We are not their match. Facing Ao Chitian's attack, a Universe Knight level 5 great being from the Red Gold War Dragon changed his expression slightly and roared loudly. Retreat! Retreat! Wait for the Lord of the Devil Dragon bloodline to arrive. The leader of the Fire Cloud army didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. They had come early to suppress the Water Dragon Palace. Now that the Dragon Palace had joined in and displayed such terrifying power, there was no need for them to fight. Retreat! In the sky, Fire Dragon Master sensed the situation below and growled with a gloomy face. Since the other party had displayed such powerful strength, he would wait for the arrival of the Demon Dragon King and the Demon Dragon Emperor. Humph! He stared at the sky array and did not continue fighting. His body moved and he immediately retreated into the Fire Dragon Palace. The sky array looked over but did not stop him. It was difficult for him to stop the other party. They were surrounded by their Dragon Palace. It was easy for them to hide inside. This was the strength of the Dragon Palace. Keep fighting, you arrogant guys. Seeing them retreat, the experts of the Water Dragon Palace sneered coldly. Humph, don't be arrogant. Your Water Dragon Palace will still be destroyed, and so will the Dragon Palace. An expert of the Red Gold War Dragon roared. Swoosh! 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 As they spoke, they quickly retreated into the Red Gold War Dragon Palace. Less than 1/3 of the members of the Red Gold War Dragon Palace were at the peak, and all of them had submitted to the Devil Dragon clan, with the Devil Dragon King and the Devil Dragon Emperor as their masters. Humph! Our Water Dragon Palace is waiting for you. The experts of the Water Dragon Palace replied coldly. Who? The Water Dragon King let out a sigh of relief when he saw them retreat. They looked at the members of the Dragon Palace with gratitude. Without the help of the Dragon Palace, the Fire Dragon Palace and the Red Gold War Dragon might have been able to destroy them. Thank you for your help. Thank you, sir. The Water Dragon King said and cupped his hands toward the sky array. The sky array was stronger than him, so it was not an exaggeration for him to call him sir. You're welcome, Water Dragon King. I'm also under your orders. Sky Array smiled and shook his head. Fire Dragon Emperor's strength is really beyond my expectations. Yes. Water Dragon Emperor nodded solemnly. Fire Dragon Emperor has the strength of a Universe Knight level 6. Yet he is suppressed by the Devil Dragon lineage? The Devil Dragon lineage? As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. Everyone from the Dragon Palace, please come in. Following that, he invited them into the Sky Array and led them into the Water Dragon Palace. This battle would probably depend on the Dragon Palace. I really didn't expect that the Dragon Palace actually had a Universe Knight level 6 great being. Within the Fire Dragon Palace, Fire Dragon leader growled with a dark expression. He took out the Universe AI and immediately passed this news to the Devil Dragon lineage. A Universe Knight level 6 great being had appeared in the Dragon Palace. If they wanted to destroy the Water Dragon Palace and destroy the Dragon Palace, Devil Dragon Emperor had to do it himself. At the same time, in the space where the Devil Dragon bloodline was located, the Devil Dragon Dark World covered a huge space. In the Devil Dragon Dark World, Devil Dragon Emperor and Devil Dragon Emperor received the news from Fire Dragon Emperor, and they were shocked. It seems that the Water Dragon Palace doesn't know what's good for them and won't surrender. Let's go and destroy them. First destroy the Water Dragon Palace, then destroy the Dragon Palace, Devil Dragon Emperor said indifferently. It's father. Devil Dragon Emperor nodded. Although they were surprised that the Dragon Palace had a Universe Knight level 6 great being, it didn't affect their plans much. They just needed to put in more effort. Soon, the huge dark sector started to move again and flew toward the Water Dragon Palace. Recently, the Dark Sector had made two moves, one to destroy the Wind and Thunder Dragon bloodline, the other to suppress the Red Gold War Dragon. This was the third time. We're here. The Water Dragon continent of the Water Dragon Palace is right in front of us. The 4 dragon palaces are really majestic. Just as the Dark Sector of Devil Dragon was rushing over, a group of nearly 4,000 Universe Knights rushed over from a huge light lotus flower in front of the Water Dragon continent. They looked ahead and saw the powerful Dragon Palace and they sighed. The Holy Prose clan had arrived. There's a battle here and there's still some energy left in the air. Above Water Dragon continent, a group of great beings from the Holy Prose clan on the Light Lotus looked around and said calmly, "Clan Elder, should we wait here or go over directly?" The Holy Prose clan looked at an old man in the middle and asked, "Let's go directly. The strongest warrior of the Dragon God's bloodline is probably the Dragon King of the Devil Dragon's bloodline. He's probably only a level 6 Universe Knight. Our Saintwen clan isn't afraid at all." The elder of the Saintwen clan said calmly. In the surrounding starry sky, according to the power displayed by the Dragon God's bloodline, the strongest warrior was at level 5 Universe Knights. Even though they had many treasures, the Holy Prose clan was not afraid of the Dragon bloodline at all. Even though the Dragon bloodline might give birth to a level 6 Universe Knight, they were not afraid at all. "It's the clan leader." The Holy Prose clan nodded, and the Light Lotus continued to fly forward. When the Holy Prose clan arrived, it immediately attracted the attention of all the members of the Water Dragon Palace. Feeling the power coming from them, all the members of the Water Dragon Palace felt a chill in their hearts. What's going on? What are they doing here? What's going on? The members of the Water Dragon King were slightly surprised. "Clan leader, they're from the Holy Prose clan," an expert of the Water Dragon Palace said from the side. "Let's go and take a look." The Water Dragon King looked puzzled and immediately flew out. "Saintwen clan?" Hearing this name, Tian Chen's eyes sparkled as he followed closely. "Sir from the Dragon Palace, you can wait in the Dragon King Palace." The Water Dragon King looked at Tian Chen and said, "They might be looking for our Dragon Palace." Sky Array shook his head and squinted his eyes. "Looking for the Dragon Palace?" Water Dragon King frowned when he heard Sky Array. "Saintwen clan, may I know why you are here?" Water Dragon King looked at the knights of the Saintwen clan and said seriously. There were almost 4,000 knights of the Saintwen clan on the Light Lotus. The Saintwen clan was not weak in Lu Xingkong. "We're here to find the people from the Dragon Palace." The clan leader of the Saintwen clan on the Light Lotus narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell the people from the Dragon Palace to come out." "Hee. Saintwen clan, why are you looking for the Dragon Palace?" Tian Chun stared at them and said coldly, "What's the matter? Was our 3rd elder, 7th elder, killed by your Dragon Palace?" The clan leader of the Holy Prose clan asked with a grim face. "Who's 3rd elder and 7th elder?" "Our Dragon Palace killed a lot of people who didn't know what was good for them. Who knows which one of them is your 3rd elder and 7th elder?" Tian Chung glanced at them and replied coldly, "Hee, your Dragon Palace is really arrogant. Our 3rd elder and 7th elder of the Holy Prose clan died at the hands of that space beast of your Dragon Palace. Why don't you admit it?" An elder beside the clan leader of the Saintwen clan asked in a stern voice. "Admit it? Are you saying that those two who directly attacked us over 10 days ago didn't know death?" Tian Chen said coldly. "Impudent. Dragon Palace, you dare to kill an elder of our Saintwen clan? You must pay the price." The clan leader of the Saintwen clan shouted with a cold face. "Ha! With just you?" Sky Array laughed loudly and said disdainfully, "With just us." The Holy Prose clan leader said coldly, "They are taking advantage of the situation. They know that your Dragon Palace is here to help us. And they know that the Devil Dragon clan is going to make a move against our Water Dragon Palace." On the side, Water Dragon Emperor's expression was unusually dark when he saw this. Fire Dragon Emperor had the power of a level 6 Universe Knight. They were even more worried about the power of the Devil Dragon bloodline. Luckily, there were level 6 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace. But now the Saintwen clan was attacking the Dragon Palace. They obviously wanted to use this chance to take revenge. The Saintwen clan wasn't weak. They were even stronger than Water Dragon Palace. This was like adding insult to injury. Their hope was completely destroyed by the intervention of the Holy Prose clan. Members of the Fire Dragon Palace, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. The Dragon Palace killed an elder of the Holy Prose clan. This time, the Holy Prose clan will make the Dragon Palace pay the price. The patriarch of the Holy Prose clan looked at the Fire Dragon Palace and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. We have made a friend of the Holy Prose clan." The arrival of the Holy Prose clan in the Fire Dragon Palace had attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon Palace. Hearing their words, the Fire Dragon Lord burst into laughter. He flew out of the Fire Dragon Palace and looked at the Holy Prose clan and the Water Dragon King Sky Array. His eyes were full of coldness as he said, "When the Devil Dragon clan arrives, we will destroy them completely." "Hee good, a small dragon palace, leave it to us." The leader of the Saint When clan laughed and replied, "HM? Haha. Good, good." Fire Dragon Master heard their words and laughed. His eyes gleamed. The Saint When clan didn't know that there was a level 6 universe knight in the Dragon Palace. However, he didn't say it out loud. With the Holy Prose clan interfering, it would be easier for them and they would be able to reduce the number of Yulong's deaths. One Holy Prose clan wants to destroy us? Then let's see who's going to destroy who. Sky Array's eyes were cold and cold. Who? However, Water Dragon Emperor let out a breath. His face filled with exhaustion. The Devil Dragon clan and the Holy Prose clan, we are no match for them. Once they break through our Water Dragon Palace, we will be finished. We have to prepare some escape routes. The Water Dragon King looked at Sky Array and said weakly, "Don't worry, Water Dragon King. I will contact the Dragon King immediately and leave everything to our Dragon Palace." The Sky Array's face was also filled with coldness. The sudden attack of the Holy Prose clan made him a little angry. The two elders of the Holy Prose clan had attacked them when they knew that Shaolin had a master. It was a complete provocation. After killing them, the Holy Prose clan still dared to come and take revenge? And they dared to take advantage of the situation at this time? Then they would have to see who was going to kill who. You. Your Dragon Palace has an idea. The Water Dragon King stared at the Sky Array with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Everything will be decided by the Dragon King." The Sky Array replied faintly. It took out the universal AI and immediately transmitted the situation over. Meanwhile, the entire surrounding Lu Shinkong was paying attention to the situation at the Water Dragon Palace. Another great war was about to break out among the Dragon Clan. This time, it was even more eye-catching than the previous two, because someone had received the news that the Dragon Palace had sent reinforcements to the Water Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had sent reinforcements to the Water Dragon Palace. The Fire Dragon Palace had a red gold war dragon under the Devil Dragon clan, which was equivalent to the final battle between the Dragon clan and Lu Shinkong. Whoever won would be the king of the Lu Shinkong divine dragon bloodline. In the void around the Water Dragon Palace, some experts from other forces were investigating the situation here. Soon, another piece of news caused a huge shock on the Lu Shinkong universe AI. It seems that the Saint Wen clan has joined the battle. They seem to have a grudge against the Dragon Palace and the Saint Wen clan wants to destroy the Dragon Palace. Why did the Holy Prose clan suddenly join this battle? The Holy Prose clan wants to join forces with the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon bloodline. The Holy Prose clan mainly wants to destroy the Dragon Palace. It seems that the Dragon Palace has killed 2 Universe Knight level 5 elders of the Holy Prose clan, and the Holy Prose clan is using this opportunity to take revenge. The sudden intervention of a power caused the entire surrounding starry sky to be in an uproar. Especially the Saint Wen clan, they weren't weak. Right now, the great beings from all the powers in the AI were guessing that the Devil Dragon bloodline had a level 6 knight. This already suppressed the Water Dragon Palace and Dragon Palace greatly. Now, with the Saint Wen clan with a level 6 knight, the Water Dragon Palace and Dragon Palace were probably going to lose. They might have to surrender or escape. There were all kinds of speculations and discussions. However, there was a consensus that no force or powerhouse thought that the Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace could win. especially after the Holy Pros clan intervened. However, they didn't know that they knew nothing about the Fire Dragon Palace's current strength towards the Dragon Palace. The news that the Fire Dragon Master and the Dragon Palace had a level 6 Universe Knight didn't spread out. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace located in the starry sky of the Star River, Wang Xian, who was helping the Five Elements Grand Mill refine the acquired supreme treasure, suddenly received the news of the sky array. When he saw the contents, he was slightly stunned. The Fire Dragon Master strength has reached level 6 Universe Knight? The Holy Pros clan is involved in this and wants to destroy the Dragon Palace? He narrowed his eyes slightly, especially when he saw the latter news. His eyes were filled with coldness. He had never expected that the Holy Pros clan would be involved. They want to destroy my Dragon Palace? Wang Xian's eyes shone with awe. The Fire Dragon Lord's strength has reached the level of a level 6 Universe Knight, but he is still suppressed by the Demonic Dragon Clan. Then, the Demonic Dragon Clan's strength, even if it is weak, has the combat strength of at least 3 level 6 Universe Knights. Even a level 7 Universe Knight. Wang Xian was deep in thought. The strength of the demonic dragon lineage had far exceeded his estimation. He had thought that the sky array alone would be able to suppress the demonic dragon lineage's Fire Dragon Palace. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. I have to go there myself. He mumbled and slowly stood up. He looked at the 5 elements millstone in front of him. It would take another day for him to completely absorb the 2 acquired treasures. If Enlai had not arrived yet, he could only fly over. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Logically speaking, Enlai should be able to teleport to get the demon spirit altars one by one very quickly. It had already been 1 or 2 days, but there was still no sign of him. Could there be something wrong? However, according to the information from the Dragon Palace, Enlai was not dead. Just as Wang Xian was thinking about Enlai, a figure appeared in the Dragon King's hall. He came at the right time. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this figure. Enlai was a very special existence. If he died, it would be a great loss to the Dragon Palace. Especially if he died in an unknown place, he couldn't even be resurrected. When he looked at Enlai, he was surprised. Enlai was much stronger than before. His whole body seemed to be in another void. It looked very ethereal. However, when he saw that the oil lamp on his body was completely extinguished, he raised his eyebrows. The oil lamp was extinguished? The wick of the oil lamp was inexhaustible. Even if the vitality fluid in it was completely consumed, it should not be extinguished. Greetings, Dragon King. At this moment, Enlai was still in shock as he bowed to Wang Xian. What happened? Took you so long to get here. Did you encounter any problems? Wang Xian asked him. With a wave of his arm, the oil lamp flew towards him. He looked at the wick of the oil lamp and realized that it had turned black. It was completely dead. Dragon King, I encountered something special. When I was teleporting through the demonic altar, I seemed to have entered a very special world. It was very strange. Enlai's expression changed as he spoke. A special world? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He looked at him strangely and asked, is it from the heaven-splitting primordial land? Dragon King, I don't know either, but I don't feel like it's the heaven-splitting primordial land. How should I put it? That place gives me a very strange feeling. Enlai shook his head and said, and that world is very, very big. It's very strange. I don't know what kind of attack I suffered just now. I almost died. If not for the protective treasure you gave me, I might have already died. As he spoke, he patted his chest. He almost killed himself before he could even see the shadow of the other party. It was too terrifying. One had to know that he was already extremely powerful at that time. If not for his quick reaction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Is that so? Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. The universe was so big. It could be a special space or a special place in the heaven-splitting primordial land. He didn't think too much about it. He looked at Enlai and asked, how is your current strength? Dragon King, my current strength is comparable to a level 5 Universe Knight. If I were to assassinate him, it wouldn't be a problem for me to be 1 level higher. As for how much higher it is, I can't guarantee it. If there is enough energy in that oil lamp, I might be able to assassinate a level 7 Universe Knight with it. Enlai said excitedly. Although the journey this time was strange and terrifying, his strength had improved tremendously. His current strength was considered top-notch even in the Dragon Palace. Very good. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He waved his arm and another piece of wood flew over and landed in the oil lamp. Following that, he added some vitality liquid into the oil lamp. This time, he didn't give the oil lamp to Enlai. This thing was extremely useful to him. Furthermore, if Enlai wasn't an assassin, he wouldn't have needed this thing. If he wanted to escape now, anyone below the ruler realm might not be able to do anything to him. Even the ruler of the universe would find it difficult to kill him. Let's go to the Water Dragon Palace, he said lightly. Wang, 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 Wang. In the surrounding starry sky, where Water Dragon Palace was located. In front of the east gate of Water Dragon Palace, figures slowly stepped out of a magical altar. Water Dragon King and the others beside him were excited when they saw these figures. For 1,000 universe knights, all-powerful universe knights. There are so many powerful ones in the Dragon Palace. This time, there are about 6,000 of them. When the members of the Water Dragon Palace saw this, their eyes were filled with excitement. Dragon King. The figures that appeared were naturally Wang Xian and the rest. Water Dragon King, Water Dragon Queen walked over and shouted with a smile. Water Dragon King, Water Dragon Queen. Wang Xian greeted with a smile. It's all thanks to the Dragon Palace's help this time. Otherwise, our Water Dragon Palace would have no choice but to flee. Water Dragon King said gratefully. Haha, you're too kind. Let's go. We are allies on the same front. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Dragon King, are you confident now? It's not just the Devil Dragon lineage. There's also the Holy Pros clan. Among them, there are Universe Knights with level 6 combat strength and 4,000 Universe Knights. Their strength is even stronger than the overall strength of our Water Dragon Palace. Water Dragon King made an inviting gesture and led Wang Xian and the rest into the Water Dragon Palace as he said solemnly. The current situation had completely exceeded their expectations. The Fire Dragon Master had the combat strength of a Universe Knight level 6, which was completely beyond their expectations. If the Fire Dragon Master was so powerful, then what about the Devil Dragon lineage? Furthermore, they didn't expect the Holy Pros clan to interfere. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Palace had members with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 6, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Palace didn't retreat, otherwise, the Water Dragon Palace would have already prepared to escape. This wasn't something they could fight against. Water Dragon King, since our Dragon Palace didn't retreat this time, we have a way to deal with it. Wang Xian gave them a reassuring pill. Leave the lineage of the Devil Dragon, the Fire Dragon Lord, and the Holy Pros clan to us. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings. When he saw the Dragon Palaces, his eyes sparkled. Are you confident, Dragon King? Water Dragon Queen's eyes sparkled as she asked with some anticipation. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. That's good, that's good. The Water Dragon King's face was filled with excitement as well. If the Dragon Palace can help us get through this crisis, our Water Dragon Palace will be led by the Dragon Palace in the future. This was a huge crisis for the Water Dragon Palace. If they could get through this crisis, so what if they were led by the Dragon Palace? Moreover, based on their short-term understanding, they had a good impression of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Boom, boom. At this moment, a powerful aura came from outside. Ha! Wang Xian and the rest were moved and looked outside. In the void on the right, an extremely huge black cloud was flying towards them. The entire black cloud covered the sky and the sun. They couldn't see the situation inside clearly. The shadows of the Devil Dragons flashed by, making it hard for them to see clearly. Devil Dragon Dark World. The Devil Dragon Dark World of the Devil Dragon lineage is here. The Devil Dragon King and the others are here. The Water Dragon King and the others looked over, and their eyes were filled with coldness. The entire Devil Dragon Dark World was hidden in the darkness, so they couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. The Dark World of the Devil Dragon was very different from the ordinary Dragon Palace. There is still 1 day until the 10-day limit mentioned by the lineage of the Devil Dragon. I wonder if they will attack us after one day or immediately. The eyes of the water dragon queen flickered as she spoke. Sky formation, get all the disciples ready. Wang Xian spoke to the sky formation beside him indifferently. It's the Dragon King. The sky formation replied immediately. Demon Dragon King, Demon Dragon Emperor, and the rest are here. Come, let's go. Around the Water Dragon Palace, in the Dragon Palaces of the Fire Dragon Palace, the Red Gold War Dragon Palace, and the Wind and Thunder lineage, many experts flew towards the direction of the Demon Dragon Dark World. Oh, come, let's go too. The elders of the Saint Wen clan looked at the Demon Dragon Dark World with sparkling eyes and said in a low voice, swoosh! The light lotus flew toward the dark world of the Devil Dragon. Devil Dragon King, Devil Dragon Emperor, the Fire Dragon Lord, and the others flew toward the dark world of the Devil Dragon and said respectfully, well, get ready. We will destroy the Water Dragon Palace as soon as the 10-day limit arrives. At this moment, the Devil Dragon King turned into the true form of the Dark Dragon and ordered indifferently. Hee hee. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked outside with a light smile on his face. The Devil Dragon King swayed his body, and his huge head slowly extended out of the Devil Dragon Dark World. From afar, one could see the head of the Devil Dragon stretching out from the black clouds in the sky. It was filled with terror and majesty. Devil Dragon King, I've long heard of your name. When the elders of the Holy Prose clan saw the Devil Dragon King coming out, they cupped their hands and said with a smile, I've learned that you have a grudge against the Dragon Palace? The Devil Dragon King looked at them and asked, that's right. The Dragon Palace killed the elders of our Saint Wen clan. This time, we'll use this opportunity to completely destroy them. Devil Dragon King, let's join hands. What do you think? The clan leader of the Saint Wen clan asked faintly. Of course, there's no problem. Let's join hands and destroy them all. Devil Dragon Emperor smiled. All right then, after your Devil Dragon bloodline opens the Water Dragon Palace, leave the people of the Dragon Palace to our Holy Prose clan. The Holy Prose clan leader said confidently. Sure. Devil Dragon Emperor raised his head slightly. The 10 days limit has arrived. We'll attack immediately. After he said that, the dragon head slowly disappeared and entered Devil Dragon Dark World. Hee hee. The knights of the Saint Wen clan all smiled. The agreement was reached. This Saint Wen clan obviously doesn't know the strength of the Dragon Palace. If they knew, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. That level 6 universe knight from the Dragon Palace, even I have to be careful when fighting against him. That level 6 knight from the Dragon Palace can kill more than half of their Saint Wen clan. In the dark world of Devil Dragon, Fire Dragon Master saw the situation outside and glanced at the people from the Saint Wen clan, his eyes filled with disdain. The Saint Wen clan will benefit us greatly. As for whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with us. Devil Dragon Emperor flew over and said with a smile. For Dragon Palaces suppress, break through the defense of the Water Dragon Palace first. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Demon Dragon Dark World. Hearing this voice, everyone's faces were filled with awe. Buzz. At this moment, the Demon Dragon Dark World continued to fly forward and slowly arrived above the Water Dragon Palace. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy spread out from the Demon Dragon Dark World and rushed down. The other 3 dragon palaces surrounded the Water Dragon Palace like a triangle. At this time, a terrifying power burst out. It's about to start. When the Water Dragon King and the others saw the dark world of the Devil Dragon Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace surrounding the Water Dragon Palace, they all looked serious. The 3 dragon palaces surrounded the Water Dragon Palace in a triangle, and the dark world of the Devil Dragon Palace was eroding downwards. The 4 dragon palaces had completely sealed off the Water Dragon Palace. Now that they were completely isolated, it was impossible for them to teleport. The power of the Fire Dragon Palace and the dark world of the Demon Dragon are very strong. They are not weaker than the Water Dragon Palace. The Red Gold War Dragon and the Dragon Palace of the Wind and Thunder lineage are weaker, but they are also very terrifying. They are suppressing the Water Dragon Palace with the 4 dragon palaces. Are they trying to break through the defense of the Water Dragon Palace by force? Wang Xian scanned his surroundings as his eyes sparkled. These were all powerful dragon palaces. The 4 great dragon palaces, the Water Dragon Palace and the Dark World of the Demon Dragon were all masters of the universe. If we can destroy them this time, it will be an opportunity for the Dragon Palace. Wuxia mumbled as his eyes sparkled. They completely surrounded us and didn't attack us immediately. The lineage of the Demon Dragon is really confident, the Water Dragon King said in a deep voice. He was even more fearful of the demonic dragon clan's strength. Powerful. As expected of the Dragon Palace left behind by a peak divine Dragon Clan expert. It's really powerful. On the Light Lotus outside, the Saint Wen clan saw that the Water Dragon Palace had been completely sealed and felt the power of the Dragon Palaces. Their eyes were filled with envy. We have 2 purposes this time. One is to destroy the Dragon Palace and the other is to suppress the Space Beast. The Holy Prose clan elder said and glanced at the people around him. We don't need to fight with the Devil Dragon clan for the other treasures. Now that the Fire Dragon Palace has submitted, we are no longer their match. It's the clan elder. We know our limits. The experts of the Holy Prose clan nodded with a grim look in their eyes. They were quite confident in dealing with the Dragon Palace. Time passed bit by bit and the 10-day limit was getting closer and closer. The entire surrounding starry sky was paying attention to the battle here, and no one dared to get close to watch such a huge race war. They could only sense the movements here from afar. Break the defense of the Water Dragon Palace. Attack. When the 10-day limit arrived, a voice came from the dark realm of the Demon Dragon. Yes. After the order was given, the Demon Dragon bloodline, the Fire Dragon Palace, the Red Gold War Dragon, and all the divine dragons responded immediately. Boom. In the next moment, the 4 dragon palaces burst out with terrifying power. Flames, darkness, red gold, and lightning shot toward the Water Dragon Palace. They are about to make their move. What a terrifying aura. They want to break the defense of the Water Dragon Palace through the might of the 4 great dragon palaces. At this moment, all the members of the Water Dragon Palace, Wuxia, and the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace were gathered in the area in front of the Dragon Gate of the Water Dragon Palace. As they sensed the bugle call of the 4 great dragon palaces, their eyes focused. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the water defense of the dragon gates in front of them began to collapse. The power of the 4 great dragon palaces was enough to break through the dragon gates of the Water Dragon Palace. All disciples of the Water Dragon Palace, prepare to kill the enemy. The Water Dragon King roared furiously when he saw this. All disciples of the Devil Dragon bloodline, prepare to attack. Fire Dragon, the Dragon Palace, and the Water Dragon Palace are still defending this place. They should have some trump cards. Let the Saint Wen clan test the power of the Dragon Palace first. You attack the Water Dragon King and the others. I'll wait for an opportunity and destroy them today. In the dark sector above, the voice of the Dragon Emperor resounded in the minds of all his subordinates. Yes, Fire Dragon Emperor replied immediately. This time, the Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace were defending. After seeing that he had the power of a level 6 knight, they should be able to guess that the dragon bloodline was stronger. Under such circumstances, if they didn't retreat, they should have some trump cards. At this moment, the Holy Prose clan was a good bait. Attack! As the order was given, dragon species flew out from the 3 great dragon palaces. In the sky, in the demonic dragon dark world, the demonic dragon king led his subordinates and swooped down to attack the Water Dragon Palace. The war had completely erupted. Face the enemy. Kill them. The Water Dragon King ordered loudly with a cold expression. Kill! Wuxia waved his arm and gave the order to counterattack. One by one, the prickly dragon species disappeared. The rest of the dragon species formed a battle formation and rushed out of the Water Dragon Palace. Woo! Xiaolan flew out of the Water Dragon Palace as well. Her huge eyes scanned the surroundings as she charged forward with a primitive aura. Wuxia did not make a move. He was waiting for the experts of the demonic dragon lineage. In today's battle, Wuxia not only wanted to win, but he also wanted to obtain the 4 dragon palaces. Once he obtained them, the devouring dragon would receive a terrifying upgrade. Dragon Palace, you killed the elders of my Saint Wen clan. Today we will make you pay with blood. We will make you pay thousands of times the price. On the Light Lotus, all the great beings of the Holy Prose clan saw the war break out and saw Little Blue's huge body fly out. They roared coldly. They flew out of the Light Lotus one by one, and the terrifying power of Universe Knights exploded from their bodies. The power of nearly 4,000 Universe Knights exploded together, and the entire sky changed color. The mighty energy impacted the surrounding starry sky for billions of miles. Humph! The clan elder of the Holy Prose clan snorted coldly and stood in the middle of the radiant lotus. A beam of holy light spread out in the surroundings. The petals formed from the condensed light spread out for a radius of 1 billion kilometers. These bunch of people who were taking advantage of the situation. Some of the powerhouses of the Water Dragon Palace looked at them with unusually gloomy expressions. Wang Xian saw the commotion and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Enlai, I'll leave it to you." He looked at Enlai and said with a smile, "Ha ha! Dragon King, no problem." Enlai replied in a low voice. His face was filled with confidence. "Today, I and Lai will fight against a race alone." Roar! He let out an excited roar and disappeared in the next moment. Fire Dragon Palace of the Devil Dragon bloodline. Leave the space beast to us. In the sky, the patriarch of the Holy Prose clan locked his eyes on Little Blue and roared in a low voice. "Kill!" Then, he ordered all the venerables of the Holy Prose clan to move. In an instant, attacks came from all directions toward the Water Dragon Palace. The little Holy Prose clan wants to take advantage of the situation and destroy our Dragon Palace? Puff! At this moment, a voice entered the ears of the patriarch of the Holy Prose clan. However, soon after, he felt a sharp dagger flash by. Just as he was about to react, he sensed that his life force was rapidly draining away. Puff! 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 Soon after, a series of penetrating sounds were heard and his consciousness gradually became blurry. Poo, poo, poo. The sound continued to pierce through, and a terrifying blade flashed past. The knights of the Holy Prose clan who were preparing to attack narrowed their eyes. Over 1,000 of them trembled and traces of blood flowed out of their necks. They opened their eyes wide, filled with shock. There were no screams and no one had time to react. Not good. At this moment, the smell of blood caught the attention of the clan elder of the Central Holy Prose clan. He immediately looked around, his body protected by rays of light. His eyes were wide open, and he swept his gaze across the 1,000 clan members in shock. With his senses, the life force of the 1,000 clan members had completely disappeared. Be careful. There's an assassination attempt. Be careful. He immediately roared ferociously, his eyes revealing a trace of fear. In just an instant, over 1,000 clansmen were killed instantly. He didn't even sense who the opponent was, and the opponent didn't reveal himself. This was simply too terrifying. What's happening? Some of the Saint Wen clan warriors who were preparing to attack the Dragon Palace warriors had a slight change in expression. They hadn't noticed the situation around them, especially those knights at the first or second level. They didn't even feel that any of their clansmen had died. Pong, pong, pong. However, at this time, when the corpses fell down one by one, everyone's expression changed. Defense, everyone defend. There's an assassin. At this moment, the clan elder of the Holy Prose clan continued to roar with a ferocious expression. Be careful. The clan leader is dead. The clan leader was actually assassinated. Defend. Everyone defend. At this moment, terrified voices rang out. All the venerables of the Holy Prose clan had already discovered that their clan leader had been killed. Before anyone could react, he had turned into a corpse. They immediately unleashed their powerful defenses and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Ha ha ha! How dare you destroy our dragon palace? And Lai's figure appeared from below. He put away the corpses of the Saint Wen clan with a relaxed expression and stared at them mockingly. You're courting death. Attack him and kill him. The Holy Prose clan leader heard the voice and immediately locked his gaze on Enlai. He roared coldly. He waved his arm and numerous sharp lotuses formed from light shot toward Enlai. Attack! The rest of them roared with unsightly expressions. The energy of nearly 3,000 universe knights poured toward Enlai. Ha ha! Die! and Lai saw their attack, and his face was full of emotion. Before the countless attacks arrived, he had already disappeared. Pooh! Pooh! The next moment, those Universe Knights at level 5, level 2, and level 3 were teleported by Lai before they could react. Hong! Oh no, he's attacking! He's attacking! Lai's attack landed on an old man from the Holy Pros clan, and a terrifying energy protected him. Lai raised his eyebrows and disappeared. Pooh! 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 This time he didn't stop. He kept teleporting to kill the great beings from the Holy Pros clan. No, 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 what a weird trick. Run, run, run. His speed is too terrifying. We can't lock on to them at all. Defense, all of you defend. When Lai continued to teleport and kill, the Saint Wen clan completely panicked. They roared with fear on their faces. The method of that expert of the Dragon Palace was too strange. When he appeared in front of one person, he appeared next to another person in the next moment. This speed was too strange. With such a strange speed and such terrifying power, they had no way of resisting. Pooh! Pooh! Lai's assassination continued. Every second, more than 100 people were killed. Even with all the defenses they had set up, they were still easily killed. Only a level 5 Universe Knight could withstand it. However, how many level 5 Universe Knights were there in the entire Holy Pros clan? Only a dozen or so. Among them, the clan leader and the others were instantly killed. Quick! Everyone! Get on the Holy Light Lotus immediately! The clan leader of the Holy Pros clan roared loudly, his heart trembling. In such a short time, nearly 3,000 Universe Knights had been killed. That was 3,000 Universe Knights. Almost all 4,000 Universe Knights were killed. Most importantly, this member of the Dragon Palace was too terrifying. If the Dragon Palace wanted to take revenge on them, how could they defend against it? This speed was so strange that Universe Knights below level 5 couldn't react at all. Even Universe Knights at level 5 would be killed instantly if they weren't careful. What kind of being was this? Trying to escape? Haha, dream on. Lai laughed out loud, his eyes filled with coldness as he continued to hunt. None of the Universe Knights below level 5 could withstand his instant kill. Even a level 5 Universe Knight had to defend himself at all times. No, Dragon Palace, you deserve to die. The elder of the Holy Pros clan saw that the remaining 1,000 Universe Knights were still being hunted rapidly, and his eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, he felt helpless. He couldn't lock onto that figure at all. If he couldn't lock onto that figure, he couldn't attack. This made him extremely aggrieved and terrified. What? What's going on with the Holy Pros clan? Hiss, is this the trump card of the Dragon Palace? How terrifying. The war had only started for a few dozen seconds. The Devil Dragon Bloodline, Fire Dragon Palace, and the others hadn't even engaged in close combat with the members of the Dragon Palace's Water Dragon Palace when the Holy Pros clan beside them collapsed. This caused the expressions of the Devil Dragon Clan, Fire Dragon Palace, and the Red Gold War Dragon to change drastically. What the hell was this? The battle had just begun and the Saint Wen clan was about to be annihilated? Didn't they say they were going to fight the Dragon Palace? Yet the Dragon Palace only sent one person to annihilate them? However, when they felt the large number of knights from the Saint Wen clan being killed, the Devil Dragon clan and the others' pupils constricted slightly. Their faces were filled with shock. The Holy Pros clan was not weak, yet they had been slaughtered so easily. That great being from Dragon Palace was a little terrifying. What speed is this? Inside Devil Dragon Dark World, Devil Dragon Emperor had also noticed the situation here, and his face sank slightly. He has the offensive power of a level 5 Universe Knight, and his speed is even more terrifying. Even I can't lock onto him. So how can there be such a terrifying great being in Dragon Palace? If I want to kill him, I have to trap him in the dark sector of Devil Dragon. Otherwise, it's impossible. Devil Dragon Emperor roared in a low voice, his eyes shining. No wonder the Dragon Palace is fighting against the Devil Dragon bloodline. So they have such a trump card. However, with me and the dark sector of Devil Dragon, you all have to die. Devil Dragon Emperor roared coldly. A bunch of trash. Kill. On the battlefield between the Devil Dragon bloodline and the Water Dragon Palace, the Fire Dragon Lord and the others looked at the Shengwen clan with an awkward expression. They had wanted to force the Shengwen clan to use their trump card, but the Dragon Palace sent only one person to make them collapse. This made them look extremely embarrassed. They stared at the experts of the Water Dragon Palace in front of them, their eyes full of killing intent. "Come on, let's fight." The Fire Dragon Lord stared at the Sky Array and roared, "Kill!" The Sky Array's eyes were cold, and many arrays attacked him. The two of them flew to the sky and opened a battlefield. Kill, 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 kill the disciples of the Water Dragon Palace. Fire Cloud, Dragon Eagle, Ghost Dragon, Dark Claw, Battle Dragon, the 5 legions, attack. Devil Dragon Emperor stared at the experts from the Water Dragon Palace and roared loudly. The Devil Dragon Bloodline, Fire Dragon Palace, and the Red Gold Battle Dragon they had tamed added up to more than 10,000 Universe Knights. Other than the 10,000 Universe Knights, there were more than 10 million other dragon species. These dragon palaces were all Void God Emperor level existences. This time, for the sake of annihilating Water Dragon Palace, the 4 great dragon palaces had all arrived and the disciples of the godly dragon lineage were all living in the Dragon Palace. When the war broke out, they entered the battlefield immediately. Similarly, the 5 to 6 million Void God Emperor level disciples of Water Dragon Palace also entered the battlefield to fight. In terms of the number of Universe Knights, the Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace were slightly weaker than the other party. In terms of disciples of other ranks, they were still much weaker than the other party because the disciples of the Dragon Palace had yet to arrive. However, the Water Dragon King, Wuxia, and the others did not have the slightest fluctuation. This battle mainly depended on the high-end combat strength. Devil Dragon King, you actually only have the strength of a Universe Knight at level 5. I thought you had broken through. Hehe. In the center, Water Dragon Emperor stared at Demon Dragon Emperor and felt his power. He was surprised. Since Demon Dragon could subdue Fire Dragon Palace, he should have at least a level 6 Universe Knight. However, he was still a level 5 Universe Knight. This didn't make sense. A level 5 Universe Knight can kill you all. Devil Dragon King roared and attacked Water Dragon King. Disciples of the Dragon Palace set up the formation and kill, roar, roar, roar. Ao Chitian and Ao2 roared and rushed forward. With the Imperial Dragon and Mad Dragon as the leaders, the Central Starwood Dragon, the Sky Thunder Earth Fire Dragon and the Phoenix, the Arrow Dragon and the Charm Dragon formed a battle formation and rushed forward. Close combat, long range, and support formed a system. All of them were formed by pinnacle dragon species and rushed forward. As for the Poisonous Horned Dragon and the Thorn Dragon, they were all around to interfere with the assassination. The 4,000 Knights of the Dragon Palace and the group of Dragon Palaces formed a battle. It wasn't something the Devil Dragon and Fire Dragon Palace could compare to. Not only were all the dragon races from the 3 Dragon Palaces high-level dragon races, they were also good at close combat on the battlefield. Fire Cloud was good at long-range attacks, Dark Claw and Ghost Dragon were good at assassination, and Dragon Eagle was also good at close combat. They were fighting on their own and there was no such thing as a battle formation. Furthermore, there were only about 1,000 high-level dragon races in total. However, all the Dragon Palaces were the same. The Mad Dragon and Imperial Dragon rushed forward and entangled over 1,000 Universe Knights. The Mad Dragon's attack and Imperial Dragon's defense made the faces of the great beings from the Fire Dragon Palace change. Attack! The leader of the Fire Cloud army roared, and flames flew toward the Mad Dragon at the front. Attack and defense! Ao-Chi and Ao-2 roared. They attacked instead of defense. Kill! Charm! Curse! Surrender! Thunder Meteorite! Willow Leaf Dragon Scale! In the next moment, long-range attacks, auxiliary attacks, and arrow attacks shot forward. The front defended and the back attacked. Ah! 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 The expressions of the Universe Knights who had not formed an army or a battle team changed drastically. Some of the weaker ones were killed instantly. Be careful of that sound wave. It's very strange. The defense of those guys in the front is too strong. The attacks from the back are too sharp. Be careful. At this moment, the expressions of the thousands of universe knights changed drastically. The expression of the leader of the Fire Cloud Army, Dragon Eagle Army, changed drastically. The defense at the front was strong, and the long-range attacks at the back were sharp. Most importantly, they couldn't break through the defense of the Mad Dragon and the Imperial Dragon. The moment they couldn't break through, the long-range attacks of the enemy would be random. They could only passively block, but as long as they blocked, there would be mistakes. Especially under the strange attacks of the charming dragon. The bodies of the dragons trembled, and confusion appeared in their eyes. In this short moment, arrows pierced through their bodies. Then they were covered by the flaming willow leaves. Charge! Aochitian, Ao2, and the others saw the situation and roared. The wild dragon species and the imperial dragon species rushed forward. Boom! 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 Damn it! Why aren't the ghost dragons attacking? Attack! Wait for the ghost dragons to assassinate the experts behind the Dragon Palace. The leader of the Fire Cloud group, the Dragonhawk leader, saw the scene and his face changed as he transmitted his voice. Now! Get ready to attack! The ghost dragon quickly circled around and attacked the archery dragon and the charming dragon. Their figures flashed and a black light flashed. Puff! 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 At this moment, the ghost dragon hidden in the darkness started to move. The ghost dragon's Hellclaw was a high-grade dragon type that could control the darkness. However, the dragon-type Hydralisk could control light and darkness. In terms of hiding ability, the Hellclaw and the ghost dragon were a level apart. The dragon-type Hydralisk had locked onto them long ago. Just as the ghost dragon was about to attack, the dragon-type Hydralisk also started to move. Oh! Not good. There are assassins around us. Be careful. Their strength is very terrifying. How is this possible? How did they escape our detection? How did they find us? It's those terrifying assassins. Be careful. At this moment, the expressions of the members of Dark Claw and Ghost Dragon changed drastically. As assassins, they were actually assassinated. They knew that the other party's concealment ability was much stronger than theirs. A dragon that was even stronger than them? Devil Dragon King is a Universe Knight level 5. Then the Devil Dragon lineage definitely has a trump card. Aren't they going to show it? At the same time, in the Water Dragon Palace, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and raised his eyebrows slightly. From the looks of the battle, the Dragon and Water Dragon Palaces had the upper hand. If they continued to fight, they would win. After all, the Dragon Seed of the Dragon Palace was a level stronger than the Fire Dragon Palace of the Devil Dragon lineage. The Dragon Seed was also richer and their coordination was stronger. The Dragon Palace alone could hold back the elites of the Devil Dragon bloodline and the Fire Dragon Palace. The rest of the Water Dragon Palace could also deal with them easily. Rumble! 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 The battle below was in full swing. The clash between the dragon species. Waves of terrifying pressure filled the surroundings. Dragon Palace Water Dragon Palace Knight and Demon Dragon Fire Dragon Palace Red Gold Battle Dragon Knight clashed. The clash between the normal dragon species had already begun. At the Knight level, the Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace gradually gained the upper hand. The legendary Mad Dragon of the Godly Dragon bloodline, that is the Arrow Dragon, a pinnacle dragon. This Dragon Palace actually has a pinnacle dragon, and the other dragon species don't look weak at all. With so many pinnacle dragon species, they are already comparable to the powerful Dragon Palace when the Godly Dragon was at its peak. What kind of opportunity did this Dragon Palace get? Roar! At the same time, in the dark world of the Devil Dragon Emperor stared coldly at the area below him with an unusually gloomy expression. As a powerful Devil Dragon who had obtained the inheritance of the Dragon God, he quickly recognized the Berserk Dragon species and the Arrow Dragon species of the Dragon Palace below. These were peak-tier dragon species that were comparable to pure-tier divine dragons. In their entire Devil Dragon lineage, there were only 2 pure-tier divine dragons. In other words, the Dragon Palace had more than 1,000 divine dragons and dragon species that were comparable to them. This made his eyes burn. The strange dragon that could perfectly suppress the ghost dragon seemed to be a peak-tier dragon. The ghost dragon was a high-tier dragon. Only a peak-tier dragon could suppress them. Damn it! I must destroy the Dragon Palace. I want to see what opportunities they have. Devil Dragon Emperor roared, his eyes filled with violent killing intent. Roar! Dragon Palace! I didn't expect you to be so powerful. At this moment, Devil Dragon King and Water Dragon King were fighting on the ground. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, he roared angrily. He raised his head and roared, and a terrifying power of darkness hit Devil Dragon Dark World. Boom! 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 Roar! 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 A roar came from the dark world of the demon dragon in the sky. The power of darkness condensed into the shadow of a divine dragon. The shadow of the divine dragon contained a terrifying power. The shadow of the divine dragon headed straight for the battlefield. Humph! The Water Dragon King felt the shadow of the demon dragon and snorted. His body shook. Roar! 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 In the Water Dragon Palace behind him, another shadow of the Water God Dragon appeared. It had terrifying power. These godly dragon shadows formed by the Dragon Palace all had the combat power of a level 5 Universe Knight. Battle Dragon, come out! Fire God Dragon, come out! Thunder Dragon, come out! At this time, the godly dragon shadows of the Dragon Palaces of Fire Dragon Palace, Red Gold Battle Dragon Palace, and Wind and Thunder Dragon Palace flew out and joined the battle. Be careful. They added for Universe Knight level 5 great beings. Water Dragon Emperor immediately warned loudly. The 4 godly dragon silhouettes were enough to put great pressure on the Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace. In an instant, the disadvantaged Devil Dragon clan started to fight back. The great beings of Dragon Palace looked over and frowned, trying their best to fight back. How is this possible? How is this possible? At this moment, a terrified voice came from the side. At this moment, the huge lotus flower of light blossomed with sacred petals of light. Each petal covered the remaining 1,000 or so Universe Knights of the Holy Prose clan. The 1,000 or so people let out a sigh of relief under the protection of the petals of light. This light sacred lotus was the true treasure of their Holy Prose clan, a pre-sky true treasure. Once the light sacred lotus defense was activated with the power of the Holy Prose clan's elders, no level 6 Universe Knight could break through the defense. Over 1,000 people returned to the light sacred lotus, their faces showing signs of survival. It was too terrifying. They had no way of resisting at all. Even if a level 5 Universe Knight could withstand 1 or 2 attacks, they couldn't withstand more than a dozen attacks. That strange speed and the ability to appear and disappear made them panic. They felt relieved when they returned to the Holy Light Lotus. Everyone in the Holy Prose clan looked extremely embarrassed. There were about 4,000 Universe Knights when they first came, but now there were only about 1,000. More than 3,000 of them had been killed. This time, their Holy Prose clan had suffered a huge loss. However, just as everyone thought they could heave a sigh of relief, they heard the clan elder's terrified voice. Everyone was slightly shocked and immediately looked to the side. At this moment, the clan elder of the Saint Prose clan was clutching his neck. His face was filled with panic. His body was trembling violently. Everyone could sense that there was a terrifying energy within their clan elder's body that was extinguishing his life force. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, everyone started to panic. What was going on? They had already set up defenses around. How could the elder be attacked? Save the elder! The knights roared in fear, rays of light energy rushing into his body. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can hide here and avoid my assassination? At this moment, a loud laughter came from the Holy Light Lotus, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Pooh! 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 In the next moment, they heard a series of piercing sounds. How is this possible? How did he get in? The terrified voice came from a great being of the Holy Prose clan. He looked around in disbelief. However, his eyes couldn't keep up with Enlai's speed at all. Enlai had the power of a level 5 Universe Knight. He would appear wherever he thought. When they turned to look, Enlai could already think of a few thoughts. The defense of the Holy Light Lotus was useless to Enlai. It would be troublesome to kill the Holy Prose clan's elder. But after activating the Holy Light Lotus defense, he completely let his guard down. This gave Enlai an opportunity to directly assassinate them. Now that the patriarch of the Holy Prose clan had been killed, everything would be simple. Not good, not good. Quickly run. Run back to your divine kingdom. Seeing that Enlai was able to enter the Holy Light Lotus, the venerables of the Holy Prose clan roared in fear with blood-red eyes. They were now filled with despair. What kind of existence had their Holy Prose clan provoked? Ha ha ha! How dare you destroy our dragon palace? Trash! Go to hell! Enlai's maniacal laughter sounded in their ears as his incomparably sharp weapons harvested the lives of all the experts of the Holy Prose clan. As the elders of the Holy Prose clan didn't have enough time to be saved, their lives became less and less, and they were directly taken away by Enlai's attack. Ha ha, I, Enlai, am simply invincible. Enlai's hunting speed was very, very fast. So fast that it was somewhat terrifying. The entire Holy Prose clan, with about 4,000 universe members, allowed him to kill them all within 10 minutes. Especially after the Holy Prose clan elder was killed by him, he became even more unrestrained. Every second, more than 10 people died at his hands. After he destroyed the Holy Prose clan, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his gaze fixed on the main battlefield. Ha ha ha! I, Enlai, am here. The battle situation is starting to change. Ha ha! He laughed madly, his face full of excitement. He, Enlai, was finally starting to turn the tables. Wong. The next moment, his figure disappeared, instantly reappearing at a Universe Night Level 4 Great Being. Pooh! A terrifying energy hit the Level 4 Universe Night, and he disappeared. He reappeared in front of another figure. Pooh! Pooh! Darklai's instantaneous space teleportation, which ignored both the array and the energy shield, was too powerful. 10 seconds after he appeared on the battlefield, 10 Universe Night Level 4 Great Beings were killed in an instant. It was too easy to kill those weaker than him. Not good. That strange great being has entered the battlefield. We are no match for him. He is too strange. In an instant, 10 Universe Night Level 4 Great Beings were killed, which caused great panic. The leader of the Fire Cloud army looked around, his eyes filled with shock, and he roared. What a strange guy. Is this the Dragon Palace's biggest trump card? He single-handedly destroyed the Holy Prose clan. However, his attack power is only at level 5 Universe Night, and he can only kill level 6 at most. In the dark sector of Devil Dragon Emperor looked down at the battlefield below, and when he saw Enlai rushing over, his eyes revealed a cold expression. His blood-red pupils started to lock onto Enlai. Boom! In the next moment, the entire dark world of the Devil Dragon started to spread downwards. The dark world of the Devil Dragon began to cover the space below. It's my turn to act. The war is about to end. Destroy! The Devil Dragon Emperor let out a cold roar, and his entire dragon body rapidly flew downwards. He carried a terrifying power of darkness. A large-scale attack covered the area below. With this attack, he was confident that he could kill that guy with that strange speed. The reason why he had only made his move now was because he was waiting for Enlai to arrive. As long as Enlai got close to Devil Dragon's dark world, he would have the confidence to kill him. A large-scale attack without any difference was the best way to kill Enlai. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out from the dark world of the demon dragon in the sky, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. What kind of power is this? The Water Dragon King, Water Dragon Queen, and the rest raised their heads and looked up at the sky in astonishment. At this moment, they saw an incomparably huge head of the demon dragon. The head of the demon dragon stared at the ground with an ice-cold gaze. It was filled with awe and coldness. Huh? He finally made his move. At the same time, Wang Xian, who was in the Dragon Palace, sensed the terrifying power coming from the sky. He narrowed his eyes. Fire Dragon Master had the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 6. So there must be someone stronger than him in the lineage of the Demon Dragon. Now, it seemed that this existence had made his move. This power. He narrowed his eyes. This terrifying power surprised him, but at the same time, it was within his expectations. The lineage of the demonic dragon had the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight. It's good that you came out. Only by destroying you can we snatch the demonic dragon's dark world. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold and sinister look. This time he would definitely kill him. Boom! Wang Xian saw the terrifying power of darkness attacking downwards. With a wave of his arm, the five elements millstone appeared directly in the sky. At the same time, Wang Xian's arm sent a vast amount of power of the five elements into the five elements millstone. With his current strength, the five elements millstone, which could kill a universe knight at level 6, burst out with a terrifying power under his support. The five elements revolved and the gray energy spread out in all directions, directly facing the terrifying power of darkness in the sky. Eh? What? This power? Devil Dragon Emperor's expression changed slightly. When he saw the power of the five elements that was attacking him, his gaze froze. Boom! The next moment, the black power and the power of the five elements collided. A vast energy spread out in the surroundings. The power of darkness started to dissipate. The power of the five elements also dissipated rapidly. The huge mill of the five elements was suspended in the void. Is this the hidden powerhouse of your devil dragon lineage? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Xian's body moved and flew out from the water dragon palace. His gaze was locked onto Devil Dragon Emperor who was in the sky. Universe Knight Level 7 Offensive Power. You actually have the strength of a Universe Knight Level 7. Devil Dragon Emperor stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. He roared in disbelief. You can even have the strength of a Universe Knight Level 7. Why can't I have it? Wang Xian smiled mockingly. He came to the sky above the five elements grinding mill and stood on it. You are the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The demonic Dragon Emperor stared at Wang Xian, his expression changing. He was already very surprised by the Dragon Palace's top-notch dragon species and the weird guy from the Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace still possessed the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 7? That's right. I've never heard of the demonic dragon lineage possessing a powerful demonic dragon. What a surprise! Wang Xian stared at him and replied indifferently. I have to say, your strength is really out of our expectations. The demonic dragon emperor's expression changed drastically as he roared in embarrassment. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight. In addition, there were so many powerhouses in the Dragon Palace. It would be difficult for him to win this battle. He might even lose. Today, the Dragon King will exterminate your demonic dragon lineage. Haha. Wang Xian saw the change in his expression. Without any hesitation, he attacked him directly. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, his body moved and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. At a terrifying speed, he flew towards the sky in an instant. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he sealed the circuits of the demonic dragon emperor. He sealed off his route back to the dark world of Devil Dragon. Next, if he wanted to return to the dark world of Devil Dragon, he had to get rid of Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian was already prepared to risk his life. This time, he would kill him. You're courting death. Devil Dragon Emperor's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian's terrifying speed. A brutal look appeared in his eyes. Roar! 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 He roared crazily and charged towards Wang Xian. This. Dragon King also has the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight. Hiss. I didn't expect Dragon King to be so strong. Below, all the powerhouses of the Water Dragon Palace saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. They were pleasantly surprised. Dragon King's strength had exceeded their expectations. Damn. How is this possible? Isn't Dragon King only a level 5 Universe Knight? However, the Devil Dragon bloodline and all the red gold battle dragons of Fire Dragon Palace had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it. Why is the power of the Dragon Palace so terrifying? If this goes on, we won't be a match for the Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace. On the battlefield, Fire Dragon Master and the other level 4 and 5 great beings looked embarrassed when they saw this scene. Especially when Enlai joined the battlefield, the Universe Knight level great beings were quickly killed by him. Initially, they had thought of getting Devil Dragon Emperor to deal with this strange guy. But now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace also had the combat power of a Universe Knight level 7 and he was holding Devil Dragon Emperor back. Then how could this strange guy resist? They couldn't resist at all, and they would be hunted down one by one just like the Holy Pros clan. Roar, roar, roar. Kill all the disciples of the Fire Dragon Palace, kill them all. Fire Dragon Master ordered all the disciples below Universe Knights. At this moment, only the disciples of Void God Emperor had a huge advantage. Disciples of Devil Dragon and Red Gold War Dragon, kill them all. Devil Dragon Emperor saw that his father was being held back, and his expression changed. Obviously, he understood the current situation and roared. All Night level members prepare to retreat to the Dragon Palace. At the same time, Devil Dragon Emperor gave an order. They couldn't win this battle anymore. They weren't even a match for the other party. At this time, the normal disciples attracted the battle power and the knights prepared to retreat. They had never expected this battle to end like this. They had never expected that the entire Sacred Text clan would be killed by an expert from the Dragon Palace. Ho ho ho! Kill, kill, kill! Destroy the people from the Water Dragon Palace. At the lowest position, the disciples of the Devil Dragon lineage, Fire Dragon Palace, and Scarlet Gold Battle Dragon heard the order. Their eyes were filled with a berserk killing intent as they charged towards the disciples of the Water Dragon Palace. The three great dragon palaces had a total of 10 million Void God Emperor disciples, while the Water Dragon Palace only had a few hundred. The difference was huge. Facing the attacks of the three great dragon palaces, their faces turned slightly pale. West Water Department will send some great beings to assist. Water Dragon Queen immediately ordered. Yes. The Universe Knights immediately replied. Tie them down. From the front, the sound of Devil Dragon King's orders could be heard. Pooh! 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 At this moment, Enlai's figure flashed. The few knights of the Devil Dragon lineage who wanted to stop him were instantly killed. Ha! In the sky, Wang Xian's gaze swept across the battle below and his body trembled. Kill! He stared at Devil Dragon Emperor below and roared. The 5 elements millstone in front of him had become tens of millions of times larger. Boom! 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 The enormous 5 elements millstone gave off a terrifying aura and pressed down directly. Damn it! Devil Dragon Emperor felt the pressure coming from the 5 elements millstone, and his face changed slightly. Roar! 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 He roared wildly, and a Devil Dragon pearl flew out of his mouth. At the same time, a dark skull flew out of his mouth. 2 powerful acquired true treasures flew toward the 5 elements mill. Honk! The entire 5 elements mill was like a huge mountain, pressing down toward the ground. When it collided with the Devil Dragon Pearl and the Dark Skull, a terrifying energy was released. Devil Dragon Emperor's body couldn't help falling hundreds of millions of kilometers down. In the surrounding area, the group of Universe Knights sensed this terrifying power and quickly hid in the surroundings. Wang Xian immediately attacked Devil Dragon Emperor below. Sensing the distance, his body trembled. Dragon's Might! The current Wang Xian had already broken through to the level 1 Universe Knight realm. His Dragon's Might covered an area of nearly 1 billion kilometers. It could rule all aquatic creatures and all dragon species below the level 1 Universe Knight realm. When his energy covered the bodies of the 10 million sub-dragon species below, his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty look. Destroy! He roared. Roar! He was at the lowest position. With a roar, the bodies of all the Void God Emperor level disciples from the 3 great dragon palaces trembled slightly. They were completely under his control. At the next moment, they made a move that shocked all the godly dragons and sub-dragons. Tens of millions of Void God Emperor level Yalong directly cut off their own life force. Pong pong pong! Continuous loud sounds came over, causing all the disciples of the Water Dragon Palace to widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. In less than a second, tens of millions of disciples had cut off their own life force. This terrifying and strange scene caused everyone to reveal terrified expressions. What's going on? What happened? The Fire Dragon Lord, the Devil Dragon King, and the others sensed the death of the disciples below. They opened their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Their eyes swept over, and their hearts trembled violently. What exactly happened? What kind of method is this? The Devil Dragon King's heart also trembled violently. 10 million disciples all cut off their own lives? What kind of strange method was this? From the beginning to the end, they didn't even sense who was the one who did it. All of them committed suicide. This scene was too terrifying. Moreover, 10 million disciples cutting off their own lives was a fatal blow to the demon dragon lineage and the fire dragon palace. This was the inferior dragon of their dragon palace. This was their foundation. The inferior dragons weren't from other races and their numbers were enormous. The fact that the disciples of the 3 dragon palaces could reach such numbers was because they had developed over 1 billion years. After all, it wasn't common for the inferior dragons to have the bloodline of the divine dragon. The death of tens of millions of inferior dragons meant that their heritage had disappeared. No, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, Water Dragon Palace, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you all. In the sky, Devil Dragon Emperor could sense the situation below. His eyes were blood-red as he went berserk instantly. These Void God Emperor-level disciples were their foundations. Nurturing so many disciples was the accumulation of more than 1 billion years. Now that all of them were killed, their foundations were completely destroyed. Roar, roar, roar! He stared at Wang Xian in an extremely berserk manner. He extended his huge dragon claws and charged forward. Humph! Wang Xian's eyes were also filled with a cold luster. He didn't want to slaughter so many of the inferior dragon's disciples. However, he realized that these inferior dragons were all controlled by a special energy. In other words, these inferior dragons had become puppets. They were controlled by the demonic dragon lineage. Once he destroyed the 2 demonic dragons, all the inferior dragons would go all out to seek revenge. Therefore, he had to kill these inferior dragons that were under his control. He wanted to completely destroy the demonic dragon lineage, the fire dragon palace, and the red gold war dragon. The war between the divine dragon lineage was also so cruel. If the dragon palace lost, they would all be killed as well. Just like the wind and thunder divine dragon lineage, all the disciples and experts would be killed. Kill! Seeing the demonic dragon emperor's frenzied attack, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a violent killing intent. Both sides had already reached the point where one would die while the other would die. All the Void God Emperor-level disciples of the demonic dragon lineage, the fire dragon palace, and the red gold war dragon were killed. This feud was irreconcilable. Although they still did not understand how their disciples died, it was definitely related to the water dragon palace and the dragon palace. Especially the strange dragon palace. Hee, let's fight. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a cold glint when he saw Devil Dragon Emperor attacking. Boom, boom. His dragon body swayed as he flapped his incipient saint wings. With a terrifying speed, he instantly arrived at the right side of Devil Dragon Emperor. Devil Dragon Emperor had 2 acquired supreme treasures, but Wang Xian's 5 elements millstone wasn't any weaker. Currently, the 5 elements millstone had already absorbed 3 acquired supreme treasures. If it were to explode, it would be able to completely block the 2 acquired supreme treasures. Bang! Wang Xian's speed was still his greatest killing weapon. He arrived at Devil Dragon Emperor's side in an instant and swept out with his dragon tail. What terrifying speed! Devil Dragon Emperor found it difficult to withstand Wang Xian's speed. His expression changed drastically. Boom, boom, boom. His body shook. Dark power emerged from the dragon scales one by one. The dark power condensed into skeletons and blocked Wang Xian's dragon tail. Bang! Bang! However, the time he condensed the skeletons was too short. As the dragon tail swept past, it collapsed rapidly. The remaining power landed on Devil Dragon Emperor's body. Roar! Roar! Devil Dragon Emperor was in pain. Some of his scales fell off and fresh blood flowed out. Devil Dragon, Dragon Tooth, Devil Dragon Emperor let out a wild roar. An incomparably huge dark fang appeared in front of him and instantly tore at Wang Xian. Dragon Tomb. Wang Xian let out a low roar. The dragon tomb floated in the sky and smashed towards the dark fang. At the same time, he relied on his speed to dodge to the side. Bang! Bang! The terrifying fang destroyed the dragon tomb. However, Wang Xian was already far away at this moment. Dragon Head, devour the sky. Devil Dragon Emperor's blood-red eyes locked onto Wang Xian. Numerous huge dragon heads appeared in the surroundings. The ferocious dragon heads headed straight for Wang Xian to devour him. Heavenly Dragon 8 divisions. Wang Xian focused his gaze. 8 godly dragon phantoms appeared around him and collided with the dragon heads. Boom! 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 Another terrifying collision sounded. Cloud and mist dragon soaring. Wang Xian let out a low growl as he continued to cast the divine dragon of laws. His surroundings were instantly enveloped by the cloud and mist. Wang Xian flapped his primolus sacred wings. Buzz! At this moment, his speed was at the peak, comparable to that of a Universe Knight at level 8. In terms of speed, he completely suppressed Devil Dragon Emperor. Law projection. Devil Dragon Heavenly Realm. Devil Dragon Emperor looked at the surrounding clouds and mist. His eyes focused and he roared. The next moment, darkness descended. The darkness and the clouds intersected, causing the entire space to be shrouded in mist. The people outside couldn't see clearly. However, Wang Xian could sense the demonic Dragon Emperor through the clouds and fog. The demonic Dragon Emperor could sense him through the darkness as well. The shadow of the Holy Dragon. Wang Xian let out a low growl and unleashed his nomological Abhijna once again. The shadow of a holy dragon descended from the sky and bombarded the demonic Dragon Emperor. Dragon Mark. The demonic Dragon Emperor swept his tail horizontally. A wisp of black seemed to have wiped out everything in the void as it attacked Wang Xian's location. Crash. Wang Xian flapped his divine wings and quickly dodged the attack of the dragon marks. Then, he arrived at the left side of Devil Dragon Emperor. Crack, crack. He extended his dragon claws and clawed at him. How can his speed be so fast? It's that wing. That wing is at least at the level of a postliminary treasure. It might even be stronger. Devil Dragon Emperor looked extremely embarrassed when he saw Wang Xian coming to his left side to attack him. In terms of speed, he was completely suppressed. Bang! A wave of energy attacked Wang Xian. The dragon claw collapsed and clawed viciously at Devil Dragon Emperor's body. Roar! Roar! A large piece of flesh and blood was grabbed in his hand. Devil Dragon Emperor dodged to the side with an abnormally ugly expression. His dragon tail swept over. Wang Xian flapped his uninitiated holy wings and retreated immediately. Ah! Fire Dragon Lord, Devil Dragon Emperor, save us. We are not a match for that strange existence. At this moment, a scream came from below. After all the Void God Emperor-level disciples of the 3 great dragon palaces were killed, all the combat strength of the Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace went all out to fight against the 3 great Dragon Palace paragons. Especially with Enlai around, his spatial teleportation was abnormally terrifying. In a flash, he killed a great being below level 5 of a Universe Knight. Especially a Universe Knight at level 1, 2, or 3. He was like a child. He couldn't put up any resistance at all. They didn't even see Enlai make a move before he died. This made all the Universe Knights panic. This wasn't a battle at all. This was simply waiting for death. The moment they were locked onto by that strange being, they would be waiting for death. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 100 Universe Knights had died at his hands. Damn it! Devil Dragon Emperor swept his gaze over, gritted his teeth, and roared loudly, "Retreat to the Dragon Palace." Retreat to the Dragon Palace? Devil Dragon Emperor and Fire Dragon Emperor followed suit and ordered loudly. They had lost. This time they had lost completely. At this moment, they didn't have the arrogance and confidence they had when they first arrived. They had suffered heavy losses so far in this battle. They had already injured their foundations. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Enlai appeared at a place and roared with a cold face. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared beside the venerable master who was fleeing in the back and killed him in one move. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Kill them. Don't let them enter the Dragon Palace. Ao Chitian, who was at the forefront of the battlefield, roared loudly. He held the ocean-pacifying divine needle in his hand, which was wrapped in blood-red chains, and directly attacked the front. Damn it! We can't be distracted when facing them. The high-level dragon species of the Firecloud army and the Dragon Eagle army looked extremely embarrassed. Faced with the orderly attacks of the Dragon Palace, as long as they made the slightest mistake, willow branches and arrows would come at them. Once they turned around and retreated, they would completely leave their backs to the enemy. Retreat while fighting. The leader of the Dragonhawk Legion roared angrily. He flapped his huge wings, and countless flames shot forward like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The sky thunder, earth fire, dragon and phoenix flapped their wings as well, and countless meteorites charged forward. The meteorites were covered in thunder and flames, and their speed was even more ferocious. Fight with all your might. Ao Chitian and the others roared. They only needed to buy some time. If they could buy a second, and Lai could kill a few universe knights. If they could buy a few minutes, they would all be defeated. All great beings above level 3 universe knights. Help block them first. The rest of the disciples, retreat to Dragon Palace. Fire Dragon Master ordered with an embarrassed expression. Yes. The great beings above level 3 universe knights trembled, gritted their teeth, and answered loudly. Kill, kill, kill. The great beings of the Devil Dragon Bloodline, Fire Dragon Palace, and Red Gold Battle Dragon let out furious roars. They condensed their laws into a powerful defense. At this time, they could only retreat to the back of the Dragon Palace if they could defend against the attacks of the weak knights. Otherwise, with their strength, they would be killed before they could retreat. Now that all the God Emperor level disciples had died, they couldn't afford to lose more. Otherwise, the entire Devil Dragon lineage would be finished. Many Universe Knights and above were defending. And Lai was hunting while they were defending. The other Universe Knights can let the people of the 3 Dragon Palaces go, but we definitely can't let Fire Dragon Master go in. And Lai scanned his surroundings and transmitted his voice to the knights from the Dragon Palace and the Water Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace could prevent others from entering. Even Wang Xian could not enter the Dragon Palace. However, Lai was different. He could enter the Dragon Palace easily. However, if the Fire Dragon Master entered the Fire Dragon Palace with the Fire Dragon Master's control over the Dragon Palace, Lai would not be able to kill him. He could even use the power of the palace to kill him. Hence, he could not let Fire Dragon Master enter his palace. As for the rest, Lai did not care. Even if Devil Dragon King entered the Dark World, he could still kill him with his strange methods. After all, he was only a level 5 knight. Okay. Ao Chitian, Mu Zixin, and the others heard Lai's words and understood what he meant. Attack Fire Dragon Master. The next moment, they gave up on all the knights in front of them and charged towards Fire Dragon Master. Right now, the Sky Array was fighting Fire Dragon Master. The difference in strength between the two wasn't too big. In the Dragon Palace, there were only 9 knights with level 5 strength. This time, only 7 came. Ao Jin and Lei Ming didn't come. Little Blue had the power of a Universe Knight level 5. Together with Ao Chitian, Ao Chi, Ao Tu, and the other leaders of the Dragon Palace, they attacked Fire Dragon Master. Attack Fire Dragon Master. Water Dragon King and the others narrowed their eyes and attacked the opponent in front of them. Devil Dragon King was also stunned. At this moment, a terrifying energy attacked him. The Demon Dragon King's body trembled, and black bricks appeared around him, enveloping his entire body. Bang! Even so, a terrifying energy landed on his dragon head, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. What a strange fellow! What a terrifying attack! The Demon Dragon King's eyes revealed a look of fear. If it wasn't for the acquired supreme treasure protecting his body, this attack would have taken half of his life. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Damn it, run! The Demon Dragon King's expression was extremely ugly as he hurriedly ran back. The Water Dragon King was no longer attacking him. At this time, survival was more important. Otherwise, even if that strange guy attacked him a few times, he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to withstand it. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared and fled toward Wind and Thunder God Dragon Palace. Retreat! The great beings of the Devil Dragon bloodline were delighted when they saw that Water Dragon Palace and Dragon Palace weren't attacking them, and they hurriedly fled. Damn it! However, at this moment, Fire Dragon Master's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation. In an instant, 14 Universe Knights and Level 5 Great Beings attacked him. There were dozens of Universe Knight Level 4 Great Beings attacking him from a distance. Although they couldn't cause him much harm, he couldn't ignore them completely. Plus the Array Master from Dragon Palace, he was suppressed in an instant. After all, they were the elites of Water Dragon Palace and Dragon Palace. And there were two pure-blooded godly dragons, Water Dragon Emperor and Water Dragon Queen. Each of them had two true treasures. Fire Dragon Emperor. The leader of Fire Cloud Army and Dragon Eagle Army was shocked when they saw Fire Dragon Emperor being attacked. Retreat. All of you retreat. Fire Dragon Emperor. Hold on for a few seconds and then retreat. Devil Dragon Emperor looked around and ordered loudly. At this time, as long as Fire Dragon Emperor could hold on for 7 or 8 seconds, the rest of the Universe Knights would be able to retreat into Dragon Palace. Retreat! The expressions of the warriors of Fire Dragon Palace changed. They gritted their teeth and retreated into the palace. Even the leader of Fire Cloud Dragon Eagle flew back. At this time, there was nothing they could do. If they stayed here for another second, they might be hunted by that strange being. They were afraid too. Furthermore, Devil Dragon Emperor had given the order they had no choice but to follow. Damn it! Fire Dragon Master saw everyone from the 3 Dragon Palace retreat, and his face was extremely ugly. He roared furiously. A flame pagoda above his head immediately released a terrifying fire meteorite. Surround and kill him, we must kill him. The Sky Array roared and one formation after another attacked the acquired supreme treasure. Kill, kill, kill! Water Dragon King and the others also shouted and used the acquired true treasure to unleash their strongest attacks. Okay, as long as we kill Fire Dragon Master and Dragon King kills Devil Dragon Emperor, everything will be easy. And Lai's eyes were shining with a cold light as he locked his eyes on Fire Dragon Master. Buzz. In the next moment, he appeared on Fire Dragon Master's tail. Boom! A terrifying attack landed on the Fire Dragon Lord's tail and blood splattered everywhere. Roar! 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 You damned flea! Get lost! The Fire Dragon Lord was in pain. He roared and swept his tail across. Attack! Ao Qitian, Mao Zetian, Ao Xingmu, and the others immediately attacked. Terrifying attacks covered him. Shit! The Fire Dragon Lord's expression changed drastically at the sight of these terrifying attacks. Even the Array Formation Master of the Dragon Palace and the experts like the Water Dragon King were not afraid at all. The Fire Dragon Lord had a strong confidence that he could escape. However, with the existence of that strange fellow, he had to protect his entire body at all times to prevent himself from being attacked. This put him in a completely passive situation. It was even very difficult for him to escape. If I keep fighting, I might die here. The Fire Dragon Lord's expression changed dramatically. Terrifying flames burned on his body as he retreated. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Little Blue's voice sounded, and a strange space invaded the entire starry sky. What? The Fire Dragon Lord's expression changed when he saw that he had suddenly entered a strange space. Kill! The Sky Array, the experts of the Dragon Palace, the Water Dragon King, and the others attacked again. And Lai's figure flickered as he waited for an opportunity to move. Not good, Demon Dragon King. Our Fire Dragon Lord has been dragged into that strange space. Should we take action? In the Fire Dragon Palace, the leaders of the Fire Cloud Army and the Dragon Eagle Army saw their former Dragon Lord being dragged into a strange domain. When they saw that the world in front of them seemed to be swallowed by a strange space, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately asked Devil Dragon King, who was within the Wind and Thunder Dragon Palace. There's no need. The moment we make a move, we might be attacked by that strange being, and even a Universe Knight level 5 will be killed by him. Devil Dragon King's expression changed, and he looked extremely embarrassed. This battle had made his heart skip a beat. This battle had made him burn with rage. The strange existence of the Dragon Palace made him a little scared. What kind of existence could have such a heaven-defying and strange ability? We've lost completely. The Demon Dragon King roared in a low voice and looked up. No, there's another possibility. If Father can kill the Dragon King, we can still win. His expression changed, But he understood in his heart how difficult it was for a divine dragon of the same level to kill the other party. It was simply impossible. All the disciples of my devil dragon lineage were killed. I must take revenge, I must take revenge. Devil Dragon King roared in a low voice. His dragon eyes were blood-red. Get lost. At this moment, in the sky, the humongous acquired true treasure skull headed directly toward Wang Xian. They had lost this battle. Countless disciples had died and thousands of universe knights had died. Now that his subordinates had returned to the Dragon Palace, there was no need for him to fight anymore. He wouldn't be able to defeat the Dragon King even if he continued to fight. The Dragon King's terrifying speed made him look extremely embarrassed. If the other party wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch up at all. HMPH, I will kill you today. Wang Xian's gaze was focused, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The five elements millstone collided directly with the acquired supreme treasure skull. Boom! An incomparably loud collision sound rang out. However, at this moment, the Devil Dragon Emperor had already lost his will to fight. He extended his dragon claws and flew directly towards the Devil Dragon's dark world in the sky. As long as Wang Xian dodged, he could enter the Devil Dragon's dark world directly. It's time for a real fight, Wang Xian mumbled. This time, he didn't dodge. He also stretched out his dragon claws to meet Devil Dragon Emperor's attacks. At the same time, at a spot on his dragon body, the simple and unadorned oil lamp was emitting a lustrous glow. Threads of firelight enveloped his body. However, under the immense energy from his body, the firelight was barely noticeable. You're courting death. Seeing that Wang Xian was going to meet him directly, the demonic dragon emperor's face was filled with viciousness. Bang! The demonic dragon waved its claws and clawed upwards. Wang Xian waved his five elements dragon claws to meet it. Bang! The dragon body and the dragon body collided. One was a dark dragon claw while the other was a dusky dragon claw. When they collided, a large amount of wounds and fresh blood flowed out from the demonic dragon claw. A terrifying wound appeared on the dragon claw. On Wang Xian's dragon claw, thick flames enveloped the area and blocked the attack of the demonic dragon claw. Roar! Wang Xian let out an angry roar. The dragon horn flickered with yin and yang as he charged directly at the demonic dragon emperor. Roar! Roar! Devil Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with madness as he charged forward as well. Bang! The collision between the dragon head and the dragon head. Crack! Crack! However, this terrifying collision made the sound of the dragon horn breaking. A large amount of dragon blood splattered out. The top of Wang Xian's head was also enveloped by the glow of flames. He wasn't injured in the slightest. He has a powerful defensive treasure on him. After 2 rounds of physical collision, Devil Dragon Emperor saw that Wang Xian was not injured at all. On the contrary, he was severely injured. He roared with an embarrassed expression. Boom! 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 However, at this moment, faced with Devil Dragon Emperor who was right in front of him, Wang Xian continued to attack with his dragon claws and swept his dragon tail horizontally. With the advantage of speed and the protection of the ancient oil lamp, Wang Xian was fighting with all his might. Although the vitality fluid in the oil lamp was depleting rapidly, everything was worth it as long as he could kill Devil Dragon Emperor. Damn it! Bang bang bang! After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the dragon scales on Devil Dragon Emperor's body fell off and a large amount of blood spilled out. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Dodge? Then I will exhaust you to death with my speed. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with awe when he saw him dodging. His overall strength was slightly stronger than Devil Dragon Emperor, especially when he had the advantage in speed. If he continued to exhaust him, Devil Dragon Emperor would definitely die. True dragon body, divine light dragon. He growled in a low voice and his gray body instantly emitted a dazzling light power. Light and darkness were completely opposites. Light illuminated the darkness, and darkness corroded light. There was no one who could defeat the other. There was only the most intense battle. After transforming into the body of the light dragon, Wang Xian flapped his Primulus Saint wings and instantly arrived at the side of Devil Dragon Emperor. He clawed at him with his dragon claws. Buzz! 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 Before he could even touch his body, the power of light and darkness collided. What kind of strange ability is this? To think that he can transform himself into a divine dragon with other attributes. Is this a mutated divine dragon? When Devil Dragon Emperor saw the scene, his expression turned extremely ugly. A mutated divine dragon. This was an existence that was even stronger than a purebred divine dragon. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds of attacks were heard. Devil Dragon Emperor's body was getting more and more miserable. Wang Xian relied on the defense of the ancient oil lamp and was still uninjured. Time passed by little. The two gigantic divine dragons were engaged in a fierce battle in the starry sky. The starry sky was dim and the sun and moon were dim. In the surrounding dragon palace, all the inferior dragons looked at the battle above them with an abnormally shocked expression. The battle between the two divine dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long was extremely shocking. Oh no, father is at a disadvantage. In the divine dragon palace of wind and thunder, the demon dragon king saw the battle in the sky. When he saw the injuries on his father's body, his expression turned ugly. Scram, scram, scram. However, at this moment, in Little Blue's Kuan domain, Fire Dragon Emperor's situation was 10 times worse than Devil Dragon Emperor's. Sky Array and over a dozen Universe Knight level 5 great beings were besieging him. It was especially so for Enlai. Enlai's strange speed was already able to kill a Universe Knight level 6 being. Even though Fire Dragon Emperor was on guard against Enlai, under the pressure of Sky Array and the others, he had suffered over a dozen attacks. Every time he was attacked, he was injured. After more than 10 attacks, his entire body looked extremely miserable. There were wounds all over his body. Under the heavy injuries, facing Tian Chan and the others' attacks, it was even harder to resist. It's over. I, the Fire Dragon Lord, am going to die here. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die in the hands of you trash. Gradually, the Fire Dragon Lord became a little crazy. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape death. I have to think about the day when you are all going to be destroyed when I destroy the other divine dragons. When the Water Dragon King and the others saw this, their eyes were filled with coldness and anger. Hong! 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 I can't accept this. I'm a purebred godly dragon. To be able to stand at the top of the universe. That cowardly Devil Dragon King actually didn't make a move to save me. Within Kuan region, Fire Dragon Master roared somewhat crazily. His body was covered with many tragic wounds, and each wound was deep into his bone marrow. Right now, his combat strength was less than 50% of his peak. Facing the terrifying attacks, he had no way to resist. Despair. Death was waiting for him. His eyes were filled with fury. If the Demon Dragon King and the others were willing to attack him, he still had a chance of survival. But now everything was over. Die! And Lai's figure flashed and appeared behind the Fire Dragon Lord's head. A terrifying energy heavily struck his head. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded. The Fire Dragon Lord opened his eyes wide, and large amounts of blood flowed out. His dragon head shook twice, and his body slowly fell downwards. Tianqin and the others in the surroundings saw it, and their eyes flashed with a cold expression. Woo woo! Xiaolan let out a low roar, and the Kuan domain disappeared. When the void of the dark space disappeared, this piece of starry sky once again appeared in front of everyone. What? Fire Dragon Master was killed. This Fire Dragon Master died. When the Kuan region disappeared, the expressions of the great beings in the 3 dragon palaces changed. The great beings of Water Dragon Palace were shocked when they saw Fire Dragon Master's body floating in the sky. Roar, good kill, they want to kill us. Some of the great beings of Water Dragon Palace roared excitedly. Damn it, what a waste. A Universe Knight level 6 power. He was killed by the Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace in such a short time. Devil Dragon Emperor saw this scene and his face was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but roar. However, the death of a Universe Knight level 6 pure-blooded dragon shocked him. Fire Dragon Emperor was much stronger than him. So, the Sky Array moved and put away Fire Dragon Emperor's body and his true treasures. Pong! 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 At this time, there was a loud crash in the sky. Everyone looked over, their eyes shining with shock. Compared to the battle between Fire Dragon Emperor and the others, the battle between Devil Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor was even more terrifying. Not good, our Devil Dragon Emperor has been completely suppressed. Our Devil Dragon Emperor is injured. In the 3 dragon palaces, the faces of the experts from the Devil Dragon lineage darkened when they saw this scene. At this moment, there were many wounds on the Devil Dragon Emperor's body, and large amounts of blood flowed out. He was completely suppressed and beaten. The Fire Dragon Lord had just been killed, so their Devil Dragon Emperor wouldn't be. They didn't dare to imagine it. If something happened to the Devil Dragon Emperor, then they would be completely finished. It's impossible for a divine dragon of the same level to kill his opponent, even if the Dragon King has a powerful defensive treasure. It's impossible. Completely impossible. The Devil Dragon King shook his head and roared. He firmly believed that his father would never be killed by the Dragon King. At this moment, everyone in the 4 dragon palaces raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Hee hee. Do these guys think that I can't kill you after entering the Dragon Palace? Enlai glanced around and saw that all the divine dragons were staring at the battle in the sky. His eyes sparkled. He looked at the Demon Dragon King and disappeared in an instant. Damn it! I can't fight with him anymore. I have to go back to the dark world of Devil Dragon. Otherwise, I might be exhausted to death. That defensive true treasure on his body is too powerful. Devil Dragon Emperor growled in a low voice. Let's fight it out. Even if my injuries are more serious, I have to go back to the dark world of Devil Dragon. He growled with blood-red eyes and stared at the sky. Roar! 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 He let out a wild roar. The skeletons and the Demon Dragon Pearl surrounded him. The dark laws on his body condensed into demonic flames. Law projection. Demon Dragon destruction. Demon Dragon Emperor let out a wild roar and flew directly in the direction of the dark world of the Demon Dragon. The streaks of demonic flames condensed into the virtual image of the Demon Dragon, burning and corroding the entire void. It's time to go all out. Wang Xian saw the violent energy on the Devil Dragon Emperor's body and stared at his dragon eyes. Then let's fight. He sensed the life force fluid in the ancient lamp. There was not much life force fluid left. However, he was still in his peak condition. Kill! Wang Xian roared. Law form. 8-sided dragon pillar. Roar! The 8-sided dragon pillars was Wang Xian's strongest attack. It was also the first law form of the 9 transformations of the divine dragon when he stepped into the realm of a universe knight. Boom! 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 The moment the law form was unleashed, dragon pillars appeared in all directions. As he was in the state of the divine light dragon, each dragon pillar had a divine light dragon coiled around it. 8 dragon pillars and 8 divine light dragons sealed off all directions. Roar, roar, roar! The 8 divine dragons roared, their gazes locked onto the attacking Devil Dragon Emperor as they charged forward. Kill, kill, kill! Devil Dragon Emperor felt the terrifying energy on the 8 dragon pillars. He gritted his teeth and continued charging forward. Light and darkness collided. Buzz. The next moment, it was as if the entire void was engulfed. A terrifying energy vortex formed at the center of the collision. In the energy vortex, Devil Dragon Emperor's body appeared and continued to charge towards the sky. Wang Xian also swayed his huge body and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. There was another violent collision. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws and clawed at Devil Dragon Emperor. Devil Dragon Emperor also extended his dragon claw and met the attack head-on. Bang, bang, bang. It was another physical confrontation. This time, Devil Dragon Emperor was even fiercer. He did not care about the injuries on his body. Wang Xian did not have any scruples either. His dragon claw and dragon tail attacked one after another. In an instant, fresh blood splattered everywhere. A large number of dragon scales fell down. The entire battle was unusually intense. The vitality fluid in the ancient lamp on Wang Xian's body was depleting rapidly. Soon, it was completely depleted. This time around, Wang Xian had brought all the vitality fluid with him. Once it was completely depleted, the defense of the ancient lamp would disappear completely. Scram, 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 scram. However, This incomparably intense battle caused Devil Dragon Emperor to be a little terrified. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. Even though he possessed the body of a divine dragon and had a strong recovery ability, his entire body was stained with blood under this collision. A pair of dragon horns were completely broken, and a large number of cracks appeared on the dragon head. As for his body, almost half of his dragon scales had fallen off. Now that he had one life, it was possible that he only had half of it left. I've used up all the vitality fluid. However, at this moment, Wang Xian also sensed that the vitality fluid had completely disappeared. The fire shield defense on his body had also completely disappeared. However, the real battle has only just begun. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with viciousness. The defense of the ancient lamp had disappeared, but his own battle had only just begun. If he, who was at his peak, was still unable to kill a seriously injured Devil Dragon Emperor, he would be too incompetent. Roar! Wang Xian let out a furious roar. His body swayed as he headed straight for the Devil Dragon Emperor. The powerful defense on his body has disappeared. Oh no, he wants to fight me to the death. Devil Dragon Emperor was delighted when he felt the energy on Wang Xian's body disappearing. However, his pupils contracted slightly as he felt his body being entangled. He felt a hint of panic in his heart. The other party wanted to fight for his life. The other party was determined to kill him. Dragon King, the energy in your body has disappeared. Now you want to kill me. With my demonic dragon body, even if you can kill me, you might die. You have to know how terrifying the vitality of a divine dragon is. The demonic dragon emperor roared sternly. Of course I know. I believe in the vitality of my body. Ha ha ha. Wang Xian laughed maniacally. His face was filled with arrogance and confidence. He had the ancestral tree and the powerful branches on it. He did not believe that he, who was at the peak, could not risk his life to kill the Devil Dragon Emperor. Roar! 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 Wang Xian roared maniacally. Streams of energy surged into his body and attacked the Dragonclaw Dragontail Dragon Sedan. At the same time, the 5 elements grinding mill rotated to defend against the Skull Supreme Treasure and the Devil Dragon Pearl. Following that, an extremely intense battle began. Large amounts of dragon blood gushed out from his body and his dragon scales began to crumble. However, Wang Xian was in a miserable state while the demonic dragon emperor was in an even worse state. Roar, 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 I'm going to fight it out with you. The demonic dragon emperor began to burn his life force and corrosive energy surged towards Wang Xian. The dragon scales even fell off his body and attacked Wang Xian. Hiss! From below, all the members of the 4 great dragon palaces saw the battle between the 2 divine dragons. When they saw the blood and flesh splattering from the dragon scales, their faces were filled with shock. Heal the Dragon King. Tian Chun looked over and gave an order to all the members of the Dragon Palace with a low growl. He waved his arm and immediately began to release the healing formation. Heal the Dragon King. The Water Dragon King and the rest let out a low growl and immediately released the Water Attribute Law healing technique. Streams of healing energy surged into Wang Xian's body. Even though their level was much lower than Wang Xian's and the effect was minimal, they were still of some use. This is bad, this is bad. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, Father will die. In the Dragon Palace of the Wind and Thunder Divine Dragon, the Demon Dragon King roared anxiously. He was panicking. In this situation, his father might be killed. Once his father was killed, he would be finished. With the power of the Dragon Palace, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Bang! At this moment, he felt a terrifying energy attacking him. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. Not good. The Demon Dragon King's eyes turned red. But before he could react, the terrifying energy pierced through his head and his life force quickly disappeared. Hee hee. You didn't expect this, did you? And Lai laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his arm, he collected the Demon Dragon King's corpse. Not good. How is this possible? How can he enter the Dragon Palace? At this time, a terrified voice came from the side. The leader of the Ghost Dragon and Ghost Dragon widened his eyes and roared in fear. How was this possible? The Dragon Palace of the Wind and Thunder God Dragon was now completely under Devil Dragon Emperor's control. Even though the Wind and Thunder God Dragon's Dragon Palace wasn't as powerful as the Fire Dragon Palace's Devil Dragon Dark World, it was still very difficult for 7 or 8 Universe Knights or even a pinnacle being to enter. However, that strange being directly entered and killed their Demon Dragon Emperor. Terrifying. Too terrifying. They instantly felt their scalps go numb and instantly released their defenses to surround them, looking around vigilantly. The hunt has begun. Enlai smiled faintly. The next moment his figure disappeared and appeared within the Red Gold Dragon's Dragon Palace. Very quickly, another Universe Knight level 5 sub-dragon was killed. Following that, the Fire Dragon Palace. This time, the leader of the Fire Cloud Legion of the Fire Dragon Palace was killed by Enlai. This time, all the members of the 3 great dragon palaces panicked. It wasn't safe in the Dragon Palace? Where else could they hide? More importantly, the Dragon Cave of the Dragon Palace was their Universe God Country. If the Universe God Country was in the Dragon Palace, where could they escape to? Very soon, miserable screams sounded from the 3 dragon palaces. The Wind Thunder God Dragon Palace, Fire Dragon Palace, and Red Gold War Dragon Palace were controlled by Demon Dragon King, Fire Dragon Master, and a level 5 Knight of the Red Gold War Dragon. However, Enlai had already caught them off guard and killed them all. The Dragon Palace had lost its master, so no one could pose a threat to Enlai. What followed was a one-sided massacre. One by one, Universe Knights died at the hands of Enlai. Those below level 5 of Universe Knights had no power to resist. While Enlai was hunting, Wuxia and the Devil Dragon Emperor were still engaged in a fierce battle outside. At this moment, the Devil Dragon Emperor was in a frenzied state. Wuxia was tightly entangled with him. It was impossible for him to escape. Moreover, he seemed to have given up on escaping. Devil Dragon Emperor burned his life force and unleashed a terrifying destructive force. He was engaged in a fierce battle with Wuxia. As time passed, cracks appeared on Wuxia's body and a large amount of blood flowed out. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay a terrible price. A terrible price. I will burn all of my life force. Devil Dragon Emperor roared crazily. Even if you burn all of your life force, I will only be seriously injured. Wuxia smiled sinisterly and continued to fight with him. Devil Dragon Emperor's last counterattack was indeed terrifying, but Wuxia was not afraid at all. Moreover, with the heaven formation below and the healing of the entire Dragon Palace, his injuries were still bearable. Even if Devil Dragon Emperor burned all of his life force, he would at most be severely injured. Roar! Devil Dragon Emperor's violent voice rang out. Roar! Wuxia also let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with madness. As time passed, the life force in Devil Dragon Emperor's body was diminishing bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Dragon King, I won't let you off. Just you wait, I won't let you off. 10 hours later, the Demon Dragon Emperor let out an angry roar with his last bit of life force. Hee hee. Wuxia felt his severely injured body and his eyes sparkled. Roar! Boom boom! Above the Water Dragon Palace, the demonic Dragon Emperor let out a final roar. His life force had completely disappeared. You won't let me off? Just you wait? What do you mean? Are you still confident that you can survive? Wuxia looked at the demonic Dragon Emperor's corpse. His eyes were sparkling. He waved his arm and kept the demonic Dragon Emperor's corpse. Ha ha ha! Dragon King killed that devil dragon. We won, we won! Dragon King is invincible. He even killed that Universe Knight level 7 devil dragon. We won, that's great! Excited voices came from all the strong disciples of the Water Dragon Palace below. When they saw Dragon King killing Devil Dragon Emperor, their eyes were filled with excitement. A great victory. Whoosh! 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 The Heaven Formation Water Dragon King and the rest moved and immediately came to the sky. They looked at Wuxia with excitement. Dragon King, are you alright? The Water Dragon King and the rest asked with concern. I'm fine. It's totally worth it to be able to kill the demonic Dragon Emperor. Wuxia smiled. Although he was severely injured this time, this injury was nothing compared to his gains. However, this battle was indeed the most serious injury Wuxia suffered. He was almost half dead. If he were to rely solely on absorbing spiritual energy to recover, it would probably take tens of thousands of years. It would also take a lot of energy to recover with spiritual herbs and pills. This time, it's all thanks to the Dragon Palace. If it weren't for the Dragon King, our Water Dragon Palace would have been destroyed. In the future, our Water Dragon Palace will be under the command of the Dragon Palace. The Water Dragon King said respectfully. All right. Wuxia smiled. Dragon King, the 3 fellows from the Dragon Palace have been taken care of. At this moment, Enlai's figure appeared at the side and reported. Bring me into the dark world of the Devil Dragon. The Devil Dragon Emperor shouldn't have been completely destroyed. Wuxia nodded his head in satisfaction and said to him, The Devil Dragon Emperor hasn't been destroyed. When the Water Dragon King heard Wuxia's words, he revealed a look of surprise. I'm just guessing. The words of the Devil Dragon Emperor before his death mean that he might have some supreme treasure to resurrect himself. Wuxia guessed. Enlai's figure disappeared and soon returned. Dragon King. Let's go. Enlai and Wuxia disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they entered the dark world of the Demon Dragon. Outside, the Heaven Formation Water Dragon King and the rest began to clean up the battle. Dragon King, this form of Dragon Palace is really strange. Enlai and Wuxia entered the dark world of the Demon Dragon. Enlai scanned the surroundings and said with a face full of curiosity. The dark world of the demonic dragon had some similarities, but they were completely different. This space was similar to Shao Lan's Kuan's domain, which was a separate space. There were also some buildings in the Dragon Palace, such as the Dragon Field and the Power of the Dragon's Lair. However, the entrance to the dark world of the demonic dragon was located below. The higher they went, the more they were at the center of the dark world of the demonic dragon. The lineage of the demonic dragon has subdued and destroyed the 3 great dragon palaces. There should be quite a number of treasures inside. Let's go to the deepest part of the palace to investigate first. Wuxia transformed into his human form and moved. The 5 elements grinding mill surrounded him and he immediately flew towards the sky. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, there was a huge pool located at the back of the Dragon King's palace in the demonic dragon dark world. In the middle of the pool, there was an extremely deep black energy liquid. At this moment, bubbles emerged from the pool and a young demonic dragon emerged from it. Roar, roar, damn it, damn it. Fortunately, I have this ancient devil pool and can revive. Dragon Palace Dragon King, just you wait. The young devil dragon's expression was extremely ferocious as he roared sternly. This devil dragon was naturally the Devil Dragon Emperor that had been revived. At this moment, he was extremely weak and could only sense the might of a godly king. This time, the Devil Dragon Emperor's losses were too great. If he wanted to return to his peak, it would take at least a few 100 million years or even more. As expected, Devil Dragon Emperor, you have been resurrected. However, just as Devil Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically as he was pondering over the next situation, a voice was suddenly heard. Devil Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically as his eyes revealed a look of fear. How did you guys get in? How did you guys get in? He looked over hurriedly as his gaze was fixed on Wuxia and Enlai. He was on the verge of collapse as he roared. The dark world of the Devil Dragon was not a place that one could enter just because they wanted to. Hee. Soul capture. Wuxia ignored the desperate emperor of the Devil Dragon. With a wave of his arm, he cast soul capture. Buzz. A large amount of information entered Wuxia's mind, causing him to slowly close his eyes. Time passed little by little. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was a burning look in his eyes. The ancient demon pool is the treasure of the master of the dark world of the demonic dragon. It is an innate spiritual treasure that can bring a person back from the dead. Can only be used once. After using it, the ancient demon pool will no longer have any effect on it. However, it will still have an effect on others. Wuxia looked at the ancient demon pool in front of him and muttered to himself based on the memories in his mind. Treasures were divided into the postnatal realm, and the postnatal realm corresponded to the level of a universe knight. The postnatal realm was then divided into the postnatal spiritual treasure and the postnatal supreme treasure. Some of the branches on the ancestral tree were regulated by the universe night level. Because of the existence of the ancestral tree, the pre-sky spirit treasure level could also be upgraded to the pre-sky true treasure level. Therefore, it was not divided by the pre-sky upper sky. And the pre-sky was corresponded to the universe master level. A single pre-sky spirit treasure could allow a universe master level 1 to easily defeat an opponent of the same level without a pre-sky spirit treasure. Every innate numinous treasure possessed a terrifying ability. This ancient devil pool was considered the best among the innate numinous treasures. Although it wasn't a combat type, its ability to revive was extremely powerful. It's a pity that it doesn't have much of an effect on me. I have the soul-returning wood of the master level, but it does have some effect on Enlai. Wang Xian thought to himself. If Enlai were to go to a faraway place, he would be able to revive in the ancient demon pool if he were to die. It would also be a huge guarantee for his life. Other than this most precious ancient demon pool, there are many other treasures in the dark world of the demonic dragon. According to the memories in his mind, his body moved and he immediately flew towards the back of the ancient demon pool. Over there was the Devil Dragon Emperor's treasure house. Buzz. After opening the treasure house, Wang Xian entered it. His eyes scanned the surroundings as his eyes sparkled. There were 3 acquired supreme treasures with metal attributes, 1 with wind attribute and 1 with thunder attribute. All of these were obtained from the bloodline of the Red Gold War Dragon, the Wind Thunder Divine Dragon. Other than that, there were 2 acquired supreme treasures with earth attribute. These were obtained by the Devil Dragon Emperor by accident. According to my memory, there is an extremely powerful treasure in the deepest part of the treasury. It was left behind by the master of Devil Dragon Dark World. Wang Xian continued to walk deeper into the treasury. There was a huge seal in the deepest part of the treasury that sealed the items inside. Traces of white light were revealed. The reason why it was sealed was because it was a treasure of the light attribute. Wings of angels, wings of a master of the universe. Buzz. When Wang Xian opened the seal, the wings of the angel of light were revealed in his sight. The terrifying power of light had an instinctive repulsion with the demonic dragon dark world. This was an extremely powerful item. It came from the wings of an angel from a peak race. A terrifying pressure surged towards Wang Xian. Looking at the wings of the angel, Wang Xian felt extremely stifled. As expected of a part of the body of the ruler of the universe. It's too terrifying. Wang Xian clicked his tongue slightly. After Devil Dragon Emperor obtained the angelic wings, he would not use it. His body was of the darkness attribute and was repelled by the angelic wings of light. He did not dare to use such an item. If the angelic race knew about it, they would definitely snatch it away. Angels were existences that were comparable to the peak of the divine dragon race. I don't think I have any use for this item. Wang Xian looked at it and shook his head slightly. The wings of angels had undergone a special refinement and could no longer be absorbed and turned into dragon blood. The only use for it was to forge a powerful supreme treasure. However, it was not easy to forge a supreme treasure. It would take tens of thousands of years to forge a weapon that was at the level of an acquired supreme treasure. Useless. The treasures in the dark world of the devil dragon are indeed very powerful. They are all existences that are comparable to innate spiritual treasures. However, they are not useful to me. Wang Xian shook his head. Other than those acquired supreme treasures, the rest were not of much use to him. Moreover, according to the memories in his mind, the treasures in the dark world of the devil dragon were basically these. The rest were the treasures in the Yilong's lair of the devil dragon dark world. That was an extremely terrifying amount of resources. How much can the Dragon Palace improve by this time? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled and his face was filled with excitement. Over 10,000 Universe Knight level corpses and over 10,000 Void God Emperor level corpses. In addition to the 4 great dragon palaces and the dragon lairs. It was unimaginable, especially the devouring dragon clan. This time around, they would probably receive a qualitative improvement. Wang Xian's figure moved and came to the position of the Dragon King Palace. He placed his palm on the dragon throne and sensed it. This was to control the dark world of the demon dragon. Since the Demon Dragon Emperor was already dead, it was very easy for him to control this dark world of the Demon Dragon. Very soon, Wuxia had some control over the Devil Dragon Dark World. So powerful. This Devil Dragon Dark World is even more powerful than the current Dragon Palace. I wonder if the Devouring Dragon can devour it. Wuxia pursed his lips. The Devouring Dragon Palace could naturally evolve. However, a Dragon Palace of this level would probably not be able to eat it. The energy from the Dragon Palace alone could kill the Devouring Dragon. Enlai, go to the other 3 Dragon Palaces, he instructed Enlai. Soon, they appeared in the Fire Dragon Palace. The treasures in the Fire Dragon Palace had already been taken over by Devil Dragon Emperor and the rest, so there were no treasures inside. However, there were still many divine herbs and divine trees in the herb garden. In the center of the Fire Dragon Palace, there was a Universe Night-level Dragon Flame tree. When Wuxia kept it, he was surprised to find that the Dragon Flame tree was slowly merging with the Endless Wood. This caused the power of the Endless Wood to increase by a lot. This made him extremely surprised. If there are enough powerful divine trees of fire, will the Endless Wood be able to advance to the level of a Universe Dominator? Wuxia was pleasantly surprised. Wuxia had been in control of the Fire Dragon Palace, the Red Gold War Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Palace of the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon lineage. The Demon Dragon Dark World and the Fire Dragon Palace were both dragon palaces built by the universe's ruler-level divine dragons. The dragon palaces of the Red Gold War Dragon and the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon were much weaker. This dragon palace should be able to be devoured by the Devouring Dragon. Whoosh! He moved and flew out of the Dragon Palace. Brother Wuxia, these are some treasures that my parents asked me to give you. They can heal your injuries. As soon as he arrived at the front of the Water Dragon Palace, Shui Linglong ran over with a smile on her face. She was holding a large number of water attribute divine herbs and fruits in her hands. There's no need for that. I have obtained a lot of treasures this time. You can use them for your cultivation. Wuxia shook his head and said with a smile, my parents want me to join the Dragon Palace. Brother Wuxia, do you agree? Shui Linglong looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked with slight anticipation. You want to join the Dragon Palace? Wuxia was slightly taken aback. He pursed his lips and recalled the thoughts of the Water Dragon King and the rest. There were only 3 purebred divine dragons in the Water Dragon Palace. Shui Linglong was their daughter. Naturally, they wanted to find a son-in-law of a purebred divine dragon. Furthermore, they wanted to be closer to the Dragon Palace. Of course, there's no problem. Our Dragon Palace doesn't have a purebred Water Dragon Palace yet. Wuxia thought about it and agreed with a smile. That's great. Thank you, Brother Wuxia. No. Thank you, Dragon King. Shui Linglong said excitedly. All right, I still have some things to take care of. You can go and play first. Wuxia looked at her and smiled. Dragon King. At this moment, Tianqin and the rest rushed over excitedly. Dragon King, our harvest this time is very terrifying. After this upgrade, we can directly enter the heaven-splitting primordial land. Yes, with our strength, we will definitely have no problems. Wuxia nodded and looked at Enlai, who was beside him. Enlai, bring the 8-limbed demon fiend of Tianqin and the rest to the Shengwen clan. Wipe out the Shengwen clan completely and wipe out their entire lair. It's the Dragon King. Enlai and the rest of Tianqin nodded. Following that, he informed Prime Minister Gui to send all the treasures here to the Dragon Palace. The battle slowly came to an end. The Water Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace completely defeated the Fire Dragon Palace of the Devil Dragon Palace. The 3 Dragon Palaces were all destroyed. Who would have thought that the Dragon Palace and the Water Dragon Palace would win this battle? It said that all the godlike dragons of the Fire Dragon Palace of the Devil Dragon Palace were killed. It said that the strength of the Dragon Palace is very terrifying, especially the strength of the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace is going to rise up in the future. With the strength of the Dragon Palace now, they can definitely land on the heaven-opening, desolate continent. Now that the Water Dragon Palace of the Dragon Palace has killed the Fire Dragon Palace and the Red Gold War Dragon of the Demon Dragon Clan, they've absorbed a lot of resources. I guess they can be upgraded. Their strength can even be ranked among the top in the surrounding starry sky. The Holy Prose clan has also been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. The strength of the Dragon Palace is too terrifying. All the forces in the surrounding Lu Xingkong were paying attention to the battle of the Divine Dragon bloodline. They were also paying attention to the powerful forces that had landed on the heaven-splitting chaotic continent. After all, the victors of this war would be their opponents in the future. However, when the results were announced, it still shocked countless people. Especially when all the Universe Knights of the Devil Dragon bloodline, Fire Dragon Palace, and Holy Prose clan were annihilated. What kind of power could annihilate all these Universe Knights? Even though all the powers didn't know the details of the battle, they were all shocked. Dragon King, gather all the resources. The Sky Array Dark Intense HE has destroyed the Holy Prose clan. A large number of Cosmos God kingdoms and treasures have been gathered. On the 5th day after the battle ended, Prime Minister Gue came to the Dragon King Hall to report. How are the treasures being handled? Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and asked with a smile. Dragon King, all of them have been placed in the treasury of the Dragon Palace. The other half of the corpses have already turned into dragon blood and filled up the entire dragon transformation pool. Some divine herbs and divine trees have been planted in the herb garden. The other few thousand divine kingdoms are also around the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui's face was flashing with excitement. The Dragon Palace had obtained too much this time. All the treasures of the demonic dragon lineage, the Fire Dragon Palace, the Wind and Thunder Divine Dragon lineage, and the Red Gold War Dragon lineage had been obtained by the Dragon Palace. There were also all the treasures of the Holy Prose clan. These were the 4 great divine dragon lineages, a powerful intermediate race. Their billions of years of accumulation was too huge for the Dragon Palace. Just the Universe God countries and dragon caves obtained by the Dragon Palace could allow 7,000 to 8,000 devouring dragons to reach the Universe Knight realm. Furthermore, these were not ordinary Universe Knights. As for how much Ao Crab and the others could improve after devouring the Wind and Thunder God Dragon Palace and the Red Gold War Dragon Palace, Wang Xian did not dare to imagine. I'll go and take a look, he said to Prime Minister Gue before appearing in the treasury of the Dragon Palace at the next moment. At this moment, a large number of treasures were piled up in the treasury. There were all sorts of divine weapons, spiritual treasures, and all sorts of powerful offensive tools. There were also some very strange things. The number of various items in the entire treasury was hundreds of thousands of years old. Every single one of them was not lower than a 7th-level Void God Emperor. The number of acquired numinous treasures had reached more than 100. Even if it was an acquired supreme treasure, there were still some innate numinous treasures. Wang Xian's face was filled with a smile. The next moment, he appeared in the medicinal garden of the Dragon Palace. In the herb garden, there were all kinds of divine herbs and divine trees planted. With a glance, there were more than 10,000 of them at the level of a Universe Knight. Some of the divine herbs and divine trees had already matured, while some had yet to mature. Around the Dragon Palace, there were the divine kingdoms of Universe Knights that were filled with immense power. Each of the divine kingdoms was exuding a mighty aura. These god countries were built by a Universe Knight at a huge cost. Apart from these god countries, there were 4 huge dragon palaces. At this moment, 1,000,000 swallowing dragons were swallowing the god countries in the dragon caves of the 4 dragon palaces. The number of god countries in the 4 dragon palaces reached 40 million to 50 million. The number of void god emperors also reached more than 10 million. Compared to the number of divine kingdoms, the number of devouring dragons was much smaller. This time, Ao Crab was prepared to breed another 1 million devouring dragons. Gather all the disciples of the Dragon Palace and begin the overall improvement. Wang Xian returned to the Dragon King Palace and instructed Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately gave the order. The resources this time are enough for me to improve again. Wang Xian watched Prime Minister Gue leave. With a wave of his arm, a large number of treasures appeared in the main hall. The 4 great divine dragons had all obtained the fortune of powerful divine dragons. They had more treasures than the Holy Prose clan. The treasures of the 5 middle-level races in the universe were all gathered here. It was enough for Wang Xian to improve his strength. He did not make a breakthrough immediately. Instead, he gathered all the powerful treasures together. There were 132 acquired numinous treasures, 21 acquired supreme treasures, and the ancient devil pool, which was at the level of an innate numinous treasure. It was comparable to the wings of an angel, which was an innate numinous treasure. When these treasures were gathered together, they emitted a mighty aura. Wang Xian moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. There's no need to devour the acquired numinous treasure, the 5 elements millstone. I can make the 13 acquired supreme treasures with 5 elements devour them. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the ancient demon pool and the wings of the angels. These 2 treasures were too powerful. It would be best if they could be converted into combat strength. I still have 2 clones with the light and darkness attributes. I have been cultivating in seclusion. After my yin-yang dragon disc was condensed, I am getting weaker and weaker. Can I create a yin-yang dragon disc with the light and darkness attributes? Just like the 5 elements millstone, I will use the light and darkness attributes as the foundation. Wang Xian was guessing. However, the 5 elements millstone had grown step by step. It would be very difficult to fuse an existence like the ancient magic pool and the wings of angels into one. I do have the heart of light and darkness. I can give it a try. He pondered in his heart and placed this plan aside for the time being. Following that, he waved his arm and a few corpses filled with pressure appeared at the side. The corpses of the 3 divine dragons were the Fire Dragon Lord, the Devil Dragon King, and the Devil Dragon Emperor. Back then, Wang Xian had used the dragon soul of the Tianhai Dragon King and the dragon bone of the Golden Dragon to give birth to an existence like Ao Jin. Could he use the corpses of the Fire Dragon Lord, the Devil Dragon Emperor, and the Devil Dragon King to create the Fire Dragon and the Devil Dragon from the souls of the members of the Dragon Palace who had died in battle? He thought about it and looked at the soul-returning branches on the ancestral tree. There were many souls on the soul-returning branches. Although the Dragon Palace won this battle, it didn't mean that there were no casualties. Out of the 4,000 Universe Knights who participated in the exhibition, around 500 died. Not many, but not few either. Among them, there were many Universe Knights at level 4. I can give it a try. As Wang Xian spoke, he moved and brought the souls of 3 level 4 Universe Knights and disciples of the Dragon Palace to the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, the dragon blood had already filled up the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, the first batch of 500,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace were absorbing the energy rapidly. Wang Xian waved his arm and threw the corpses of the Demon Dragon Emperor, the Demon Dragon King, and the Fire Dragon Lord into the Dragon Transformation Pool. At the same time, he threw the 3 souls over. He used the power of the Dragon Transformation Pool to heal the 3 corpses of the Divine Dragons so that their souls could be completely fused with them. It should be successful, Wang Xian said. At least according to his guess, the success rate was 80%. Prime Minister Gue, keep an eye on it. Wang Xian told Prime Minister Gue to keep an eye on the situation. Then, he moved and returned to the Dragon Palace. It's time to upgrade. Looking at the large number of treasures in front of him, as well as the various divine pills and ripe divine herbs and divine fruits in his mother nest, a smile appeared on his face. After this upgrade, he would have the combat strength of a level 8 Universe Knight. With such strength, he would be invincible in the encirclement of Lu Xingkong. And only the high-level races in the universe would have such strength. After this upgrade, the Dragon Palace would also have the strength of a high-level race in the universe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the Dragon Palace in the starry sky of Xinjiang, all the members of the Dragon Palace were undergoing their training. In the Dragon King's Hall, Wang Xian was also devouring a large number of elixirs and godly herbs. One by one, the elixirs entered his stomach and were rapidly converted into dragon qi. Time passed little by little. The dragon qi in Wang Xian's body was also increasing rapidly. His dragon body was also growing slowly. That huge dragon body was gradually increasing to about 70,000 meters. Every single dragon scale was emitting a dazzling light and a huge amount of dragon might. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level and breaking through to the second level of a universe knight. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level to the second level of a universe knight and comprehending the law aspect. 8 dragon clones. When Wang Xian's aura reached a critical point, a terrifying dragon aura swept across the surroundings. The system's voice could be heard at any time. He had broken through. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level 2 Universe Knight, the 9th form of the Divine Dragon transformation. Origin. 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Ability. Ruling the water race. Ruling the water race below one's level. Devouring living beings. Devouring living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Technique, Dragon God transformation. Ability, soul capturing, spirit attaching. Law ability, Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin and Yang breaking realm, 8 luminaries Dragon Scale, Holy Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon 8 tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Aspect, 5 elements Great Mill, Dragon Country in the Palm, Dragon Head under the heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin and Yang poles, Yin and Yang 5 elements arms, Dragon Tail Swing. Aspect, 8 directions Dragon Pillar, 8 directions Dragon Pillar. Control law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind. God Country, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Acquired. Dragon Palace members, 1134, 450. Looking at the attributes in his mind, he smiled. Universe Knight level 2, after this upgrade, he would have the combat power of a Universe Knight level 8. There are still quite a number of divine herbs and elixirs. The harvest this time is really huge. Wang Xian looked at the remaining resources in front of him and his eyes sparkled. After the breakthrough, there were still half of the divine herbs and elixirs. One could imagine how huge the harvest this time was. However, the remaining resources were not enough for him to upgrade. Next, I have to upgrade the 5 elements millstone first. He moved his palm, and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. One after another, the acquired true treasures floated above the 5 elements millstone. The 5 elements millstone revolved and began to absorb the acquired true treasures quickly. 13 acquired true treasures with 5 elements attributes. This time, the 5 elements millstone should be able to level up by 1 or 2 levels. After the 5 elements millstone swallowed them on its own, he took the ancient demon pool, the angel wings, and the light attribute holy lotus. This was the Holy Prose clan's supreme treasure, a light attribute treasure. Other than these, there were 2 devil dragon beads, a skull, and a darkness attribute armor. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 figures flew over quickly. These were his light and darkness attribute clones. Back on Earth, because of the dragon bloodline, dragon blood, and the great changes in the world, he had formed 9 clones. They were divided into 9 attributes. The 5 clones were located on the 5 elements grinding mill. The 2 clones were located within the incipient saint wings. There were also the last 2 clones. I'll give it a try. I hope I can succeed. If I can succeed, I'll have another powerful technique. He muttered to himself. The 2 clones immediately transformed into light and dark divine dragons. They coiled together and formed a Tai Chi shape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm and tossed the holy light lotus, and a demonic dragon beat over. He took a look. The 2 acquired supreme treasures landed on the 2 clones without any reaction. The clones were also unable to refine the powerful acquired supreme treasures. Wang Xian was not too surprised by this scene. Roar! Roar! He let out a low roar and slowly opened his mouth. A beating heart slowly flew out. The heart of light and darkness. It was the heart of the light and darkness Dragon King who used to be the best among the divine dragons. This heart was also the reason why Wang Xian could control the light and darkness attributes. The light and darkness on the heart fused perfectly. Wang Xian's heart moved and the heart of light and darkness started to revolve slowly. He moved his palm and threw the holy light lotus and the demonic dragon pearl onto the heart of light and darkness. The heart of light and darkness was flowing while the light and darkness were rotating nonstop. Success or failure depends on this one move. Wuxia's gaze focused as he stared at the two doppelgangers who were shooting out the powers of light and darkness. They formed a yin-yang tai chi pattern. Buzz. Above the heart of light and darkness, the acquired supreme treasure that was suddenly added in was crushed due to the circulation of the terrifying powers of light and darkness. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of crumbling could be heard. The two huge acquired supreme treasures were actually slowly collapsing and were slowly converted into the origin of light and darkness. Roar, roar. The two doppelgangers immediately surrounded the heart of light and darkness. The energy of light and darkness converted from the acquired supreme treasure surged into the doppelgangers' bodies. This made the aura of the two doppelgangers become stronger and stronger. When Wuxia saw the scene, a look of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. He had succeeded. With the help of the energy of the heart of light and darkness, he destroyed the acquired supreme treasure and allowed the powers of the acquired supreme treasure to surge into the body of the light and darkness doppelgangers. This heart of light and darkness is at least at the level of an innate supreme treasure. Wuxia mumbled as excitement appeared in his eyes. The two acquired supreme treasures were slowly destroyed and absorbed by the doppelgangers. Wuxia continued to place the other acquired supreme treasures of darkness attribute on top of them. The energy of the two clones was getting stronger and stronger. Due to the energy of the acquired supreme treasures, their bodies were slowly condensing into the shape of a yin-yang tai chi. The two clones also took the initiative to leave their bodies and formed an existence that was like a weapon spirit. They were in charge of the power of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. Roar, roar, roar. 2 days later, when Wuxia had destroyed all 5 acquired supreme treasures, a Tai Chi Dragon Disc that was 10,000 meters in size was suspended in the sky above the Dragon King Hall. The light and darkness dragons stood at the position of the yin-yang eye of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and let out a roar. Universe Night level 5 or so. The power of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc is around level 5 Universe Night level. However, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc's main defense is even more terrifying in terms of defense. Wuxia felt the power of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and his eyes sparkled. Continue. Next, I don't need the help of the Heart of Light and Darkness. With the power of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the power of the Light and Darkness Avatar, I can use the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to destroy the treasures of the Light and Darkness attributes and absorb them. He mumbled and placed his gaze on the wings of the angel. The wings of the Angel of Light, which was on the level of the ruler of the universe, was comparable to a weak innate spiritual treasure. By absorbing it, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc would receive a huge improvement. Buzz. Wuxia waved his arm and placed the wings of the angel on the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc rotated and began to absorb energy. Hence, a shocking scene appeared in the Dragon King's palace. One was the 5 elements grinding machine and the other was the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. They were absorbing powerful treasures one by one and were evolving rapidly. Time passed day by day. A month passed quickly after the Dragon Palace and Water Dragon Palace won the battle of the Divine Dragon Clan. During this month, the outer area of the starry sky was much quieter. However, something big was happening in the inner area of the starry sky and at the edge of the heaven-opening primeval continent. Some forces were preparing for the War of Landing. The war on land was a race war, and it was at least a mid-level race war. The war on land happened every few decades to 100 years, and the frequency was very high. After all, every war had tens of millions of experts participating in it, and there were even billions of them. The Dragon Palace didn't pay too much attention to what was happening on the land. During this month, the Dragon Palace didn't have any contact with the outside world. They were all improving. I can't absorb the ancient demon pool. The wings of angels are soulless items. Although they are comparable to acquired treasures, they can still be absorbed. The ancient demon pool is different now. It's a little difficult to absorb it. However, this is not bad. The defensive power of the yin-yang dragon plate is terrifying enough now. In the Dragon King Palace Wuxia looked at the 2 treasures floating in the sky and smiled. After absorbing more than a dozen acquired true treasures, the 5 elements grinding had reached the level of a Universe Knight level 8. With the circulation of the 5 elements, killing a Universe Knight level 8 was not a big problem. As for the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, after absorbing the power of light, it had improved even more terrifyingly. Its defensive power could withstand the attacks of a Universe Knight level 9. This was a level 9 Universe Knight. In other words, a level 9 Universe Knight wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Under the yin-yang circulation of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, his defense was abnormally terrifying. Wang Xian moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone entered his body. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc revolved around him and gradually became illusory. The 5 elements millstone attacked while the Tai Chi Dragon Disc defended. It was very easy for him to kill a level 8 Universe Knight. However, it was difficult for him to defeat a level 9 Universe Knight. After all, his attack power was not strong enough. Other than these 2 treasures, there was another powerful treasure, the ancient oil lamp. This oil lamp could be seen from the previous battle with Devil Dragon Emperor. If not for the ancient oil lamp, it would be impossible for Wang Xian to win. However, the oil lamp required energy to be activated, and it consumed a lot of energy. Unless it was a life-saving or life-or-death battle, there was no need to use it. The consumption of the oil lamp is too great. However, I didn't expect the dragon blood to be used as oil for the lamp. Wang Xian mumbled. He put a lot of dragon blood into the oil lamp and stored it in his body. These were his 3 strongest treasures at the moment. Dragon King. Other than Ao Crab and the others, the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace have completed their advancement. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui walked in and reported respectfully. "Oh, is that so? Tell them to gather in the dragon field." Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said immediately, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. Soon, Wang Xian's figure moved and arrived at the dragon field. The 1,000,000 members of the Dragon Palace had gathered there. Even some of the logistics personnel had also gathered there. As his gaze swept across, his eyes sparkled. "Greetings, Dragon King." All the members of the Dragon Palace bowed respectfully. "Dragon King, currently there are 40,000 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace. The rest of the disciples have the weakest level 8 Void God Emperor combat strength." Prime Minister Gui stepped forward and reported. In addition, Aohe and his group of devouring dragons have 20,000 Universe Knights and the weakest level 6 Void God Emperor combat strength. He continued to add. "Very good." Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. The harvest this time was not just the corpses of the 10,000 plus Universe Knights. After all, there were more than 10 million Yalong corpses. There were only 1,000,000 members in the Dragon Palace. The 1,000,000 members absorbed the energy of the tens of millions of elite warriors from the 3 great dragon palaces, giving birth to a large number of strong warriors in the Dragon Palace. Among them, many of the Universe Knights with first-level combat strength were piled up from the Void God Emperor level Yalong corpses. As for the devouring dragons, Ao Crab and the rest were still in the Red Gold War Dragon Palace and the Wind and Thunder God Dragon Palace devouring them. This was definitely a feast for the devouring dragons. Even though Ao Crab had given birth to millions of devouring dragons, the strength of all the devouring dragons was still at least a level 6 Universe Knight. As for how much Ao Crab could improve, Wang Xian didn't dare to guess yet. But it shouldn't be weaker than him. In the Dragon Palace, there were more than 60,000 Universe Knight level fighters. Excluding Ao Crab, a few of his subordinates, and Wang Xian himself, the strongest one was Aomo. He was a member of the Dragon Palace who had resurrected with the help of the corpse of Devil Dragon Emperor. The corpses of the 3 purebred divine dragons had already revived the members of the Dragon Palace. Other than Aomo, there were 4 Universe Knights, level 6 Sky Array, Ba Chi, Xiaolan, and Aohua. As for the other leaders of the Dragon Palace, the group of purebred divine dragons all had the combat strength of level 5 Universe Knights. There were still too few top-notch members in the Dragon Palace. In fact, there were even some gaps. All members must not slack off. Very soon, our Dragon Palace will head to the heaven-splitting chaotic land. That is the center of the universe and the real battlefield. Wang Xian reminded. After the upgrade of the Dragon Palace this time, they had the ability to step into the heaven-splitting chaotic land. The heaven-splitting chaotic land was known as a holy land by all the races in the universe. If the Dragon Palace wanted to continue the upgrade, they had to step into the heaven-splitting chaotic land. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Prime Minister Gui. Send someone to investigate the situation in the heaven-splitting chaotic land. We have to prepare for the landing in advance. Yes. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. Familiarize yourselves with your abilities. Train well from now on. Lei Ming, come here for a moment. Wang Xian instructed and arrived at the Dragon King's hall. Lei Ming flew towards the Dragon King's hall immediately. Dragon King. Lei Ming came to the Dragon King's hall and greeted respectfully. Regarding the remaining 27 Lei Yu, do you know where they are? Wang Xian asked directly. Lei Yu was a part of the uninitiated holy wings on his back. Now that he had gathered all the wind attribute wings, there were still 27 lightning attribute wings left. To Wang Xian, the 5 uninitiated holy wings were very powerful. If he could find the remaining 27 wings, he would be able to control 9 attributes. Lei Ming also knew about the remaining Lei Yu. He had once told him that he was in the hands of an expert from the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Reporting to the Dragon King, the remaining Lei Yu is in the hands of the first elder of the high-level lightning ray race. He was the one who took away my Lei Yu. Lei Ming immediately reported. Thunder Ray high-level race? When Wang Xian heard Lei Ming's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, do you know anything about the Thunder Ray race? Dragon King, the Thunder Ray race is not a human race. They were born in the thunder clouds of the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent and are very powerful. There are powerful warriors at the peak of the universe night level in their race. As for their specific strength, I am not very clear about it. Lei Ming immediately reported. Top-notch universe knights? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. All right, you can leave first. Yes. Lei Ming nodded and left the Dragon King Hall. Wang Xian took out the universe AI and searched the strength of the Thunder Ray race. A race born in the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent was not something that could be compared to those races that needed to log in to the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent. A race that had the combat strength of a level 8 universe knight and 30,000 universe knights would be able to advance to a high-level race in the universe. However, there was a huge gap between the high-level races. There were even some high-level races that had the combat strength of a universe master. Combat strength and realm were two different concepts. For example, Wang Xian. His current realm was only at level 2 universe knight, but he had the combat strength of a level 8 universe knight. Of course, he was a freak to be able to surpass so many levels. He was the only one in the universe. Other than him, there were also many creatures with special bloodlines and physiques that could surpass their levels to fight. For example, if a strong warrior from a high-level race could surpass 2 levels to fight, when his realm reached the peak of a universe knight, he would be able to fight against a universe overlord. However, they could not be rated as a race at the peak of the universe. If one wanted to step into the peak of the universe, one had to step into the realm of the masters of the universe, not reach the level of combat ability. This resulted in a huge gap between the high-level races. Those who had the combat ability of the masters of the universe and those who did not had the combat ability of the masters of the universe were one in the sky and one in the ground. The strength of the Thunder Ray race was not strong among the high-level races, but they were definitely not weak. I have to think of a way to get the 27 Thunder Feathers. Wang Xian pondered. He had a premonition that if he had 9 attributes, he might be able to achieve a huge improvement. If he could even fuse the 9 attributes, he would be even more powerful. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was checking the AI of the universe, suddenly saw a message. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The Battle of the Landings. On the side of the surrounding galaxy, there were some forces that were engaged in the Battle of the Landings. I can go and take a look myself. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and thought to himself. He was also filled with curiosity towards the Battle of the Landings. To all the forces in the surrounding galaxy, the Battle of the Landings was a huge challenge to a race as well as a huge opportunity. Once they succeeded, it would be a whole new world after they stepped into it. However, if they failed, they might be exterminated. The War of Landings was exceptionally cruel. Even the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon clan of the Divine Dragon lineage did not recklessly land. Instead, they were accumulating their strength. Prime Minister Gue, you take care of the matters in the Dragon Palace first. He transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gue. His body moved and he immediately walked out. Voila! The Primalist Holy Wings were deployed. Now that Wang Xian's strength had broken through, with the help of the Primalist Holy Wings, he could burst out with the speed of a level 9 Universe Knight. He shuttled through the starry sky. Currently, there were not many people who could see his speed clearly in the surrounding starry sky. However, the starry sky of Xinjiang was very, very far away from the heavenly desolate continent. Even with Wang Xian's speed, if he were to fly, he would still need a month's time. After reaching the surrounding starry skies, he checked the route and traveled through the teleportation formation. Even so, it took him 10 days to arrive at the starry skies closest to the heavenly desolation continent. When he walked out from a teleportation formation, he felt that his surroundings were extremely lively. When he swept his gaze across the starry skies, there were all kinds of creatures. Not only were there all kinds of humans, there were also all kinds of demon beasts, plant-type creatures, elemental creatures, and even quite a few mechanical creatures and skeleton creatures. There were all kinds of forms and all kinds of life forms. Apart from all kinds of creatures, there were also a large number of flying machines. The entire starry sky was extremely lively. In the surroundings, there was no conflict between the creatures. This was the border between the surrounding starry sky and the heaven-opening desolate continent. It was also the battlefield for this landing battle. The landing battle had yet to begin, but because of this battle, countless experts from various factions had gathered. It attracted countless people to watch. For many experts of various races, this was a feast. The reason why no one dared to clash was because there were too many experts here. It was possible that a fight between two creatures would cause a strong person to be displeased and kill you. Therefore, in this place, the unspoken rule was to not fight if possible. It's really lively here. With just a glance, there's a Universe Knight among 100 people. There are so many strong people. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and sighed in his heart. The starry sky of the galaxy could not be compared to this place at all. I will move the Dragon Palace here in the next few months. He thought to himself. The Dragon Palace was going to launch a landing battle soon. The righteous god race is finally going to launch a landing battle. Now that we are surrounding the starry sky, there is no doubt that the righteous god race is number one in terms of strength. However, they have been delaying until now to launch a landing battle. I guess they want to choose a good paradise. I just don't know which faction the righteous god race will choose to challenge. With the strength of the righteous god race, they should be able to easily land on the edge of a faction. After all, the righteous god race has 2 Universe Knights with level 7 battle strength. At this moment, voices of discussion were heard. When Wang Xian heard it, his eyes were shining. The righteous god race was now known as the strongest faction by the surrounding Lu Xingkong. A great being with level 7 battle strength of a Universe Knight had a strong foundation. The disciples of this race had very strong physiques and they could fight 2 levels above them. They were worthy of being the kings of the surrounding land of stars. With their strength, it would be very easy for them to enter the heaven-opening primal continent. However, it was obvious that they wanted to enter the deeper parts of the heaven-opening primal continent and occupy a better paradise. There were rules in the land battle. The rules set by the peak races of the universe were that once they successfully entered the heaven-opening primal continent, they would be protected for 2,000 years. Within 2,000 years, other forces could not attack them. Similarly, within 2,000 years, they could not attack other forces. Of course, they could choose not to be protected. In that case, the forces surrounding the land could continue to challenge them. This force could also attack other forces around them. This rule was only limited to the location of the land landing battle at the edge of the heaven-opening primeval continent. The heaven-opening primal continent had its own rules which were set by the experts and the peak races. There weren't many rules, but no one was allowed to violate them. Once the forces landed on the heaven-opening primal continent, they were forbidden to attack and plunder the forces outside the heaven-opening primal continent. This was an iron law. It was also a form of protection for the stronger factions against the weaker ones. It was also to ensure that the strong ones could be born in an endless stream. If there was no such rule, the factions surrounding Lu Xingkong might have been wiped out long ago. After all, the advancement of many races could be done with the flesh and blood of other living beings. The battle to land will begin in 10 days. You can stroll around here for now. Wang Xian read some information on the AI and mumbled. The Zhengxian race would be challenging in 10 days. The races that needed to be challenged had yet to be announced. Wang Xian was prepared to take a look at this war and prepare for the war of disembarkation of the Dragon Palace. He scanned his surroundings and flew towards the void in front of him. In this starry sky, it was unusually lively as the war of disembarkation was about to begin. Many huge continents were suspended in the surroundings. Some of them even held some auctions. There were also some experts who took advantage of this time to set up stalls to trade the treasures in their hands. This made the surroundings look unusually bustling. Wang Xian flew aimlessly and went to some continents to look around to see if there were any treasures. After strolling around for more than 10 hours, he didn't feel bored. All sorts of items and races had opened his eyes. Boom! 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 After more than 10 hours, a powerful force was transmitted over. Eh? Wang Xian sensed this force and was slightly stunned. He looked to the side. This is the ancient sea race. His eyes flashed as he looked over. The ancient ocean race was a famous race in the surrounding starry sky. They had the most space beasts. They had hundreds of space beasts. The weakest among them was a universe knight at level 4. Because they were space beasts, their combat power was even more terrifying. The ancient ocean race was second only to the true god race. They controlled 10 universe knight level 6 space beasts. In the surrounding starry skies, the god race was number 1, and the ancient sea race was number 2. Now, after the Dragon Palace destroyed the Devil Dragon and Fire Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace's strength was ranked 3rd. The main reason was that no one saw the battle between the dragon race and the god dragon race. It was also because the strongest divine dragon lineage that surrounded the starry skies was at least a level 5 universe knight. Within Wang Xian's line of sight, 20 starry sky hum beasts were pulling an incomparably huge continent and flying over. That continent was comparable to a star. The smallest of the 20 starry sky hum beasts was at least 100,000 meters in size. They were emitting a terrifying aura as they rushed over. Eh? The ancient sea race is here. The ancient sea race mainly focuses on business. They shouldn't give up on this opportunity. I think they are going to hold some auctions or auction some items. TSK, since the ancient sea race is here, we can go over and see if there are any treasures. With the strength of the ancient sea race, they should be able to step into the heaven-splitting primordial land. From the surrounding area, there were voices of discussion. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly when he heard that. Due to the rules of the heaven-opening primal continent, the forces that entered the heaven-opening primal continent were prohibited from attacking the forces that surrounded the starry sky. Similarly, the forces of the heaven-opening primal continent were also prohibited from taking large-scale actions in the surrounding starry sky. Otherwise, with their strength, they could totally oppress people with their power. Therefore, once they entered the heaven-opening primal continent, they would be prohibited from doing business in the surrounding starry skies. The ancient sea race mainly used auctions to purchase and sell various items. They had a lot of assets in the surrounding starry skies. Once they entered the heaven-opening primal continent, they would have to give up these assets. And with their strength, entering the heaven-opening primal continent was just the tail of a phoenix. If they wanted to do business, they simply didn't have the strength. Hence, they hadn't made any landings and were active in the surrounding starry skies. Perhaps after their race gave birth to a universe knight level 7 great being, they would consider disembarking. The ancient sea race has issued an announcement on the universe AI. There will be an auction in 5 days. Brothers who need to send items to auction can send them to them. As expected. TSK. Let's go to the ancient sea race's continent. At this moment, voices came from the surroundings again. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard them. He hesitated for a moment before flying toward the ancient sea race's continent. The ancient sea race's continent allowed everyone to enter and leave. There were hotels, restaurants, and various entertainment venues and resting places. There were also many markets and shops. If it's an auction, I can go and take a look. I also have a lot of useless treasures in my hands. I can consider selling them and exchange them for other resources. Wang Xian thought to himself. He had a lot of treasures now. He had a lot of acquired numinous treasures. Many of them were useless to the members of the Dragon Palace of acquired numinous treasures. Therefore, he was prepared to sell them in exchange for some other treasures or resources. His body moved and he flew directly toward the main road of the ancient sea race. He was not the only one. There were many people flying toward this continent. Enter the ancient sea race continent. No flying and no fighting. If not, kill them immediately. Wang Xian entered and a voice was heard. He landed on the ground and took out the universe AI to check a map of the continent. Then he quickly walked toward the center. TSK, this continent is really bustling. Walking on the continent, he muttered as he looked at all kinds of entertainment venues and shops. Arriving at a hotel, Wang Xian booked a room and prepared to rest here for the next few days. Following that, he walked toward Gu Hai Auction House according to the map. Gu Hai Auction House was extremely grand. This wasn't an auction house that was built in a single room. Instead, it was an auction house that was formed by countless tiny mountain peaks. A main peak that was 100 meters wide. There were hundreds of thousands of mountain peaks that were only a dozen meters wide around it. These mountain peaks looked like pillars from afar. There were seats on them. The tiny mountain peaks were hundreds of thousands of meters tall. The entire auction house occupied an area of about 1,000 kilometers. It was enough for tens of millions of people to bid at the same time. Wang Xian followed the instructions and came to the place where the items were auctioned. Our ancient sea auction house is the most reliable auction house in the starry sky. May I know what items would you like to auction? When they arrived at a cave, a middle-aged man asked Wang Xian with a smile. Auction off acquired numinous treasures. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said directly. The ancient sea race had quite a good reputation in the AI of the universe. He was prepared to sell off some acquired numinous treasures. This time, he had obtained more than 100 acquired numinous treasures. Even the members of the Dragon Palace would not be able to use them for 20 to 30 years. Among them, there were a few acquired numinous treasures with metal attributes, water attributes, and light attributes. However, he couldn't auction off all the acquired spiritual treasures. It wasn't that he couldn't sell them, but acquired spiritual treasures were powerful treasures for universe knights. Even one acquired spiritual treasure could make hundreds of universe knights fight for it. After all, the Dragon Palace had acquired more than 100 acquired spiritual treasures, which was the accumulation of the Devil Dragon Bloodline, Fire Dragon Palace, Red Gold War Dragon, Wind and Thunder God Dragon Bloodline, and Holy Pros Clan. Out of the 4 powerful races, there were only 132 acquired numinous treasures among the nearly 20,000 universe knights. This ratio was very, very small. One could imagine how precious acquired numinous treasures were. And this was only for existences like the divine dragon lineage who had great opportunities. For other races, acquired numinous treasures were even rarer. Oh, acquired numinous treasures. The middle-aged man was slightly shocked when he heard Wang Xian's words. A respectful expression appeared on his face. Sir, please wait a moment. I will invite our supervisor over now. Sir, please come this way first. As he spoke, he brought Wang Xian to a place and sat down. Wang Xian nodded his head. Is this customer here to bid for the acquired numinous treasure? Very soon, an elder who was at the level of a universe knight walked over and confirmed to Wang Xian. That's right. 5 acquired numinous treasures. Wang Xian did not waste any time and took out 5 acquired numinous treasures. 3 of them were of the metal attribute and 2 of them were of the light attribute. 5. Upon seeing the 5 acquired spiritual treasures, the old man from the ancient sea tribe was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with excitement. All right. Thank you for your trust in our ancient sea tribe, the old man quickly said as he stared at the 5 acquired spiritual treasures with a burning gaze. 1 acquired spiritual treasure could be the finale treasure even in this auction, let alone 5 of them. Customer, This is the auction certificate of our ancient sea race. Our ancient sea race will record part of the information onto the universe's AI and be supervised by everyone in the universe. The old man of the ancient sea race handed over a jade token and said to him. Wang Xian nodded his head. Business owners relied on their reputation, especially in this type of auction house. If there was no reputation, no one would consign the items to them for sale. As for the vouchers, the ancient sea race would send some auctioneer's auction vouchers to the universe's AI. Once the ancient sea race did not give the auctioneer any fees, the auctioneer would be able to expose himself directly to the universe's AI. The ancient sea race was very powerful. They would not destroy their reputation just for 5 acquired spiritual treasures. Of course, if Wang Xian took out 20 to 30 items at one go, it would not necessarily be the case. In our ancient sea race auction house, we will charge 5% of the auction amount. Also, this customer is a seat in our auction house and will be given to you free of charge. The old man said enthusiastically. Those who were able to take out 5 acquired spiritual treasures at one go were all people who had great opportunities. Their abilities were definitely not weak. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and left. He strolled around the surroundings and looked at some shops. On the ancient sea race's continent, there were all sorts of items for sale. Technological items, fantasy items, battle pets, mechs, and so on. Wang Xian strolled around and didn't find anything that he could use. Now that he was at the encircled Lu Xingkong, it was extremely rare to find treasures that were useful to him. After returning to the hotel, Wang Xian rested. In the next few days, apart from taking a stroll occasionally, he looked at the information on the universe's AI. As the war between the righteous god race and the ancient sea race approached, the number of people in the starry sky around them increased as well. Meanwhile, the number of people in the ancient sea race continent also increased. As for the auction, in a few days' time, the momentum was also increasing. Especially when the ancient sea race auction house announced that they would be auctioning off at least 5 acquired numinous treasures on the spot, it attracted the attention of many powerhouses. The righteous god race is here. All the powerhouses of the righteous god race are here. On the 4th day, there was a sudden commotion outside and in the universe's AI. Wang Xian opened the window of the room and was slightly stunned when he heard the commotion outside. He narrowed his eyes slightly and walked out of the room immediately. This is. He looked at the starry sky outside. When he saw the race of the righteous god, he was also surprised. The leader of the group was a gigantic statue. The statue was wearing armor. The entire statue was at least 100 kilometers in size. It had the appearance of a human and had a wide face. It was filled with dignity. However, the skin on its body was golden. On both sides of the 100-kilometer statue, there were more than 10 similar statues that were around 50 kilometers long. These were combat bodies created by the righteous god race. Combat bodies were similar to battle angels. The righteous god race belonged to a race with a strong constitution. Their strong constitution could allow them to fight 2 levels above them. The divine dragon belonged to a bloodline race. In the cosmos, there was a race with a strong physique. They belonged to the peak race. That was the saint race. The saint body of the saint race could fight 3 levels higher. It was comparable to the divine dragon. Behind this group of battle bodies were tens of millions of experts of the righteous god race. The weakest among them was at the void god emperor realm. Their bodies were emitting golden light. And behind them were all kinds of war machines. There were hundreds of thousands of battleships, mechas, battleships, and so on. Hiss, is this the full power of the true god race? True god body, so many true god bodies. Didn't they say that the true god race only has 10 bodies? There are 30 of them and the body in the middle is too terrifying. This battle, the true god race has used all their trump cards and power. This is too terrifying. That leader's battle body aura is so strong. It's probably not weaker than a Universe Knight level 7 great being. This time, the true god race wants to challenge any race on the split heaven primal continent. With such terrifying power, the person being challenged will probably surrender right away, right? On the ancient sea race's continent, everyone looked towards the distant starry sky. Looking at the army of the righteous god race, their faces were filled with shock. They are indeed very strong. Wang Xian looked over, and his eyes were shining. There were more than 10,000 universe knights under his sensing. This could only be a part of it. There might be a lot of them hidden in the dark. The leader of the righteous god combat body indeed possessed the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight under his sensing. No wonder it is known as the strongest force in the surrounding starry sky. Wang Xian mumbled. The foundation of the righteous god race was extraordinary. They had a powerful righteous god combat body and a huge number of universe knights. All of them are not simple. The ancient sea race is also very strong. The space beasts are terrifying. No wonder the Dragon Palace and the Water Dragon Palace were only ranked third even after they joined forces to destroy the demonic dragon lineage and the Holy Pros clan. Wang Xian mumbled as he watched all the powerhouses of the righteous god race fly forward. In the surrounding area, there were also countless people looking at them with respect. I heard that the ancient sea race will have a large-scale auction tomorrow. There will be many acquired numinous treasures for sale. At the same time, at the center of the righteous god race, there were more than 10 figures standing on a canvas. One of them was holding a flask of wine. An old man who looked a bit sloppy took a sip of wine and asked, "It seems so. According to their announcement on the Universe AI, there are no less than 8 acquired true treasures now." A middle-aged man nodded. "Let me ask what kind of treasure it is. If there are any treasures that we can use, we can go there tomorrow." An old woman on the right side said indifferently, "Haha, for the sake of this big battle, I've already sold all of my things to exchange for some treasures. I don't have the money to participate in the auction anymore. Old wine, you have quite a few divine stones now. Exchange them for battle strength, just in case." An old man on the left side with bulging muscles said with a laugh, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. This time we'll challenge the mountain giant tribe. We'll fight in close combat. Their strength isn't weak, and I still want to live for another 100 million years. Hee, let me ask what kind of treasures there are. If there are any good treasures, I'll go over tomorrow to take a look." The person holding the wine flask said with a smile, "I got the news. There are 7 acquired numinous treasures, 1 fire type, 1 water type, and 2 light type. None of them are of any use to us. There are also 3 metal type treasures. One of them is a metal type battle armor that's not bad. TSK, the effects of this battle armor are very strong. It's considered the peak among acquired numinous treasures. Just looking at it makes me want to buy it." Soon, the old woman raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "Oh, there are 3 metal type items? There's even a metal type battle armor? Not bad, not bad. I'll go there tomorrow." The old man holding the wine pot said, "But there are 3 acquired numinous treasures with metal-type attributes. I think there will be many people going." Even if there are many people going, many clansmen will give you face, old Joe." The middle-aged man next to him said with a smile. "Haha, looks like my old face is still worth some money." The old man with the wine pot laughed loudly. The group of experts from the righteous god race continued to move forward. Half an hour later, they stopped in the void to prepare for battle. Although they were very strong, they didn't dare to be careless when facing the races from the heaven-opening primal continent. The arrival of the righteous god race caused a huge sensation. The entire starry sky was discussing the strength of the righteous god race. Time passed bit by bit, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day was the day of the ancient sea race auction. Because the great battle of the righteous god race had attracted almost all the experts in the surrounding starry sky, by the morning of the 5th day, according to the ancient sea race auction house's announcement, the number of acquired spiritual treasures. There were already 8 of them. 8 acquired numinous treasures had attracted countless experts to participate in this auction. In the morning, countless people flew towards the auction house. Wang Xian also flew towards the auction house that had many tiny peaks standing tall in the morning. When he arrived at the auction house, he took a jade token and went straight to a peak close to the front. As the auctioneer of the 5 acquired spiritual treasures, he naturally had to enjoy extremely high treatment. There were a few tables, chairs, and some delicacies in a few hundred square meters of space. Wang Xian sat there and scanned his surroundings. He waited quietly. Whoosh! 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 Figures from the surrounding areas flew over quickly. There were experts from various races in groups of 3 to 5. There were more than 100 of them. The leaders were all at the level of universe knights. As long as one stepped onto the mountain peak, there would basically be experts at the level of universe knights. One could imagine how many experts had been attracted to this battle. Wang Xian sat there and waited quietly. There are experts from the righteous god race here? And there are quite a number of them. Are they also participating in this auction? At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes flickered. It was easy to identify the people from the righteous god race. Every one of them was about 5 meters tall. Their bodies were emitting a strong qi and blood energy, giving off a strong impact. Some of the experts from the righteous god race were even emitting a golden glow. They charged over directly and everyone around them immediately made way for them. As they swept their gaze over 1,000 experts from the righteous god race came to the few peaks at the front. They were not too far away from Wang Xian. The arrival of the experts from the righteous god race attracted everyone's attention. Most of their eyes were filled with reverence. This was because it was very likely that the righteous god race was about to set foot on the heaven-splitting primordial land. Wang Xian did not mind it and waited for the auction to begin. Roar! 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 Half an hour later, roars were heard, accompanied by the power of the wilderness. Ha! Wang Xian swept his gaze over and revealed a look of surprise. In the surrounding area, 20 space hum beasts were flying over from all directions rapidly. They slowly surrounded the entire auction house. The gigantic space hum beasts scanned everyone with their cold eyes. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, experts from the ancient sea race flew over from the front and landed on the auction stage. 20 space beasts guarded the surroundings. Big spender. Welcome to our ancient sea races auction. Haha, it's our honor. An old man dressed in white stood in the middle of the auction stage and laughed loudly as he spread his arms. Everyone should be clear about the rules of our ancient sea race auction. The highest bidder will get it. The bidders can choose to hide their identities. Our ancient sea race will also ensure everyone's safety. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them immediately. Of course, our ancient sea race values harmony. I won't waste any more words. The auction will begin immediately. As the white-robed elder spoke, he lightly clapped his hands. This time, our auction will be very grand. First, we will begin with the acquired numinous treasure. As he spoke, a beautiful woman immediately brought over a box. The box opened, revealing a light attribute acquired numinous treasure. We will start with the acquired numinous treasure. It's a big deal. Haha. There must be a lot of good stuff this time. Let's see if we can get anything. The opening of the acquired spiritual treasure made many people look excited. There were very few auctions that would open with the acquired spiritual treasure in the future. Once there was one, the items auctioned this time would definitely be very rich. The atmosphere of the entire auction hall was instantly ignited. The first item is the item I sent for auction. Wang Xian looked at the first item and smiled. This was a staff with the light attribute. To a universe knight with the light attribute, it was definitely a rare treasure. This was especially so for a universe knight of level 1 or 2. With this acquired numinous treasure, they could easily crush a universe knight of the same level. The starting price of a Culpa Divine Stone can be paid with pills and herbs of the same price. The white-robed old man of the ancient sea race continued. The Culpa God Stone represented time, and later on it also represented a unit. One Culpa God Stone was equivalent to the amount of God Stones produced by a top-tier planet over 6 billion years. The amount of God herbs and pills that can be bought with one Culpa God Stone can increase the combat strength of a level 5 universe knight in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled. This was a very rich resource. One Culpa Realm Divine Stone at a time. One Culpa Realm Divine Stone at a time. While Wang Xian was thinking, the auction had already started. The light-attributed universe knights raised their bids with fervent eyes. Acquired spiritual treasure-grade weapons were still very popular. There were hundreds of thousands of universe knights present at the auction this time. Among them, there were quite a number of light-attributed universe knights. The intense competition started. Acquired spiritual treasures were very precious in the surrounding starry sky. To some small universe races, an acquired spiritual treasure was the most important treasure. And to the stronger races, most acquired spiritual treasures belong to inheritance treasures. This acquired spiritual treasure with light attributes took 10 minutes to complete. The price came to the 8 amount of God tribulation stones. In the end, it was bought by a demon who was like a butterfly. Not bad, not bad. The resources of the 8 amount of God tribulation stones can increase the combat strength of 8 level 5 universe knights in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia was very satisfied with the price. He sent 5 acquired spiritual treasures. If he used these resources, he could pile up 3 to 4 level 6 universe knights. Right now, the Dragon Palace was lacking in high-end combat strength. I'll find an opportunity to sell the rest of the acquired spiritual treasures. He mumbled. The auction continued. However, compared to the first item, the price of the following items was much lower. One item after another was auctioned off. Wuxia looked at them and didn't see any items that he would be interested in. According to the information from the ancient sea race, the acquired spiritual treasure is the most valuable treasure. In that case, I don't think there are any treasures that I can use. Furthermore, the chances of me finding any treasures are even lower. Wuxia thought to himself. They were all experts who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. They were forces that had existed for billions of years. The chances of finding any treasures here were almost zero. I want this golden robe. I hope everyone can give me some face. At the end of the auction, Wuxia basically took a glance at the universal AI. At this moment, a voice sounded. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. Many people in the auction venue also looked at the voice. The voice came from a Universe Knight level 1 great being of the True God race. Since this brother of the True God race wants it, I won't compete with you. Another voice came from the back. An old man of the plant department cupped his hands towards the bidder of the True God race. Thank you. The auctioneer of the Upright God race said faintly and raised his head slightly. Congratulations to this friend of the Upright God race. Let's continue the auction of the next item. At the front, the white-robed elder of the ancient sea race continued with a smile. Fuck. I sent this golden robe for auction. Now it's sold below the market price. Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't waste your breath. Just buy the item from the Upright God race. We don't want to offend the Upright God race. They are about to land. If you provoke them, they won't care about the rules surrounding Lu Xingkong. There's nothing they can do even if they kill you. At this moment, Wuxia vaguely heard a voice coming from a mountain peak behind him. He raised his eyebrows slightly and paid no attention to it. The auction continued. 3 hours later, it was time for the finale item. 7 acquired spiritual treasures. The first finale item was still sent by Wuxia. It was still an acquired spiritual treasure with the light attribute. After a round of competition, the price was 7.5 divine stones. Wuxia was rather satisfied with this. The second item was an acquired treasure with fire attributes. It was auctioned off to 9 amount of God tribulation stones. This gave Wuxia a general understanding of acquired spiritual treasures. The price should be between 7 to 10 amount of God tribulation stones. The next item to be auctioned off is a metal attribute acquired spiritual treasure, the Void Gold All. It is a very terrifying, offensive spiritual treasure. The starting price is still 1 amount of God tribulation stones. The bidding starts now. On the auction stage, the old man in white said with a smile, 5 robbery godstones. The moment the bidding started, someone immediately made a bid. Obviously, they understood that 3 or 4 robbery godstones weren't enough to get an acquired spiritual treasure. Hence, a Universe Knight immediately raised his bid to 5 robbery godstones. 5 robbery godstones, 1 robbery godstone. I'll take this acquired spiritual treasure. Please give me face, Jinjing Fa. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot into the sky. His voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. However, his words were extremely arrogant and domineering. 5.1 divine culpa stones for this acquired numinous treasure was much, much lower. One had to know that 1 divine culpa stone was a considerable amount of resources. The words of this powerhouse from the Orthodox God race immediately caused those who wanted to bid to frown slightly. The white-robed elder in front was also slightly stunned. He pursed his lips and did not say anything. Since the powerhouses from the Orthodox god race were so powerful, there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, all the powerhouses from the Orthodox god race were not far away. When Wuxia heard his bid, he frowned slowly. This acquired spiritual treasure with metal attributes was auctioned by him. If he were to sell it at 5.01 points, he would suffer a huge loss. Haha. Thank you for giving in. However, at the next moment, the expert of the righteous god race turned around and cupped his hands. He laughed out loud. He was very domineering and decided the ownership of the spiritual treasure with metal attributes. All the great beings in the auction looked at the golden light on his body and felt his power. Although he only had the power of a Universe Knight level 4, he didn't say anything and no one competed with him. This was to give face to the true god race and show respect to them. Even the old man who had just raised the price didn't dare to raise it anymore. All right. Then congratulations to the Lord of the righteous god race for obtaining this void golden all. On the auction stage, the white-robed old man of the ancient sea race hesitated for a moment before he smiled and said, Wang Xian looked at this scene and frowned slightly. A acquired spiritual treasure, the void golden all, was sold for 5.1 amount of god tribulation stones. The next item to be auctioned is a water elemental acquired spiritual treasure. This time, we will start the auction with the starting price of 5 amount of god tribulation stones. At this moment, the auction continued. Wang Xian sipped the tea beside him and didn't speak. The pre-heaven spiritual treasure with water attribute was being auctioned. This time, the starting price was 5 cardinal volume godly stones. Immediately, the Universe Knights started bidding. This pre-heaven spiritual treasure with water attribute was improving rapidly. Soon, it reached 8 cardinal volume godly stones. In the end, the final price of this pre-heaven spiritual treasure with water attribute reached 9.7 cardinal volume godly stones. The final price was the highest. As for the ancient sea race, they would buy it according to the strength of the acquired numinous treasure. Since this water elemental acquired numinous treasure had reached such a level, the final 2 acquired numinous treasures would definitely not be cheap. The current price is quite high. At the same time, on a few mountain peaks in the center, dozens of middle-aged elders sat on a mountain peak. The old man holding the wine pot in the center frowned slightly when he saw the price of the water elemental spiritual treasure. He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Hee, old wine, Jin Jingfa just took down an acquired spiritual treasure with 5.1 calamity divine stones. You can do it too, the old woman said with a smile. That's right. After today, we will enter the heaven-opening desolate continent. Why do we care about other things? If anyone is not satisfied, we will destroy them. Hee. A middle-aged man behind him said faintly. That's right. It is the owner's honor to have that treasure follow me. Ha. The old man holding the wine pot laughed loudly and said, Elder Joe, I heard that there's a clan leader in front who wants that metal attribute acquired spiritual treasure. He's also prepared to take it with the 5 Kulpa divine stones. A middle-aged man who had received the news from the neighboring mountain peak said to the old man holding the wine pot, I don't care what they want. Tell them that I want the last metal attribute acquired spiritual treasure armor. The old man holding the wine pot said with a smile. Okay. I'll inform them. If you want this, no one will compete with you. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Gulp. The old man holding the wine pot took a sip of wine with a smile on his face. Since they had decided to take this acquired numinous treasure, no one would compete with them. All right, the next item to be auctioned is the second last acquired numinous treasure. It's also a metal-type acquired numinous treasure and a glove-type numinous treasure. The starting bid is 5 Kulpa god stones. At this moment, the white-robed elder of the ancient sea race smiled at the acquired numinous treasure that was being offered. 5 Kulpa god stones. This acquired numinous treasure is mine. As soon as the white-robed elder of the ancient sea race finished speaking, an elder stood up on a mountain peak near the auction stage and said with an unquestionable tone, Oh! His words caused everyone to be slightly stunned once again. An expert of the righteous god race has made a move again. They still want to buy it at a low price. The righteous god race is too strong. They completely ignore the feelings of others. The righteous god race clearly thinks that they are about to land on the heaven-splitting chaotic continent, so they don't care about their status. I reckon that if someone dares to compete with them, they might directly take action. It's really possible. After all, their strength is too terrifying. It's better for us not to compete. However, I'm afraid that the auctioneer is going to be unlucky. In the auction house, everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw the strong man of the righteous god race making a forceful move. They were discussing in low voices. No one dared to compete with them. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly when he saw this scene. He wanted to make a forceful bid at a low price again? This caused his gaze to turn cold slowly. If no one is bidding, then congratulations to the strong man of the righteous god race. The white-robed elder from the ancient sea race smiled and made his decision. The 5 cardinal tribulations divine stone is for sale. The auctioneer is going to suffer a huge loss. The people from the righteous god race have gone too far. They are simply going too far. At the back, the figure who had sold the golden robe spoke with some anger. Wang Xian saw that the ancient sea race had once again settled down and stood up slowly. Ancient sea race, is this your auction house? Just now, a metal elemental acquired numinous treasure was sold at a low price. I didn't say anything. Now, this acquired numinous treasure is still being auctioned at such a price? Do you think that I, the auctioneer, am easy to bully? He stood up and stared at the old man in white on the auction stage. He questioned him with an expressionless face. Ha! Wang Xian suddenly stood up. His sudden questioning voice spread throughout the entire auction hall, causing everyone to be shocked. That person is the auctioneer of the acquired numinous treasure? The one just now is also his. The auctioneer is actually here and even questioned him directly. In the auction hall, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Xian as their eyes flickered slightly. This caused the auctioneer to be displeased. Furthermore, what they didn't expect was that the metal elemental acquired numinous treasure was also his. Ha! The white-robed elder from the ancient sea tribe on the stage was slightly taken aback as well. Soon after, he smiled. My friend, our ancient sea tribe auction house will proceed with the auction according to the rules. Since no one is bidding, we will only proceed with the final bid. Our ancient sea race has done nothing wrong. The white-robed elder of the ancient sea race replied indifferently. It was just as he said. Their ancient sea race did not break the rules. It was just that no one dared to raise the bid? What does that have to do with us? Although his words were reasonable, everyone knew that they were shirking their responsibility. Oh, is that so? Then the acquired numinous treasure that I sent for auction will not be sold. Wang Xian said faintly. This is against the rules. The auction has already started. You can't just take back the item that you sent for auction as you wish. Otherwise, how can we continue the auction? The old man in white continued to say with a smile. Oh, in that case I will raise the price myself. The item that is being auctioned now is 10 cardinal tribulations divine stones. Wang Xian cracked a smile and looked a little sinister. Sorry. The price of this acquired numinous treasure has already been fixed. The old man in white shook his head and said with a face full of regret. Now, he also knew that their ancient sea race had offended this customer, but they had no other choice. In front of the righteous god race and this customer, they naturally knew what to choose. Moreover, their ancient sea race also acted according to the auction rules. If they wanted to find trouble, they would look for the righteous god race and see how they died. The white-clothed elder smiled and was not worried about their reputation being damaged. Hee. When Wang Xian heard the words of the white-robed elder from the ancient sea race, he also smiled. Your speed of setting the price is very fast. You have already set the price in just a few seconds. He asked faintly. This is the rule. If no one bids, you can set the price directly. The white-robed elder shrugged his shoulders. His eyes flickered slightly as he swept his gaze across all the customers present. Everyone, our ancient sea race has stood tall in the starry skies for billions of years. We uphold the principle of giving priority to our customers. We will never harm our customers' interests. His voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone present also knew that although the ancient sea race was somewhat shameless, they were all within the rules. The main reason was still the righteous god race's experts. No one dared to compete with them. No one dared to compete with them. It can also be said that that person is unlucky. Some experts thought in their hearts, fuck, this daddy won't be so unlucky, right? It's already at the end, yet such a kid suddenly appeared. If he intentionally raises the price later, won't this daddy raise the price? At this moment, on a mountain peak in front of the auction stage, the old man holding the wine pot saw this scene and couldn't sit still and directly stood up. Old wine, the last acquired numinous treasure, might not be auctioned by that youth. Don't be anxious. When you place your bid, whoever dares to compete will be fucked. An old man beside him said with a chuckle. In any case, their main god race was about to land, so they could act without restraint. Next, we'll begin the bidding for the last item. It's a metal attribute acquired numinous treasure, a defensive type peak acquired numinous treasure. Similarly, we'll start the bidding with 5 calamity godstones. The white-robed elder's voice continued to ring out from the auction stage in front of them. The auction continued. Fuck. I want this treasure. Whoever dares to snatch it for me is going against me. The white-robed elder from the ancient sea race had just finished speaking when the elder holding the wine flask stood up forcefully and shouted. Compared to the few people just now, he was even more unrestrained. He even directly stated that whoever fought with him would be going against him. Looks like the acquired spiritual treasure with the metal attribute is about to fall into the hands of the righteous god tribe. When everyone saw this expert from the righteous god tribe roar so arrogantly, everyone thought to themselves, this acquired spiritual treasure was also auctioned off by that young man. I wonder how he will react. If he were to raise the price himself, I think that expert from the righteous god tribe will directly attack him. Let's see if that young man is courting death. In any case, it doesn't have much to do with us. We just earn a little less. It won't have much of an impact. If there really is a conflict, are we going to interfere? There's no need. The others can understand. If the true god race makes a move, what can we do? Hee. At the back, several ancient sea race elders were talking. Although the orthodox god race had somewhat disrupted their auction, everything was under their control. The profits this time would not be too little. These 3 acquired spiritual treasures with metal attributes were all auctioned by me. It seems that your orthodox god race thinks that I am easy to bully. Wang Xian watched the auction continue. He watched the last item being taken out and the strong bid from the elder of the orthodox god race. He sneered and said, Huh? 3 acquired numinous treasures with metal attributes are all his? It seems that he has obtained a great opportunity. This is bad luck. 3 acquired numinous treasures are not even sold at the price of 2. This is a loss. This is really bad luck. Some people were stunned when they heard Wang Xian's words. They then started discussing in a low voice. If no one is competing, this treasure will belong to me. However, the old man who was holding the wine pot seemed to have not heard Wang Xian's words. He took a sip of the wine and said directly, 15 god-plundering stones. This is your last chance. Wang Xian heard his words and said calmly, Huh? He made a bid and raised it to 15 god-plundering stones on his own. This. Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard Wang Xian's words. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. On the auction stage, the old man in white also revealed a look of astonishment. His eyes flickered slightly. If you don't give me face, die. However, at the next moment, the face of the old man from the righteous god race who was about to drink with a flask of wine darkened instantly when he heard Wang Xian's words. He waved his arm and the flask of wine in his hand emitted a golden glow. He attacked Wang Xian directly. The sudden attack shocked everyone. Everyone, calm down. The old man in white said calmly on the auction stage. He did not stop him. Of course, the ancient sea race did not have the ability to stop him. Haha. Wang Xian saw that the old man was actually attacking him. He laughed out loud and a terrifying murderous aura shot out from his body. His body moved and disappeared instantly. The next moment, his figure came to the side of the old man who was holding the wine flask. You are courting death. I have given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, all of you shall die. Wang Xian's sinister voice was heard by everyone from the righteous god race. The old man who had just thrown out the wine flask sensed a figure appearing beside him. His pupils constricted and his face was filled with horror. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying force enveloped him and instantly wiped out all his life force. At the same time, Wang Xian waved his arm and the destructive force of the 5 elements covered the entire area. Oh no, run! Oh no! At this moment, the expressions of the experts from the righteous god race around him changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. The strength that Wang Xian displayed made them feel terrified. What? At this moment, the expressions of everyone around them changed drastically. That young man actually made a move. Furthermore, how could his speed be so terrifying? That level 5 universe knight of the righteous god race was instantly killed? Oh no, stop! Don't cause trouble in the territory of our ancient sea race. The expressions of the experts behind the ancient sea race changed drastically when they saw the scene. They shouted loudly, "Causing trouble in your territory? Ha ha ha!" Wang Xian laughed maniacally. Walala! In the next moment, a terrifying energy swept across. No, no, no. No. The expressions of everyone around him as well as those from the righteous god race on the surrounding mountains changed drastically. They were filled with shock. The destructive power of the 5 elements swept across and everyone died instantly. Thousands of warriors and disciples from the righteous god race, the strongest level 5 universe knights, were all killed instantly. Even till death, they still couldn't understand how such a terrifying existence suddenly appeared in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. How could someone dare to kill them? They were the strongest force surrounding Lu Xingkong. Hiss! How is this possible? This. All the great beings of the righteous god race were killed by him in an instant. What terrifying strength! How dare he? With the combat strength of a universe knight level 6, his strength is at least a universe knight level 6. With such strength, how could he not dare? The righteous god race is about to land. After killing them, they will leave this place immediately. In the future, the righteous god race will not be able to take revenge. Now, the righteous god race has encountered a tough nut to crack. When Wang Xian made his move and instantly killed the universe knights of the righteous god race, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. This was the righteous god race. They were the strongest race in the surrounding galaxy. However, some people were also very shocked by Wang Xian's strength. They also had some agreement with his move. The righteous god race was indeed strong. But so what if I killed all of you? After I killed all of you, I will leave this place immediately. After your righteous god race lands on the heaven-splitting chaotic land, can you still seek revenge on me? With the rules, the righteous god race didn't dare to seek revenge. At the auction just now, the righteous god race was so powerful and didn't care about their status. It was also because they were about to land and had no scruples. However, they didn't expect to meet a universe knight level 6 great being. Now I don't know what the true god race will do. We can only blame the true god race for being too greedy. They were able to sell 3 acquired spiritual treasures, so they must have gotten a great opportunity. It's surprising that they have such strength, but it's not too surprising. A universe knight level 6 battle strength is considered top-notch in our Lu Xingkong. Everyone else in the auction continued to discuss. Stop for our ancient sea race. The ancient sea race's warriors saw all the righteous god race's warriors and disciples being killed. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately roared loudly. This was their ancient sea race's territory. The experts of the righteous god race had died here. If the righteous god race were to blame them, they would have to pay a huge price. More than a dozen experts of the ancient sea race immediately flew to the sky and roared with an embarrassed expression. Roar! 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 Around them, 20 space hum beasts let out roars in unison. A terrifying aura was charging over. Hee. When Wang Xian heard their words, he waved his arm and collected the corpses of the few thousand strong disciples of the righteous god race. Then he looked at the people of the ancient sea race with a grim expression. Just now, the people of the righteous god race attacked first. Why didn't you guys stop them? He said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He is very strong. It is not easy for us to deal with him. Stall him for a while. Later, there is no need for us to make a move. The strong people of the righteous god race will naturally come and destroy him. More than 10 elders of the ancient sea race were floating in the air. The leader of the elders transmitted his voice. Customer, everything happened too suddenly just now. We naturally have to stop that person from the righteous god race. However, your speed is faster and stronger. After the leader of the elders transmitted his voice, he explained to Wang Xian. Oh, is that so? Wang Xian replied coldly. Of course. You are our customer and the others are our customers as well. We will naturally treat our customers equally. The old man in the lead continued with a smile. That's right. Please calm down, customer. The old man in white on the auction stage pursed his lips and said to him, My friend, we will give you the items that you sent and all the rewards. Also, we will return the 3 acquired numinous treasures to you. As a token of our apology, we will not charge you any commission. Another old man said. Oh. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he narrowed his eyes slightly. All right then. Immediately give me all the items that I sent for auction. All right, customer, please wait for a moment. We will prepare them for you immediately. The old man in the lead said immediately and gestured to the old man beside him. The entire army of the righteous god race is around. Isn't he going to leave this place? If he doesn't leave now, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. In the auction house, the rest of the people were shocked when they saw that Wang Xian was still waiting for the items he sent for auction. Hurry up! Wang Xian squinted his eyes and said to the people of the ancient sea race. Yes. Please wait a moment. Customer, the number of items and divine stones involved is too huge. We need a few dozen seconds. The old man in white on the auction stage said immediately. All right. Wang Xian smiled faintly. What happened to the batch of strong disciples that we went to the ancient sea race? Why were they all killed all of a sudden? At the same time, in the void not far away from the ancient sea race continent, there was a towering palace behind the huge body of the god of war in the center. In the palace, 2 old men who were emitting golden light sensed that the divine tablets of thousands of people in the divine hall behind them had been broken. The god of war race had been preparing for this landing battle for hundreds of millions of years. Before they set off, all the spirit tablets of their clansmen had been transferred to this godly palace. They could immediately sense how many clansmen had died. They could even sense what level of clansmen had died, and in what direction. All of this was to prepare for the upcoming war. However, they had not expected that thousands of clansmen's tablets would be broken before the war broke out. Among them were a few Universe Knight level 5 great beings. What? On the left and right sides of the palace, 28 figures shrouded in golden light were slightly shocked when they heard the words of the ancestor in front of them. 3 Universe Knight level 5 clansmen and more than 2,000 clansmen have been killed. Go and investigate on the ancient ocean race continent. No matter who the murderer is, kill him immediately. One of the 2 old men in the center said coldly. Yes, sir. 5 old men stood up from the left and right sides of the godly palace. They flew toward the land of the ancient ocean race. The land battle is coming. Don't let anything happen. The old man in the center continued. Boom, boom, boom. In the void beside the army of the righteous god race, 5 golden figures were flying rapidly towards the main road of the ancient sea race. Their bodies were filled with an awe-inspiring murderous aura. They actually dared to kill the disciples of the righteous god race at this moment. They were courting death. At this moment in the auction house of the ancient sea race, Wang Xian sensed 5 figures flying towards him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the people of the ancient sea race and said, Your speed is a little slow. These are the 3 acquired spiritual treasures that you sent for auction. These are the other items that you obtained. As soon as he finished his sentence, an old man waved his arm and threw all the items towards Wang Xian. He sensed the position in front of him and his eyes sparkled. 2 acquired spiritual treasures and 3 metal acquired spiritual treasures flew into Wang Xian's hands. He stretched out his hand and held it in his hand to sense it. Your timing is really good. His gaze swept across the 5 golden figures who were flying over. His eyes sparkled as he said faintly. This is not what we wanted to see either. The elder who was the leader of the ancient sea race said with a face full of regret. Now that the people of the righteous god race are coming over aggressively, this is your territory. Don't you have any explanation? Wang Xian looked at them and asked faintly. I'm sorry. The strength of the righteous god race is stronger than us. If they want to come over and attack us, there's nothing we can do. The elder of the ancient sea race shook his head. Who killed our righteous god race's clansmen? At this moment, a voice full of violent killing intent was heard, accompanied by a terrifying golden light. Buzz! In the next moment, an enormous golden alms bowl appeared in the sky, and rays of golden light enveloped the area below. Not good. It's a pre-heaven spiritual treasure of the confinement type. Let's quickly dodge it. Oh no, we can't make it in time. The coverage is too wide. At this moment, the expressions of all the great beings in the auction hall changed drastically. They hurriedly hid at the edge. My lords of the righteous god race, this matter has nothing to do with our ancient sea race. The expressions of the great beings of the ancient sea race changed slightly when they saw this terrifying power. Although there were 20 space humbeasts around them, they didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the 5 level 6 universe knights of the righteous god race. They immediately said respectfully, "Ha!" The 5 level 6 universe knights of the righteous god race narrowed their eyes slightly and landed on Wang Xian. Who is it? The leader of the righteous god race continued to ask in a cold voice. His body was filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura swept across the auction hall. It's this customer who had a conflict with the people of the righteous god race. The white-robed elder of the ancient sea race felt the terrifying power and quickly said, "Hee, very good." Wang Xian smiled when he saw the white-robed elder of the ancient sea race pointing at him. You are courting death. Kill my people of the righteous god race. Die! The 5 universe knights of the righteous god race locked onto Wang Xian. In the next moment, they moved and charged towards Wang Xian with a terrifying aura. The 5 of them did not ask too much. In the entire surrounding Lu Xingkong, their righteous god race was the strongest existence. Even the ancient sea race, which was ranked second, was far from them. They had the strongest level 7 universe knight in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. Therefore, when facing Wang Xian, they did not waste any time and killed him directly. Even if the other party had the strength of a level 6 universe knight, with the strength of the 5 of them, they could still kill him. What a terrifying power. That powerhouse is going to suffer. He didn't escape in time. This time, he's in big trouble. Even if he has the strength of a level 6 universe knight, he's still not a match for the 5 people of the righteous god race. Let's retreat quickly and not be affected. How can we be affected? 5 against 1. I think we will be able to suppress and kill him very quickly. Everyone in the surrounding auction house was discussing as they came to the edge of the golden alms bowl. They were not optimistic about Wang Xian. After all, with the strength that Wang Xian displayed, it was very likely that he was also a level 6 universe knight. To fight against 5 existences of the same level and to be blocked by the surrounding routes, the possibility of him dying was very high. Going against the righteous god race? Isn't this courting death? At the side, the experts of the ancient sea race looked over and thought coldly. Ha! Wang Xian looked at the 5 universe knights who were attacking him and his eyes revealed a cold look. Die! The next moment, the 5 righteous god race experts let out a low roar and launched terrifying attacks at Wang Xian. The righteous god race excelled in close combat. At this moment, the 5 of them were already about 50 kilometers in front of him. At such a distance, the 5 masters of the righteous god race were confident that they could kill their opponents in an instant. You are courting death. Wang Xian revealed a cold expression. The moment their attacks were about to arrive, the Tai Chi dragon disc appeared around him. A shadow of Tai Chi swept towards the 5 level 6 masters of the righteous god race. The strongest part of the Tai Chi dragon disc was its defense. However, under the control of Wang Xian, killing a level 6 universe knight was a piece of cake. Buzz! The shadow of the Tai Chi dragon disc flashed, and the terrifying golden light disappeared instantly. Ah! In the next moment, the power from yin and yang descended on their bodies and wiped out their life force. What? This? He's not a level 6 universe knight. He's a level 7. A level 7. Hiss. How is this possible? Since when did a level 7 universe knight appear in our Wei Lu Xing Kong? At this moment, when everyone saw the 5 level 6 universe knights of the righteous god race being killed in an instant, they all felt their scalps go numb. How is this possible? Someone shouted in disbelief. How was this possible? However, they couldn't help but believe it when they saw the 5 corpses floating in the sky. Universe Knight Level 7. It was already considered a pinnacle existence in the surrounding starry skies. The only known Universe Knight Level 7 warriors were the 2 from the righteous god race. When did another one appear? And it was someone that no one knew? How is this possible? The expressions of all the experts from the ancient sea race changed drastically when they saw the scene. A bunch of trash, how dare you provoke me? Wang Xian said disdainfully. He waved his arm and kept the 5 corpses. Gulp. Seeing the 5 level 6 universe knights being killed in an instant, everyone from the ancient sea race gulped. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and landed on the experts of the ancient sea race. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. When all the experts of the ancient sea race saw Wang Xian looking over, their hearts tightened. The old man in the lead hurriedly bowed and said. There was some cold sweat on his forehead. A level 7 universe knight was not someone the ancient sea race could afford to offend. I sentence your ancient sea race to be exterminated. Wang Xian stared at them and said in a calm tone. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave immediately. He continued. When he finished his sentence, he was already in front of the ancient sea race's powerhouses. When everyone heard this sentence, they were shocked and their faces were filled with shock. This was especially so for everyone from the ancient sea race. Their expressions changed drastically. The other party actually wanted to destroy them. They actually wanted to destroy their ancient sea race. How? How did this happen? Hiss, This lord is actually going to exterminate the ancient ocean race. His power is too terrifying, too strong. 5 universe knights and a level 6 great being were killed in an instant. Even among universe knights and level 7 great beings, he is probably a relatively strong existence. The ancient ocean race is in big trouble this time. They have kicked an iron board. This time, they are going to face a huge disaster. This is what the ancient sea race deserves. This lord is holding an auction here. They didn't say anything when the righteous god race lowered the price. When the righteous god race attacked this lord, they didn't say anything to stop them. Instead, this lord was the one who attacked. They opened their mouths to stop him. It's obvious that they think this lord is easy to bully. They even pointed out that this lord was the one who said it. It's great now. They have completely angered the other party. Retreat, retreat, retreat. There will be more ancient sea races to play with. In the auction venue, everyone heard Wang Xian's words and immediately flew into the distance. The golden light released by the golden bowl had disappeared after the level 6 universe knight was killed. They all flew into the sky to prevent themselves from being affected. Everyone looked at the ancient sea race with a hint of mockery on their faces. They had all witnessed the scene just now. The ancient sea race was obviously afraid of the righteous god race, so they deliberately bullied that lord. However, what they didn't expect was that this lord's strength was so terrifying. The ancient sea race had completely kicked an iron board. Boom, boom, boom. However, at the same time, in the divine hall located in the center of the righteous god race's army, in the center of the palace, 2 old men suddenly stood up, their expressions extremely ugly. Third Elder and the other 5 have fallen. How is this possible? Third Elder and the others are all universe knights with level 6 combat power. And they even have treasures in their hands. What happened? What exactly happened? In the front, the 20 universe knights at level 6 immediately stood up, their expressions unsightly. They felt the godly tablets of Third Elder and the other 5 instantly break. This meant that the 5 of them had fallen, and they had been killed in an instant. In an instant, the 5 universe knights at level 6 had been killed. Then who had attacked? And how powerful were they? Damn it! How could something like this happen at this time? The 2 old men of the true god race looked extremely embarrassed. They dashed out of the godly palace in a flash. 5 Universe Knights and level 6 Great Beings were killed in an instant. This was definitely not something a Universe Knight at level 6 could do. Now that their true god race was about to land, they were at a critical juncture. Now, a mysterious existence had appeared and killed many of their great beings consecutively. This made them furious. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. Let's go! Seeing the 2 ancestors flying out, the rest of the Universe Knights followed closely behind. A bunch of reckless fools, die! In the auction venue of the ancient sea race, Wang Xian waved his arm. A destructive force of 5 elements was directed towards the Universe Knights of the ancient sea race. With his current strength, he didn't need to use the Primalist Sacred Wings or the 5 elements grinding. Facing this group of level 5 Universe Knights, he killed them casually. The destructive power of the 5 elements was directed towards the Universe Knights of the ancient sea race. At this moment, the faces of the Universe Knights of the ancient sea race were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. Under the terrifying speed of Wang Xian, they had no way to dodge. No, sir, don't kill us. It's our ancient sea race's fault. Don't kill us. Terrified voices came from their mouths as they begged for mercy. How could they have thought that this young man in front of them was so terrifying? There were only a few level 7 Universe Knights in the surrounding starry skies, yet they had actually encountered him. How could they be so unlucky? Hee. Wang Xian sneered. The river of destruction swept past their bodies and immediately melted their bodies. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the 20 space hum beasts in the surroundings let out a roar. Their cold eyes stared at Wang Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Who is causing trouble here? The huge commotion immediately woke up a level 6 Universe Knight from the ancient sea race deep in the continent below. He moved and instantly appeared at the side of the auction venue. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the entire ancient sea race's continent was filled with urgent sounds. Upon hearing this voice, the great beings and disciples on the land of the ancient sea race quickly flew over. Die! Wang Xian swept his gaze across and countless blood-red chains appeared around him in an instant. The chains attacked the surrounding space hum beasts and the level 6 Universe Knight. Not good. The level 6 ancient sea race warrior who had just flown out was shocked when he saw the terrifying blood-red chains. The blood-red chains gave him a terrifying feeling. Hong. He immediately attacked the blood-red chains. However, he was still too slow. His attacks were useless against the blood-red chains. Oh no! Space hum beast charge! Sensing this terrifying attack, the old man of the ancient sea race shouted loudly with blood-red eyes. Sir, how did we offend you? Why did you attack our ancient sea race? Following that, he shouted anxiously. Then we have to ask the people of your ancient sea race. Wang Xian said coldly. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, blood-red chains appeared in front of the space hum beast. The space hum beast let out a furious roar. A terrifying hurricane force gathered around them and charged directly at the chains. However, what shocked everyone was that the chains easily penetrated the space hum beast's body. The blood-red chains were like deadly chains, and the space hum beasts couldn't resist at all. The terrifying chains directly pierced through the bodies of 20 space hum beasts. Howl! 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 The space hum beasts let out miserable cries, and the 20 space beasts writhed in pain in the void space. Damn it, how did those bastards provoke such a terrifying being? The Universe Knight of the ancient sea race saw this scene and looked at the blood-red chains that gradually surrounded him. His face was filled with shock and anger as he roared. How did those damn bastards of the ancient sea race provoke such an enemy? Pooh, pooh, pooh. At this moment, Wang Xian did not show any mercy. The chains moved and went straight for all the space beasts and the Universe Knight. No! Ayo, ayo! Ayo, ayo! Screams rang out. Out of the 20 space hum beasts, one of them had reached the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 6. An old man with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 6. Under the attack of Wang Xian's chains, he died instantly. Even the old man with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 6 didn't even have the chance to escape. Logically speaking, a level 6 Universe Knight facing a level 7 Universe Knight had a high chance of escaping and returning to his god country. However, Wuxia wasn't a level 7 Universe Knight. The current him could even kill a level 8 Universe Knight. Coupled with the attack of the Dragon Eye Lock 8 Desolation Law, a level 6 Universe Knight wouldn't be able to escape at all. Screams of pain rang out. As the strongest attack of the ancient sea race, 20 space hum beasts were instantly killed. There were a total of 20 space hum beasts. There were only about 100 space hum beasts in the entire ancient sea race, and now 20 of them had been killed. This was a huge loss for the ancient sea race. However, the ancient sea race couldn't care about such losses anymore. Not good, our ancient sea race has provoked a powerful existence. One of our forefathers has been killed, and 20 space hum beasts have been easily killed. This is not something we can defend against. Run. Immediately report to the clan leader and the others. That person is so strong, undefeatable. Run. At this moment, the experts from the other parts of the ancient sea race continent heard the alarm sound and flew over. When they saw their 20 space beasts being killed and their forefathers being killed, they were horrified. Without any hesitation, they fled into the distance. Some of them even prepared to flee back to their divine kingdoms. Buzz, buzz. Wuxia swept his gaze across the surroundings. His eyes were filled with awe. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements grinding mill appeared and swept across the surroundings. A grayish river of annihilation swept across the surroundings at a terrifying speed. The river of annihilation contained a terrifying aura. It swept across the entire galaxy at a terrifying speed. When everyone felt this terrifying energy, a look of horror appeared on their faces. Oh no, run, run, run! Some Universe Knights sensed the speed of this terrifying river and shouted in horror. Some of the strong ones who wanted to run back to their divine kingdoms had a drastic change in expression. The speed of this river of annihilation was too fast. What kind of power is this? In the sky above, in the auction hall, all the Universe Knights felt their scalps go numb when they saw Wuxia's terrifying attack. After the long river of destruction swept past, they felt that even the starry sky seemed to have fallen silent. The place that was swept by this energy seemed to have become a dead zone. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy swept past and swept across an area of more than 1 billion kilometers. None of the ancient sea race experts who were rushing over could escape this terrifying attack. Energy swept over, and their corpses floated in the air. With one strike, 80% of the ancient sea race experts on this continent were instantly killed. Hiss! Looking at this terrifying attack, everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes were incomparably shocked. This is. At the same time, in the void not far away, 2 golden specks of light rapidly flew over. Behind them, there were more than 20 figures shrouded in golden light. When the 2 ancestors of the Zheng god race at the front saw this terrifying attack, they were extremely fearful. It's at least a Universe Knight level 7 attack. Moreover, this attack makes me feel a death threat. One of the golden lights instantly stopped. He stared at the front with a serious expression. His expression extremely ugly. He's very powerful. Damn it, how could such an expert suddenly appear? How did our righteous god race members provoke him? Another righteous god race ancestor also stopped and growled in a low and gloomy voice. They had actually encountered such a powerful enemy just as they were about to land. This was simply bad news for their righteous god race. If the enemy attacked them from behind while they were about to land, there was a high chance that they would lose everything. After all, the race they were going to challenge this time was not weak either. They should have the combat power of a level 7 Universe Knight. Ancestor, what should we do? At this time, more than 20 level 6 Universe Knights flew over from behind. They looked at the terrifying energy coming from the front, and their faces were full of fear. This power was at least a level 7 Universe Knight. Forefather, they dared to kill Third Elder and the others. We'll kill them. Our entire true god race's army is here. Why should we be afraid of them? We'll destroy them. A burly old man roared with a murderous look. Idiot! The 2 old men in the lead shouted at him angrily when they heard his words. They had the power to annihilate a Universe Knight level 7 great being. But would the other side wait for them to attack? The other side had already escaped before the army of the normal god race arrived. They were going to launch a landing battle. As long as the other side attacked them from behind, the losses of the normal god race would be immeasurable. They might even fail to land. Patriarch, what should we do now? The patriarch of the righteous god race asked with a solemn expression. This time, they were in big trouble. After he said that, everyone fell silent. What should they do? There were two methods. They could ask the other party for peace. If their clansmen died, they would die. Everything would be based on the land battle. The second method was to fight the other party. However, fighting the other party meant that they might have to give up on the landing battle this time. After giving up, they would have to wait 100 million years if they wanted to fight the landing battle again. This was the rule of the landing battle. After all, they had given up at the last minute. 100 million years was a very long time for their righteous god race. Who are you? You have killed so many people of our ancient sea race and killed the experts of the righteous god race. Aren't you afraid of our revenge? At this moment, an extremely angry roar came from the ancient sea race's main road. An elder below shouted at Wang Xian with a face full of anger. Ha ha ha! Revenge on me, the Dragon King? Then our dragon palace will exterminate your ancient sea race and the righteous god race. When Wang Xian heard the voice from below, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone expanded and attacked the continent below. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? At the side, all the powerhouses of the righteous god race had gloomy expressions when they heard this. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who had defeated the Devil Dragon bloodline and the Fire Dragon Palace. Not long ago, all the forces in the surrounding starry sky were paying attention to the war and killing of the Divine Dragon bloodline. The righteous god race also paid attention to this. However, they didn't take it seriously. At that time, the righteous god race was already preparing to disembark. Moreover, in their eyes, the divine dragon lineage was just relying on the Dragon Palace. Without the Dragon Palace, they would be nothing more than this. However, the Dragon King's strength had actually reached the combat strength of a Universe Knight level 7. This was a Universe Knight level 7. In their righteous god race, only 2 ancestors had such strength. You want to exterminate our righteous god race? When the experts of the righteous god race heard Wang Xian's words, their faces turned extremely gloomy. Ancestor, let's go and exterminate that arrogant Dragon King. An expert of the righteous god race could not help but growl in a low voice. Their eyes were fixed on the Dragon King who was wreaking havoc on the continent in front of them. Their faces were filled with fury. Their righteous god race had been invincible in the surrounding starry sky for over 100 million years. For hundreds of millions of years, no one had dared to be arrogant with them, and no one had dared to say that they wanted to be destroyed. Now they wanted to be destroyed? A ghastly look appeared on everyone's faces. If you want to make a move, then completely destroy the Dragon King. The 2 ancestors of the central righteous god race also had murderous looks on their faces. How long had it been? How long had it been since someone dared to provoke their righteous god race like this? However, if they chose to attack, they had to have the confidence to keep the other party here. Elder Ancestor, we still have 5 days before the battle to land. If there is a conflict with the Dragon Palace, then the battle to land. The patriarch of the righteous god race said with an ugly expression. Now they had no way out. If they started a conflict with the Dragon Palace at this time, then the battle to land would definitely be affected. They might even be attacked by the Dragon Palace during the battle. However, if they gave up on the landing battle because of their unilateral violation of the rules, they wouldn't be able to land for another 100 million years. Either way, it would be a huge loss for them. At this time, the Dragon Palace is already on top of us. Why should we be afraid of them? At most, we can wait for another 100 million years. The Dragon Palace now has several Dragon Palaces. If we can destroy them, our gains might not be less than in the heaven-opening desolate continent. That's right. Destroy the Dragon Palace. Although the Dragon Palace of the Divine Dragon Clan is powerful, I don't believe that we can't destroy it. Several hot-tempered elders roared angrily. Okay, let's give up and destroy the Dragon Palace. The 2 ancestors of the righteous god race gritted their teeth and growled in a low voice. Their eyes were a bit red. This decision was a great loss to their righteous god race. There was only one way to make up for it, and that was to destroy the Dragon Palace. As long as they could get those Dragon Palaces, they could make up for all the losses. However, they had no other choice. They didn't dare to continue the land battle. If the Dragon Palace attacked them from behind, they couldn't bear the consequences. Contact the ancient sea race and tell them to prepare. We'll attack the Dragon Palace now. A patriarch of the righteous god race ordered. Patriarch, should we attack the Dragon King and let him know the consequences of offending us? An old man growled. No need, there's no need to waste time. Just kill the Dragon Palace and he'll come back. I want to kill the entire Dragon Palace. An old man of the righteous god race shook his head and growled. With their strength, it would be difficult to keep a Universe Knight level 7 great being. Unless the army of the righteous god race surrounded him, otherwise it would be difficult to kill the Dragon King. They only needed to kill their way to the Dragon Palace. The entire dragon-slaying palace would make up for their losses. Let's go. We'll disturb our landing. This time, we must destroy the Dragon Palace. The experts of the righteous god race roared with killing intent on their faces. They turned around and flew toward the army of the righteous god race. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from below the auction of the ancient sea race. The 5 elements millstone landed on the ground. Everyone below was instantly killed. Wang Xian glanced at the void not far away. When he saw the more than 20 rays of golden light disappearing, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not pay attention to it. For this matter, the righteous god race had to give him a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, they would start a war. Now that they were in the midst of a land battle, they could not escape. Buzz. His gaze locked onto a figure in front of him. The next moment, his body moved and he immediately flew over. No, 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 don't kill me. The Universe Knight of the ancient sea race shouted in horror when he saw Wang Xian flying towards him. Buzz. A demonic look appeared in his eyes as he directly performed soul capture. Waves of information were transmitted into his mind. There were many treasures on the ancient sea race's continent. Wang Xian was prepared to get his hands on these treasures first before dealing with other matters. After some information entered his mind, he moved his body and flew towards the lower part of the auction venue. There was a cave entrance at the lower part of the venue. This was the ancient sea race's auction venue's treasure vault. All the treasures were hidden here. This continent had a knight level 6 warrior and a space beast guarding it. They weren't afraid of anyone coming to snatch it. This Dragon King. He's actually the Dragon King. This Dragon King is simply too strong. I didn't expect him to be the Dragon King. No wonder the Devil Dragon Bloodline Fire Dragon Palace Saint Wen clan and the others were wiped out. Not a single one was left, so the Dragon King's strength was actually so terrifying. The ancient sea race is in big trouble now. They dare to bully the Dragon King. They might be wiped out. They want to bully the Dragon King and take advantage of him. TSK, now the entire ancient sea race's continent belongs to the Dragon King. In the sky, the experts looked down with mockery on their faces. The ancient sea race had really gone too far this time. At the same time, what happened in the ancient sea race continent attracted the attention of many people in the surrounding starry skies. A large number of people had gathered in the nearby starry skies. When they saw what happened here, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. Look over there. Look, the army of the righteous god race is actually flying backwards. What's going on? At this moment, a shocked voice was heard. Eh? Everyone around was slightly shocked. The entire army of the righteous god race was moving towards the rear. They were very fast. The sudden scene stunned everyone. What was going on? The heaven-opening primal continent was in front of them. Why were they suddenly moving towards the rear? What is the righteous god race doing? Everyone was confused. They didn't know what the righteous god race was trying to do. At this moment, dozens of space beasts were roaming in the void in a space zone. This was the nest of the ancient sea race. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, countless experts were flying toward a planet of the ancient sea race. The Great War is coming. There's a problem on Star Travel Continent. Our ancient sea race has offended Dragon Palace Dragon King. Dragon King has the power of a Universe Knight level 7. All the great beings' disciples on Star Travel Continent have been killed, and 20 space hum beasts have been killed. Dragon Palace Dragon King has threatened to destroy our ancient sea race. This battle is unavoidable. They have a Universe Knight level 7 great being, and we are no match for them. The leader of the righteous god race has sent us a message. The righteous god race is prepared to give up on the landing battle, immediately go to the Dragon Palace and destroy them completely, ordering our ancient sea race to use all our strength to destroy the Dragon Palace. In a palace on the main planet of the ancient sea race, Universe Knights sat in their seats. In the center, the 8 old men of the ancient sea race sat there, their faces gloomy as they announced the news. When everyone heard this news, their expressions changed drastically. How did our ancient sea race offend the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Why did he want to destroy us? A great being of the ancient sea race couldn't help but ask. A Universe Knight level 7 warrior made them feel terrified. This wasn't an existence they could fight against anymore. You can take a look at the situation on the universe's AI. The leading old man said with a gloomy face. When they heard the news, they almost peed their pants. A Universe Knight with level 7 combat power wanted to exterminate their ancient ocean race. How could they defend against it? However, a message from the leader of the righteous god race made them look hopeful. In the hall, more than 6,000 Universe Knights immediately took out their AI and read the message. There was no need for them to search. The most popular thing in the surrounding Lu galaxy was about them. What happened in the auction hall of the ancient sea race had already spread throughout the surrounding Lu galaxy. Many people were mocking the ancient sea race. Right now, we only have one way to destroy the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King has not only angered us this time, he has also angered the true god race. Now, the true god race has given up on the land battle. The Dragon King wants to destroy us. Then we want to see who will destroy who. An old man in the center of the ancient sea race stood up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has destroyed the great beings of our ancient sea race and destroyed our space beasts. This time we will compete with them. All the Universe Knights and core disciples of the ancient sea race, prepare for battle. Kill, kill, kill. They want to destroy us. Let's see who will be destroyed. With the righteous god race here, we can definitely destroy Dragon Palace together. The Universe Knights of the ancient ocean race stood up one by one, their faces filled with killing intent. Dragon King was stronger than them, but with the righteous god race here, they weren't afraid at all. Killing 20 of their space beasts was already a fight to the death for them. If the Dragon King wanted to destroy them, then they also wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. Roar! 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 Soon, the 90 space beasts let out roars. Above the 90 space beasts stood all the experts and elites of the ancient sea race. They roared in the starry sky and flew in one direction. At this moment, everyone in the AI of the universe was shocked by what happened in the void in front of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. All the experts in the surrounding starry sky were discussing in shock the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the race of the ancient sea that was courting death. However, soon another piece of news that shocked everyone arrived. The army of the righteous god race is flying toward the south of the surrounding starry sky. They are getting farther and farther away from the land of desolation. What are they doing? There is a shocking guess that the righteous god race has given up on this landing battle. The departure of the true god race's army shocked everyone. Countless people guessed. And 2 hours later, 2 shocking news arrived. The true god race gave up on the landing battle and headed towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. All the space beasts of the ancient sea race and all the Universe Knights and elite disciples were sent out to meet up with the true god race. When these 2 pieces of news spread out, everyone was excited. Crazy, this is too crazy. This time, the true god race and the ancient sea race provoked the Dragon King, and the Dragon King killed a large number of warriors of the true god race and the ancient sea race. Now, the true god race has given up on the landing battle and wants to destroy the Dragon Palace. Is this the alliance of the number 1 and number 2 forces in the galaxy? They are going to destroy the Dragon Palace. They have given up on the landing battle. The righteous god race is too crazy this time. After all, the landing battle of the righteous god race is 100% successful. The righteous god race must be afraid that the Dragon Palace will launch a sneak attack during the landing battle. That's why they are acting so crazily. The Ancient Sea race is about to join the righteous god race. They are indeed heading in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Countless people were discussing on the AI. They were shocked by the crazy actions of the righteous god race. However, when everyone found out the reason why the righteous god race and the Ancient Sea race had offended the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, there was another uproar. This time, the righteous god race can only blame themselves for being unlucky. It's their fault for being too arrogant and meeting a tough opponent. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is also fierce. He has also fought his way out step by step. Why would he be afraid of the righteous god race and the Ancient Sea race? Next, do you think the righteous god race and the Ancient Sea race can destroy the Dragon Palace? After all, the righteous god race and the Ancient Sea race are the number 1 and 2 forces in Lu Xingkong. The Dragon Palace should not be their match, but it will be difficult to destroy the Dragon Palace. After all, the Dragon Palace of the divine dragon lineage is very powerful. Countless people discussed and guessed that there was a high possibility of a big battle breaking out. There could only be one reasonable situation for the righteous god race's crazy actions, and that was to destroy the Dragon Palace and make up for their losses. And this guess was also correct. In the starry sky, the entire righteous god race was traveling at a fast speed. At this time, every member of the race was filled with raging anger. They had given up on the land battle and could only make up for it with the blood of the Dragon Palace. Eh? What's going on? The race of the righteous god actually left. At the same time, they were in the sky above a vast continent. The entire continent was filled with dense immortal chi. At the edge of the continent, there were many enormous mountains. Each mountain was tens of millions of meters tall. In front of each mountain, there were giants that were tens of thousands of meters tall standing neatly on an empty space. In front of them, there were more than 60 giants that were 20,000 meters tall. They stared at the space in front of them, their faces filled with shock. Leader, look at the universe AI that surrounded Lu Xingkong. That god race actually gave up on the land battle. They are going to destroy a power from the dragon god lineage. One of the giants said with shock and joy on his face. The righteous god race gave up on the landing battle. It seems that the righteous god race provoked the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the Dragon King killed a large number of their disciples. The Dragon Palace also has a Universe Knight level 7 great being, so they were afraid that the Dragon Palace would launch a sneak attack during the landing battle, so they gave up on the landing battle. There, the giants of the primeval continent, a group of giants, face excited look, they in the heart heavy sigh of relief. The strength of the righteous race in their eyes is terrifying. The giants have a 30% chance of winning this battle. Now that they've given up, it's a huge blessing for them. Could save them a lot of money. Just as the giants breathed a sigh of relief. Located in the Ancient Sea race of the continent, Wang Xian from the Ancient Sea race auction house out of the treasury. This time the harvest, for him, is very good. But then there's a lot of information coming from the cosmic brain. When he saw the message, he was a little surprised. The righteous god race actually gave up on disembarking? They are now flying towards the Dragon Palace together with the Ancient Sea race. They are preparing to destroy the Dragon Palace. When Wang Xian saw these two messages, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really didn't expect that the righteous god race would give up on the disembarking battle and join forces with the Ancient Sea race to destroy the Dragon Palace. Did they think that they could destroy the Dragon Palace? Aren't they sending resources to our Dragon Palace? What a bunch of good people. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he had already decided in his heart to destroy the Ancient Sea race. As for the righteous god race, if they were to pay a price, Wang Xian wouldn't make a move against them. He would give them a chance. After all, those people were the only ones who provoked him. With a good attitude, everything was negotiable. However, he didn't expect that the other party would be so crazy to destroy the Dragon Palace. He looked at some information on the universe's AI, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. The righteous god race had suffered a huge loss this time, and they wanted to make up for this loss. The only way was to destroy the Dragon Palace and obtain all the divine Dragon Palace. Obviously, they had the same idea. Since you are courting death and want to destroy our Dragon Palace from tens of thousands of light years away, we will naturally welcome you. Wang Xian smiled. His figure moved slightly and disappeared immediately. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue sensed Wang Xian's arrival and immediately came forward to welcome him. Someone has sent us a gift. We are prepared to welcome them and get all the members of the Dragon Palace ready. We must treat them well and not let one of them escape. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue with a smile. It's the Dragon King. This time, there are 17,000 to 18,000 universe knights from 2 different races. It is indeed a great gift for us. Prime Minister Gue was full of smiles. 17,000 to 18,000 universe knights and all the accumulated gifts from the number 1 and number 2 forces in the surrounding Lu Xingkong were a great joyous occasion for the Dragon Palace. I'll send someone to prepare, Prime Minister Gue said and immediately left. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. The Dragon Palace was currently lacking some top-notch combat strength. After they arrived, they wouldn't be lacking anymore. He thought to himself and took out the Universal AI to watch. At this moment, on the Universal AI, all the forces in the surrounding Lu galaxy were paying attention to the actions of the Righteous God race and the Ancient Sea race. Everyone was guessing the outcome of this battle. Countless people were discussing it. However, many people still trusted the Righteous God race and the Ancient Sea race very much. They believed that they could defeat the Dragon Palace. As for completely destroying the Dragon Palace, they couldn't be sure. That was because the Dragon Palace of the divine dragon lineage was very strong. This time, I'll let you see the strength of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the various guesses on the universe's AI and smiled. Not long after, a message came from the Water Dragon Palace asking if he wanted to help. Wang Xian rejected it immediately. There was no need for them to waste their time running over. Roar! 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 At the same time, there were about 90 space humbeasts flying in the void of the surrounding starry sky. Each of them was extremely huge. On their bodies, there were countless experts. The army of the Ancient Sea race met the army of the Righteous God race. This time, the true God race had mobilized all their forces for the landing battle. So, on the space humbeast led by the Ancient Sea race, 8 figures flew toward the center of the army of the true God race. They glanced at the huge true God body and were full of confidence in this battle. Senior, the 8 universe knights of the Ancient Sea race flew over and called out respectfully. From now on, all you have to do is follow the orders. This time, completely destroy the Dragon Palace. A golden light enveloped them and pulled them into the palace. At this moment, 22 Universe Knight Level 6 warriors were sitting on the left and right of the palace. The 2 elders of the Zheng God race were looking at them solemnly. It's Senior, we naturally believe in the strength of the Zheng God race. The 8 Ancient Sea race members immediately replied. Seniors, the Dragon Palace of the Dragon God lineage has a terrifying defense. If they hide inside, then we. The Ancient Sea race leader hesitated for a moment and said, There's always a way. I really don't believe that we can't break through that Dragon Palace. HMH. The 2 ancestors of the true God race said coldly. This time, they would do everything they could to break the Dragon Palace. Yes, with the Righteous God race and our Ancient Sea race, we don't believe that we can't break the Dragon Palace. An elder of the Ancient Sea race clenched his fist and roared in a low voice. Okay. The 2 elders of the Righteous God race waved their hands coldly and said, Go and prepare. The Eternal Dragon Palace won't stop this time. Yes. The 8 people cupped their hands and returned to the space humbeast. The 2 forces flew quickly. According to their flying speed, it would take them 1 month to reach the Dragon Palace. However, they were not in a hurry. The Dragon Palace would not be able to escape. They would destroy the Dragon Palace even if they had to flee to the ends of the earth. This time, the Righteous God race was prepared to fight a protracted war. They could afford to waste hundreds of millions of years. Time passed day by day. The news about the Righteous God race, the Ancient Sea race, was being updated every day. 1 month was a lot of time. The 2 races had also entered the starry sky of the galaxy. They were getting closer and closer to the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Wang Xian was sitting in front of the Dragon Palace. There was a table placed in front of him. A bowl of tea was brewing on it. I'm finally here. It must have been tough for me to travel such a long distance. Wang Xian looked into the void and felt the immense power. A smile appeared on his face. He was getting anxious from waiting. Roar! Terrifying roars resounded throughout the starry sky. 90 space hum beasts let out angry roars. Every space hum beast had combat strength no weaker than a level 3 universe knight. The stronger ones had already reached level 6 universe knight. Their roars shook the entire starry sky. We're here. The Dragon Palace is right ahead. Golden figures flew toward the front of the True God race army. They stood on top of the True God body, their eyes shining with golden light. The two ancestors stood on the 100-kilometer-long True God body, staring at the Dragon Palace in the distance. Behind them, all the experts and disciples of the God of War held divine weapons, and their eyes were full of killing intent. They had given up on the land-landing battle because of the Dragon Palace. This time, they wanted to make the Dragon Palace bleed like a river, and they wanted the corpses of the disciples of the Dragon Palace to be under their feet. The armies of the two races quickly approached them. The violent killing intent rushed toward the Dragon Palace. Splash! When they entered the ocean where the Dragon Palace was located, the seawater flowed backward rapidly. A vacuum was formed quickly. As the two armies advanced, the seawater also began to flow backward. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I'll give you a chance. Submit to the righteous God race and become the mount of our righteous God race. Otherwise, even if you flee to any corner of the universe or spend hundreds of millions of years, our righteous God race will annihilate you completely. The two armies were only a few 100 million kilometers away from the Dragon Palace. At this distance, they were already within the attack range. The two ancestors of the righteous God race stood on their combat bodies and looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting in front of the Dragon Palace and drinking tea. Their eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Dragon King! They roared loudly. A Dragon King with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 7? Facing their entire righteous God race, they were confident that they could destroy this Dragon King within a minute. They were not surprised that there was only the Dragon King waiting in front of the Dragon Palace. In their opinion, the Dragon Palace was no match for them at all. The other members did not dare to come out at all. Hee, interesting. You want our disciples of the Dragon Palace to be the mounts of your righteous God race. Wang Xian smiled when he heard their words. The Dragon Palace has been waiting for you here for a long time. Welcome, distinguished guests. Ha ha. He laughed out loud. Ha. When the two patriarchs of the Orthodox God race saw how fearless Wang Xian was, their eyes were filled with astonishment and coldness. Dragon King, you killed 20 space hum beasts of the ancient sea race. Today, I will exterminate all the disciples of your Dragon Palace. At the side, the chief of the ancient sea race roared with a face full of killing intent. Ignorant! Wang Xian shook his head and stood up slowly. The disciples of the Dragon Palace are ready to welcome the guests. Please treat them well and leave no one alive. He stood up and his calm voice spread throughout the entire Dragon Palace. Woo woo woo. Xiao Lan's muffled roar was the first to be heard from the Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha! Array formation, rise! The sky array laughed loudly and the surrounding void immediately began to change. The entire starry sky changed and was covered by a 9-colored light. The light covered all the members of the righteous God race and the ancient sea race. Roar, roar, roar. Soon after, members walked out of the Dragon Palace one by one. 9 wind divine dragons, 2 fire divine dragons, 1 lightning dragon, 1 darkness dragon, 1 golden dragon, and 1 water divine dragon. Each dragon had a powerful dragon aura. Even if they didn't exude power, one could see how terrifying they were. There are so many purebred dragons in the Dragon Palace. The powerhouses of the righteous God race looked surprised when they saw the purebred dragons in the Dragon Palace. It would be great if these purebred dragons could be our mounts. They dare to fight us? Hee. They don't even know death. The great beings and disciples of the righteous God race said coldly. They didn't care about the light that covered their bodies. An array that could only interfere with Universe Knights and level 6 great beings didn't affect them at all. Oh? Do you want to fight us? The two ancestors of the true god race saw the members of the Dragon Palace walk out one after another, and their eyes were filled with fear. You don't know what's good for you. Since you don't want to submit, then die. The ancestors of the true god race roared with fear, and they raised the acquired true treasure in their hands. All disciples of the true god race, get ready. The Dragon Palace will stop us from disembarking, and we will make them pay with their blood. Get ready, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. A cold roar came from the mouths of all the great beings and disciples of the true god race. They stared at the Dragon Palace. Over there, great beings from the Dragon Palace walked out one by one. The Universe Knights were giving off powerful auras. However, they didn't have any fluctuations. This time, there were 17,000 to 18,000 Universe Knights from their two races. They have some strength. When the 10,000 Knights of the Dragon Palace came out, everyone from the Zheng God race looked surprised. 10,000 Knights, this surprised them. The rise of the Dragon Palace wasn't long. However, very quickly, they were shocked to discover that the members that came out of the Dragon Palace were still knights. At the exit of Dragon Palace, 2,000 members walked out at once. In other words, the number of Universe Knights in Dragon Palace reached 12,000. Very soon, more and more great beings walked out of Dragon Palace. 14,000, 16,000, 20,000, 30,000. When more and more Universe Knights came out, the righteous God race and the ancient ocean race were completely unable to remain calm. They were shocked from the initial surprise, and now they were panicking. The power of the two forces, the fierce killing intent and the violent aura, slowly decreased. However, the great beings in the Dragon Palace continued to come out. Damn it! How can there be so many Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace? When the number reached 40,000, the two elders of the true god race lost their composure completely. They growled in a low voice with an embarrassed expression. Hurry up! At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle's voice sounded. In the next moment, more than 20,000 Universe Knights rushed out. Following that, disciples at the level of Void God Emperor who were emitting powerful auras rushed out one after another. Damn it! More than 60,000 Universe Knights. How is this possible? How is this possible? When all the great beings from the ancient sea race saw the number of great beings from Dragon Palace, their bodies trembled, and they could not help but growl in a low voice. There were more than 60,000 Universe Knights, which was 10 times more than them. The number of great beings that were 10 times more than them made their scalps numb. Gulp. All the great beings and disciples of the righteous God race gulped as well. A hint of fear appeared on their faces. There were too many great beings from the Dragon Palace. If you're here, don't even think about leaving. Wuxia looked at them and smiled. Roar! 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 The next moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace let out a roar in unison. All the power that belonged to them was unleashed. Boom! 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 Waves of terrifying aura rushed forward. The huge dragon's aura covered the entire world. When the Dragon Palace's aura charged towards the two races, all the experts and disciples of the ancient sea race of the righteous God race were shocked. This was especially so for the two ancestors of the righteous God race. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were fixed on the Dragon of Darkness beside Wuxia, and their hearts were beating violently. They could feel the power of the same level from the demonic dragon. It was even stronger than them because the other party was a divine dragon. The Dragon Palace had more than 60,000 Universe Knights. They could barely accept it because they had the combat strength of 2 Universe Knights at the 7th level and had a powerful righteous god combat body. In terms of high-end combat power, they had a huge advantage. But now, when a Universe Knight level 7 dragon god appeared in the Dragon Palace, their expressions changed drastically. This power, it was impossible for their true god race to destroy the Dragon Palace. The Dragon of Darkness, along with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the power of the Dragon Palace was not much weaker than their true god race. Especially the number of universe knights in the Dragon Palace was too many. At this moment, the expressions of all the great beings of the ancient sea race became even more awkward and terrified. With the power of the Dragon Palace, it would be a piece of cake for the ancient sea race to be annihilated. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! The two ancestors of the true god race growled in a low voice with a gloomy face. This time, the righteous god race had suffered a great loss. Not only could they not destroy the Dragon Palace, but they had also completely offended it. They had also given up on the landing battle. This huge loss was difficult for them to accept. However, in this situation, if they continued to fight, their losses would be even greater. They could only retreat. Retreat, retreat. When the experts of the ancient sea race heard the words of the ancestor of the righteous god, they immediately roared loudly. Fuck, they were no match for him at all. I've already said, don't leave when you're here. Kill them all. Wang Xian looked at them with a mocking expression and immediately ordered loudly. Roar! 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 In the next moment, the members of the Dragon Palace rushed forward without any hesitation. Dragon King, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think that we are afraid of you? In terms of high-level combat strength, your Dragon Palace is no match for us. Seeing that the Dragon Palace dared to attack them directly, the ancestor of the righteous god race roared with an embarrassed expression. According to the power of the Dragon Palace, the number of level 6 universe knights in the Dragon Palace was much lower than theirs. Furthermore, there were only 2 level 7 universe knights in the Dragon Palace. If they were to really fight, the righteous god race might not be afraid. They just didn't want to lose too much. The Dragon Palace was pushing their luck. This made them extremely furious. The two ancestors of the righteous god race stared at Wang Xian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Haha! You are courting death. If I say I will destroy you today, I will destroy you today. Wang Xian laughed maniacally. In the next moment, the incipient Saint Wings appeared behind him. His figure moved and disappeared instantly. Ha! The pupils of the two elders of the righteous god race shrunk slightly when they saw Wang Xian disappearing instantly. Who gave you the courage to destroy the Dragon Palace? In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure rang beside their ears. Hearing the voice that was so close to them, the faces of the two ancestors of the righteous god race changed drastically. They revealed an astonished expression. Their bodies trembled as they looked ahead. 5 meters ahead of them was only 5 meters away. The Dragon King was already 5 meters away from them. However, they did not notice anything. Gulp! The two of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their foreheads were instantly filled with cold sweat. You. Their bodies trembled. Huh? You're not arrogant anymore. Wang Xian looked at them and smiled. How is this possible? How is this possible? One of the ancestors of the righteous god race roared in disbelief. His eyes were filled with despair. Killing you guys is like slaughtering dogs. Wang Xian smiled and extended his palm. Run, run, run. The two of them did not hesitate at all. They fled to the side in horror. Buzz. But in the next moment, Wang Xian's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had 2 ancestors of the righteous god race in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in front of them, everyone stared blankly at the 2 figures in the Dragon King's hands. They felt their vision go black. Especially for the powerhouses of the righteous god race, they were their ancestors. A Universe Knight level 7 being was subdued by the Dragon King in an instant. Just how powerful was the Dragon King? It's over, we're finished. The Universe Knight level 6 great beings of the righteous god race saw this scene and roared in fear. Run, run, run. Run as many as you can. The leader of the righteous god race roared mournfully. Dragon King's power is not at Universe Knight level 7. It's even stronger. How is this possible? No. On the Ancient Sea Race's side, the leader of the Ancient Sea Race saw the scene and his face was filled with disbelief and despair. They were on the verge of collapse. Not to mention the 60,000 Universe Knights in Dragon Palace. Dragon King's power was still above Universe Knight level 7. The 2 ancestors of the true god race were instantly killed. How could they fight? They were just waiting to die. Punk. At this time, the two ancestors of the true god race trembled and were thrown towards the dragon palace. The Dragon King waved his arm and a terrifying true treasure attacked the true god race. But he closed his eyes and floated in the air. Run! All the great beings of the true god race saw their forefather killed, and they saw the Dragon King hovering in the air with his eyes closed. This was a chance for them to survive. They ran as far as they could. However, to the horror of the Universe Knights and level 6 great beings of the true god race, the disc-like treasure gave off a despairing aura as it attacked them. Roar! 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 The 5 godly dragons roared at the 5 elements grinding mill, and a powerful pressure swept across them. The level 6 Universe Knights felt as if the starry sky was pressing down on them. They were invincible. We're completely finished. They didn't even have the slightest intention of defending against a single treasure. They knew that the true god race was completely finished. Hong! 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 A terrifying energy swept past, and the 22 Universe Knights and level 6 great beings of the true god race were instantly killed. Roar! 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 At the side, the dark dragon roared and charged toward the ancient sea race. The terrifying devil flames blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Little Blue let out a low growl, locked her gaze on the 90 or so space humbeasts, and rushed over. Die! At this moment, all the experts and disciples of the righteous god race and the ancient sea race lost their fighting spirit. Awe! Screams sounded in front of the dragon palace. How could they fight? The Dragon King easily killed the 2 ancestors of the righteous god race. The other level 6 Universe Knights were killed by the Dragon King's treasure. Facing such terrifying power, how could they fight? The surrounding void space was covered with arrays. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Death was their only destination. What happened next was exactly what the disciples and great beings of the 2 races had expected. Facing the attack of the Universe Knight level 7 Devil Dragon, the ancient sea race couldn't resist at all. The 90 space humbeasts weren't a match for the Devil Dragon even if they tried their best. Not to mention, the Dragon Palace also had extremely powerful space beasts. In the following time, it was a one-sided massacre. There was no escape and no escape. They wanted to surrender, but there was no response. At this moment, all the disciples and experts of the 2 races completely gave up. The gap was too big. They never thought that the current Dragon Palace would be so terrifying. They could only blame themselves for kicking an iron plate. They might have survived if they begged for mercy, but they wanted to exterminate the Dragon Palace. Just like what the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace said, they had been waiting for a long time. They had been waiting for a month for them to come and throw their lives away. Phew! The harvest this time is not bad. Wuxia floated in the void and slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Just now, he had used the soul-capturing technique to read the memories of the 2 ancestors of the righteous god race. For the sake of the landing battle this time, the righteous god race had hidden the divine kingdom of all their experts and disciples in one place. In addition, they had placed all their treasures in one place. According to the information that he had obtained, the treasures in the treasury of the righteous god race were extremely huge. As the most powerful force in the surrounding starry skies, their resources were much more than the demonic dragon lineage. What a good person! Wuxia smiled and scanned his surroundings. The war around them was about to end. Although the 2 races had tens of millions of elite core disciples, their overall strength was much weaker compared to the Dragon Palace. This was especially so for the number of Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace. Under the massacre of more than 60,000 Universe Knights, there were not many people left in the 2 races. Some members of the Dragon Palace had already started to collect the spoils of war. The righteous god race has 7 acquired supreme treasures. This is not a small number. There are nearly 200 acquired supreme treasures. Wuxia muttered. Dragon King. At this moment, Ba Qi, who was parasitizing the leader of the ancient sea race, flew over and shouted with a smile. Bring some people to the ancient sea race and bring all their treasures over. Wuxia instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Ba Qi replied immediately. The rest of the disciples of the Dragon Palace put away the bodies. Let's go. This time, we will bring the Dragon Palace to the encirclement of Lu Xingkong. Wang Xian glanced at all the members around him and said with a smile, "This time, the Dragon Palace had exterminated the Orthodox God race and the ancient Sea race. He was prepared to move the Dragon Palace to the encirclement of Lu Xingkong." The current Dragon Palace was considered an invincible existence in the entire surrounding Lu Xingkong. After digesting the resources of the two major forces, they could proceed with the landing. However, before they landed, they had to head to the surrounding Lu Xingkong to understand some of the situation. "It's the Dragon King." All the members of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Half an hour later, the battlefield had been cleaned up. All the corpses were placed in the Dragon Palace. "Let's go!" Wang Xian arrived at the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace started to rise and flew toward the direction of the surrounding starry sky. Around the Dragon Palace were the Fire Dragon Palace, the Dark World of the Demon Dragon, the Red Gold War Dragon, and the Dragon Palace of the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon lineage. The Dragon Palaces of the Red Gold War Dragon and the Divine Wind and Thunder Dragon were being devoured by Aoxia and the others. However, as the level of the Dragon Palace was too high, they would need a long time to digest it. The 5 Dragon Palaces were flying in the starry sky, emitting a terrifying power. At this moment, all the forces and experts in the starry sky were shocked when they saw the Dragon Palace leave. They knew that the ancient Sea race wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. When the two races entered the starry sky, many forces sensed their terror. They didn't dare to approach them because of their power. They thought that a world-shaking war was about to break out. However, they didn't expect the Dragon Palace to leave in such a short time and fly toward the surrounding starry sky. Where were the people of the ancient Sea race? Everyone in the starry sky of Xinjiang was shocked and discussed on their computers. Where were the people from the two races? The Dragon Palace flew quickly toward the surrounding starry sky. The war in the Dragon Palace had ended and the two forces had been destroyed. The forces in the surrounding starry sky didn't receive any news because they were too far away. The AI in the universe was still discussing what would happen in this battle. Some forces even started to gamble on what the final result would be. However, not long after, the ancient Sea race released a piece of news that shocked everyone. The experts of the ancient Sea race who stayed in the race revealed that all the experts of the ancient Sea race who went to attack the Dragon Palace had broken their divine plates. The broken divine plates meant that all the experts had died. All the experts of the ancient Sea race had died? After hearing the news, everyone was shocked. The ancient Sea race had gone with the righteous God race this time. All the experts of the ancient Sea race had been killed, but what about the righteous God race? What was going on in this war? Did the Dragon Palace win? Countless people were discussing in shock on the artificial intelligence system. The news of all the experts of the ancient Sea race being killed was too shocking. Some people even found it hard to believe. This was because the two great races had gone over together. The extermination of one race meant that the war might have ended. Otherwise, how could all the experts and disciples of the entire ancient Sea race have died? Dragon King. The people in the surrounding Lu Xingkong have already learned about the extermination of the ancient Sea race. In the starry sky, the Dragon Palace was flying rapidly. Prime Minister Gue came to the Dragon King's palace and reported to Wang Xian. Inform him that the ancient Sea race and the righteous God race have been exterminated by us. We cannot pursue the responsibility of their remaining disciples. However, we will kill anyone who does not prepare the treasures of the two races. When Wang Xian received the news, his eyes flickered as he gave an order. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. He took out the universal AI and immediately issued a statement in the name of the Dragon Palace. This statement was also what Wang Xian said. Dragon Palace. The ancient Sea race and the righteous God race have been exterminated by the Dragon Palace. We cannot pursue the responsibility of the remaining disciples of the two races. However, the treasures of the two races are not prepared by anyone. Whoever moves will be killed. Dragon Palace, the ancient Sea race and the righteous God race have been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. We cannot hold the remaining disciples of the two races responsible, but no one is allowed to touch the treasures of the two races. Anyone who touches them will be killed. When the universe intelligence system of the Dragon Palace announced this statement, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The entire surrounding starry sky was instantly in an uproar. The ancient sea race, the true god race, was actually annihilated by the Dragon Palace. How long has it been? How powerful is the Dragon Palace to be able to annihilate the two great powers so quickly? Hiss, the Dragon Palace's power is too terrifying, right? The true god race and the ancient sea race, all their elite warriors were annihilated just like that. The power of the Dragon Palace is too invincible. Could it be that the Dragon Palace has a Universe Night Level 8 existence? It's highly possible. Otherwise, how could the two powers be annihilated so quickly? One must know that the true god race's power is extremely terrifying. On the Universe AI, all the races surrounding Lu Xingkong were extremely shocked by the power of the Dragon Palace. The righteous god race was already very terrifying in their eyes, but they were still destroyed so quickly. How powerful was the Dragon Palace? At this moment, the most terrified people were the ordinary disciples of the ancient sea race and the righteous god race. The two races had deep roots in the galaxy, and they had trillions of people. Now that all their elite warriors were killed, they were in despair. When the elite experts were killed, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the surrounding starry skies. Even if the Dragon Palace had issued a statement that they could be spared, the ancient sea race and the righteous god race still had enemies. The disciples of the two major forces had also offended other weaker races. Now that the elites of the two races had been killed, what awaited them was revenge. This was a fatal blow to the disciples of the two races. However, in the face of the warnings of the Dragon Palace, they didn't dare to take the treasures of the races for themselves. They were afraid to give the order to attack. With the terrifying forces of the Dragon Palace, if the Dragon Palace issued the order to kill all the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong to kill the disciples of the righteous god race and the ancient sea race, they believed that no force would refuse, and no force would dare to refuse. In that case, it would be a disaster for the righteous god race. The disciples of the ancient sea race and the righteous god race fell into panic. How did things develop to such an extent? They used to be one of the top existences in the surrounding Lu Xingkong. The announcement of the Dragon Palace stirred up the entire surrounding Lu Xingkong. However, it wasn't limited to the surrounding land. Many races were also paying attention to the surrounding land. The righteous god race and the ancient sea race weren't weak in the eyes of some of the forces at the edge of the land. Some of the forces at the edge of the land were even weaker than them. The number 1 and 2 forces in the surrounding land attacked the Dragon Palace. Although they didn't send anyone to investigate, they were paying attention to the intelligence system. When they saw the news of the Dragon Palace, they were shocked. Almost all the powers were sure that the Dragon Palace had a level 8 knight. Otherwise, with the strength of the righteous god race, they wouldn't be easily destroyed. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that the Dragon Palace had over 20 level 7 knights. Of course, this possibility was not as reliable as the first one. Senior, what if the Dragon Palace discovers us? We are no match for the Dragon Palace. At this moment, over 10 figures were flying rapidly toward the surrounding starry sky above Split Heaven Primal Continent. A middle-aged man frowned slightly and said, "Fuck, can't we not be discovered? When the time comes, we just have to hide our identities. We have to go to the treasure land of the righteous god race." A middle-aged man in the center shouted in a deep voice. The strength of the righteous god race was known even by some forces at the edge of the heaven-opening primal continent. Now that the righteous god race had been exterminated, countless experts' divine kingdom treasures were in the nest of the righteous god race. This was an opportunity for them. Usually, not to mention the strength of the righteous god race and the rules of the heaven-opening primal continent, they did not dare to go to the surrounding Lu Xingkong to cause trouble. But now it was different. They only went to look for treasures. As for the Dragon Palace's warning, it was just a warning to the forces surrounding Lu Xingkong. The forces of the heaven-opening primal continent used to hide their identities and get some treasures. How could the Dragon Palace find them? This time, the risk wasn't big for them. It was possible to get a large number of treasures from the righteous god race with a small risk. Who wouldn't do that? They were sure that they weren't the only ones going to the Lu Xingkong. There were also experts from other forces. We can't be careless and hide our auras. Other than using treasures to hide our auras, the Dragon Palace hasn't landed yet. A middle-aged man reminded them. The Dragon Palace hadn't landed yet. If their race was chosen, they would be finished. Therefore, they had to be careful. It's okay. We all have acquired spiritual treasures. It's not a big problem to hide our auras. The middle-aged man in the center said confidently as he flew at high speed. And when they rushed over, experts from other factions also rushed over from the edge of the heaven-opening desolate continent. These experts relied on their treasures to hide their auras. And with the attraction of the righteous god race's treasures, they decided to take a risk. Let's go faster. However, some forces were more unscrupulous. A Universe Knight level 8 great being was considered a top-tier great being at the edge of the land of splitting heaven and primal chaos. However, this was not the first race to have such a great being. Some races even had 1 or 2 Universe Knights level 8 great beings. There were even more than a dozen of them. Such powers had no scruples. They immediately sent their experts over. The treasures of the righteous god race were also a huge amount of resources to them. If they were lucky, they would be able to obtain a large number of treasures. Why not? Furthermore, according to what they knew from the universe's AI, it would take at least half a month for the Dragon Palace to reach the righteous god race in the surrounding Lu Xing Kong. They were closer and faster. In the starry skies, Wang Xian did not know that although the various factions in the surrounding starry skies did not dare to touch their spoils of war, some of the powerhouses from the heaven-splitting chaotic land had already entered the land of the righteous god race. They flew towards the nest of the righteous god race. At this moment in the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was studying the 30 righteous god battle bodies. True God Body, the strongest Universe Knight level 7. This upright god combat body is made of a special metal. It is infused with the power of law of metal attribute and some bloodlines of the upright god race. In the vast starry sky, the Dragon Palace was flying rapidly. Wang Xian was observing the upright god combat bodies in the Dragon Palace. 30 upright god combat bodies were one of the strongest trump cards of the upright god race. However, before these 30 true god battle bodies could be activated, the true god race was annihilated. The true god battle bodies can be absorbed by the devouring dragon. Other than that, it won't be of much use. He studied it and shook his head slightly. The true god battle bodies were slightly similar to battle angels, but they were also very different from battle angels. They were not as easy to make as battle angels. If these true god combat bodies are devoured by the devouring dragon, the devouring dragon's strength will increase by quite a bit. Prime Minister Gue stood at the side and said with a smile, "How are Ao Crab and the others improving?" Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue with a smile. Ao Crab and his 4 subordinates have already reached the level of a Universe Knight level 7. They haven't even devoured a single Dragon Palace yet. Prime Minister Gue smiled. According to my guess, after devouring 2 Dragon Palaces, he should be able to reach the level of a Universe Knight at level 9. Level 9? That's fine. After he finishes his upgrade, our Dragon Palace will be able to absorb all the resources of the 2 major powers. At that time, we will proceed with the landing battle. Wang Xian said, "It's the Dragon King. With our strength, it'll be easy for us to land." Prime Minister Gue looked confident. The Dragon Palace flew in the starry sky and entered the surrounding starry sky 2 days later. When all the forces saw the Dragon Palaces flying in the starry sky, their faces were full of awe. The current strength of the Dragon Palace really made all the forces fear it. Time passed day by day. It was located in the nest of the righteous god race. After the Dragon Palace released the information, the hearts of the righteous god race members had been scattered. Some experts from some planets declared that they would not touch all the treasures in the home. There were also some disciples from the righteous god race who scattered and hid in the surrounding starry sky, waiting for this incident to pass. In short, the entire territory of the righteous god race was in chaos. Trash. Didn't you say that this is your nest? Why is there nothing here? On a golden planet, an old man who was holding a void god emperor expert from the righteous god race questioned coldly. "Lord, this is really the base of our righteous god race. I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you." The righteous god race disciple who was held by the old man shouted with a terrified expression. Trash. The old man's face was cold. With a wave of his arm, the righteous god race disciple's consciousness became blurry and he was thrown far away. He didn't die, but it would take a long time for him to completely recover. Although they didn't see him here, they didn't dare to rashly violate the rules. The righteous god race might be worried that they would be ambushed during the landing battle, so they moved the divine kingdom and treasures. They should be hidden in a hidden place. If we can find them, we will definitely have a terrifying harvest. An old man beside them said with a burning gaze. We are not the only race that has arrived. There are at least 7 or 8 of them. The old man who had attacked just now said with a frown. Continue to search. Everyone did not stop. The treasures of the righteous god race. Even if they were not as good as their own treasures, they were not much worse. The experts quickly searched. Damn it. The hidden treasures are really hidden. Even we can't find them. At this moment, at a location not far away, more than 20 experts with powerful auras were floating in the air. Their bodies were not very big, but their figures were very strange. Their entire bodies seemed to be joined together, strange shapes, filled with strangeness and evil. They scanned their surroundings, looking a little embarrassed. If we can make a move, we can use the sacrificial witchcraft to find the divine kingdoms of the righteous god race's experts. But damn it, we can't make a move. A creature floating in the void, without legs, and with only a pair of eyes, said coldly. They were the famous liches at the edge of the heaven-splitting chaotic continent. The righteous god race has been preparing for this landing battle for hundreds of millions of years. The hiding place of their god nation is definitely very secretive. Without any special secret techniques, it would be hard to find it just by searching. Beside him, another liches said in a deep voice. They had a special method to find the cosmos god nation of the righteous god race experts, but they needed a medium. Bloodline. Through a large number of bloodlines, they could determine the location of the universe god countries of the righteous god race experts. However, if they wanted these bloodlines, they had to slaughter a large number of the righteous god race members. This was against the rules, and they didn't dare to do so. There's another method, and that is to make a fair trade. We can spend some resources to buy some bloodlines from the disciples of the righteous god race. However, once we carry out this method, it will definitely be known by the other factions in the surrounding starry sky and the Dragon Palace. At that time, we will become enemies with the Dragon Palace. Another lich frowned and suggested. Their lich race's strength was not weak, but the strongest one was only a Universe Knight level 8. The Dragon Palace currently had a Universe Knight level 8 existence, and it was still the Dragon God race. Now, they had to consider whether it was worth it. Our strength is naturally much stronger than the Dragon Palace, but the Dragon God race has huge potential. The Lich at the center pondered. The Righteous God race has 2 Universe Knight level 7 God Kingdoms, and the other Universe God Kingdoms have over 10,000. Report to the clan leader and the others and let them decide. After hesitating for a moment, he decided. All right, the other liches nodded. The clan leader has already replied. If we can find all the Universe God Kingdoms in one go, then we will occupy them. If we can only find a portion, then we will give it to the Dragon Palace. Compared to the God Kingdoms and treasure vaults of the Righteous God race, making enemies with the Dragon Palace is not a big deal. After the news was sent out, they received a reply very quickly. The lich in the center said indifferently, "All right, let's do it." The group of liches immediately replied. They quickly flew towards a life planet of the Righteous God race. Very soon, a voice sounded from the sky above a planet of the Righteous God race. They were willing to spend a large number of God stones to purchase the bloodline of the Righteous God race. Each person only needed to release 1/10 of their blood, and it wouldn't affect them too much. This surprised the Righteous God race members, but they didn't reject it at all. They immediately agreed. This was because the amount of God stones the other party paid was much, much higher than their blood. Did it succeed? It's fine. These bloodlines are enough to cast a tracing spell. Their God countries should be placed in the same location. If we can find one, we might be able to find all of them. On a planet within the territory of the Righteous God race, more than 10 liches were chatting with smiles on their faces. Let's go. We have to act as soon as possible. Although we ordered them not to say anything, there are too many people. It's impossible for us not to leak the news. We have to act as soon as possible. More than 10 figures immediately came to a place in the void. They placed the blood of the righteous God race members in the void and used witchcraft to guide them to the cosmos God kingdom of the righteous God race experts. At the same time, on the planet where they left, there were more than 5 billion righteous God race members on the planet. There were too many people on this planet, so someone would leak some information. Moreover, the experts of the Lich race didn't dare to silence them. Therefore, a day later, the situation on this planet was exposed. At the beginning, it didn't attract much attention, but as time passed, more and more people paid attention to it. Most importantly, because the disciples of the righteous God race were exposed, not only did people buy their bloodlines, but some people also inquired about the situation. Paper could not cover fire. At first, it was fine, but as more and more people came, it attracted more and more attention. It seems that many experts have entered the territory of the righteous God race. Every expert is extremely terrifying. They seem to be looking for the cosmos God kingdom of the righteous God race's experts. With the orders of the Dragon Palace, who would dare to covet the spoils of war belonging to the Dragon Palace? Are they courting death? Are they making an enemy out of the Dragon Palace? The forces and experts surrounding Lu Xingkong might not dare to do so, but it is said that on a planet, there is a strange expert who bought a large number of bloodlines. He is suspected to be using witchcraft to search for the cosmos God country. Not the experts surrounding Lu Xingkong? Then there are only the experts from the heaven-opening primal continent. The treasures of the ancient sea race might not be able to attract the experts from the heaven-opening primal continent, but the treasures of the righteous God race have a fatal attraction. They are definitely the experts from the heaven-splitting chaotic continent. However, the strength of the Dragon Palace is not weaker than some of the forces in the heaven-splitting chaotic continent. Are they trying to offend the Dragon Palace? As time passed, more and more people started to talk. The experts from the heaven-splitting chaotic continent had entered the territory of the righteous God race, which had attracted a lot of attention. Dragon King, there is bad news. It seems that many experts from the heaven-splitting primordial land have entered the territory of the righteous God race. They seem to be searching for the treasures of the righteous God race. At the same time, the Dragon Palace also received the news 2 days after the incident. Prime Minister Gui entered the Dragon King's palace and reported with a grim expression. Ha! When Wang Xian received the news, he frowned slightly. A cold expression appeared on his face as he stood up immediately. Has it been confirmed? He asked with a sullen face. The righteous God race was exterminated by their Dragon Palace. This was the spoils of war that belonged to the Dragon Palace. Anyone who wanted to snatch the food from the dragon's mouth would have to pay a price. It has been confirmed that more than a dozen experts who know witchcraft came to a planet belonging to the righteous God race and bought a large number of bloodlines. They should be trying to use witchcraft to search for the universe God nation. It has already been 2 days. Prime Minister Gui said in a deep voice. His expression did not look good either. This time it was the mistake of the Dragon Palace. They did not expect that the experts and powers from the heaven-opening primal continent would covet the treasures of the righteous God race. However, with their strength, they were qualified to snatch the dragon's mouth for food. You were courting death. Killing intent appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. Call and lie and the heaven formation over immediately. It's the Dragon King, Dragon King. The heaven array is undergoing an upgrade in the dragon transformation pool. Do you want me to interrupt him? Prime Minister Gui asked. Interrupt him directly and tell the heaven array to come over immediately. Chu Xian nodded. Yes. Prime Minister Gui retreated. Soon, Enlai and the heaven array arrived at the Dragon Palace. Greetings, Dragon King. The two of them immediately bowed respectfully. Enlai, go to the territory of the righteous God race and bring us there as fast as you can. Wang Xian immediately instructed Enlai. It's the Dragon King. Enlai immediately replied. Dragon King, which faction wants to snatch the spoils of war from our Dragon Palace? Tianjin's face darkened. He had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the dragon transformation pool for the past few days in order to upgrade his combat strength to a level 7 universe knight. He only knew a little about the current situation. I don't know for the time being. I would like to see who dares to snatch the spoils of war from our dragon palace and the forces from the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Hee. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness as he sat on the dragon throne and waited quietly. And Lai's speed was very fast. Now that he had the combat strength of a level 5 universe knight, the distance of his teleportation had improved tremendously. If he relied on Enlai to travel, he would be able to reach the territory of the righteous god race in 20 minutes. Initially, Wang Xian didn't rush over in this way because he was too careless. He thought that no one would dare to touch the treasures of the righteous god race. Secondly, it was also because the divine kingdom of the righteous god race's experts was very secretive. If the forces and experts surrounding Lu Xingkong were to search for this place, they might not be able to find it for decades or even centuries. However, he had forgotten about the experts and forces in the heaven-splitting primordial land. If that treasure is really snatched away, I will make you pay no matter which force it is. Humph. Wang Xian felt a chill in his heart. 20 minutes passed quickly and Enlai's figure appeared in the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. Let's go. Wang Xian's heaven formation and the rest arrived in front of Enlai. A force enveloped them, causing them to instantly arrive at the starry sky of the righteous god race. If Enlai can teleport the entire Dragon Palace, that would be amazing. Looking at the unfamiliar phantom around him, he thought to himself, let's go to the place where the righteous god race hides their divine kingdoms. The incipient sacred wings appeared behind Wang Xian. He enveloped the heaven formation and brought him flying in a certain direction. He had absorbed the memories of the two ancestors of the righteous god race and knew where the divine kingdoms were located. He didn't need Enlai here because he didn't know where he was. This time, he had brought the heaven array to search through the array formation. He wanted to see which faction dared to snatch their treasures. Ha 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 ha, I really didn't expect that the treasures of the entire righteous god race would be hidden here. All the divine kingdoms are here. At the same time, in a desolate starry sky, there were all sorts of abandoned items and the air was filled with poison. This was an ancient battlefield where the technological races once fought. The spiritual energy here was thin, and the activity here was at the level of some divine kings and emperors. And in a remote place in this ancient battlefield, more than 10 liches were floating in the sky, looking forward with excited faces.